Hey guys, this is Fiction Life, how are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video we will see third part what if Harry Potter and Hermione were sent back by the goddess of love. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Here is short summary. After the Battle of Hogwarts, Harry and Hermione are given one final chance by the goddess to travel back in time and rewrite destiny itself. Together, they'll face betrayal, rekindle hope, and prove that can change fate. So how do we do this? Harry asked as they looked at the unconscious form of Peter Pettigrew. He had several red marks and swellings on his forehead as Winky had decided to use a pot rather than magic to keep Pettigrew unconscious. Let's call Sirius first, Hermione suggested. This should be as much his decision as ours. This man betrayed him as well as your parents, caused him to be locked away in Azkaban, and in the last timeline, that all ended up with him being dead. Harry looked at his wife and with a small smile he nodded and pulled out the ever-present mirror. Sirius Black, this time it took a minute for him to respond. When he did, they could see he was in one of the bathrooms at Grimmauld Place. How's your evening going, pup? Oh, the same old stuff, a little of this and that. Got married, you know, all the usual. Got married? Sirius asked in a confused voice. But I thought. It was a joke by Neville and Luna. Now if I happen to slip up and say Hermione's my wife they'll not even think about it, Harry explained. In fact half the school is addressing us as Mr. and Mrs. Potter now. So the truth disguised as a joke? Sirius asked with a glint in his eyes. Now that's true Marauder style. Like I said it was Luna and Neville, Harry said. Now the reason for the call. We've got Peter here. Harry turned the mirror down so Sirius could see the traitor. Hermione had a great idea but we wanted to ask your thoughts about it. What is it? As you know one of the things we have to do is find a logical reason to be looking for a Horcrux in the Room of Requirements, Harry started. So we thought we'd change Pettigrew's memories so he thinks that's the mission he was sent to Hogwarts to do, to steal the diadem, Hermione continued. It will put another Horcrux in Dumbledore's hands and maybe give us the opening for him to explain them to us. Think he will? I stood up to him in the middle of the Great Hall this evening because of Malfoy, Harry said. He tried to tell me to let Draco run his mouth off like he always does. I explained that doing that only allows the bigotry to continue in the castle. He has got to know by now that I'm not going to roll over and play docile little Harry Potter anymore. Just be careful, Sirius said. The more you argue with him the more you're likely to say something you shouldn't. Yeah I know, Harry sighed. It's just the last time he played me, he used my emotions against me. He used your death to further his I don't even know what to call it. A game, a plan. Harry took a couple of breaths before continuing. For 2 years after this time I believed in him, believed everything he ever told me. Now knowing what's really happening behind those eyes of his I find it very infuriating. Hermione wrapped her arms around her husband. He's a man who's lost sight of the trees because he can only see the forest. He's so wrapped up in Voldemort, he no longer sees anything but him. Harry sighed again. I know, he said as he gave his wife a small smile before looking back at the mirror. So do you agree with the plan to turn him over to Dumbledore? Or do you want a chance at Pettigrew? Sirius didn't speak for several seconds but finally he replied. Just do me a favor will you? Ask Fudge and Bones to make sure he's put in my old cell in Azkaban. Sure thing Padfoot. Then Harry remembered what happened the last time he had seen Pettigrew. Of course, it's possible that he might never survive. His hand might kill him again if he tells Dumbledore anything. I won't weep if it does, Sirius replied with a shrug. Just let me know how it goes. We will, Harry replied and the mirror went dark. He looked again at Hermione. So how are we going to do this? I would have said we spotted him on the Marauders map but I don't want Dumbledore to know about it. We spotted a silver pod rat. But he's not in his animagus form so how would we explain him not being in his form? Unless you know the animagus reversal spell Sirius and Remus did. At his own use of his godfather's name he rolled his eyes at himself and pulled back out the mirror. 10 minutes later they knew the spell to reverse the animagus form if someone asked them. After Hermione made the corrections to Pettigrew's memories, they had Dobby and Winky apparate them to right outside of the Room of Requirements. With a quick look around to make sure no one saw them, Hermione raced off toward McGonagall's office. "Professor!" she exclaimed as she ran into their head of house's office without even knocking a short time later. "We got him." She was breathing hard as she had run the entire way to make it very realistic. "We got him." "Got whom, Mrs. Potter?" "Pettigrew," Hermione said excitedly. "Harry and I were going to the room of requirements and we noticed something glinting in the light. It was a rat, I mean the paw of a rat." Harry stunned him. "We got him." "Peter Pettigrew." "Yes, ma'am." "Can you come? Maybe ask Professor Dumbledore to come as well." "Most certainly," McGonagall replied. She quickly moved to her fireplace and threw in some flow powder. "Headmaster's office," she said. When the flames turned green she continued. "Albus, Miss Granger is in my office and she says she and Mr. Potter captured Peter Pettigrew inside the castle." She looked back questioningly at Hermione. "7th floor, ma'am. Right outside the room of requirements." "Did you hear her, Albus?" "I shall meet you there," Dumbledore replied, and the green flames disappeared. "McGonagall and I are meeting Dumbledore there," Hermione said to Harry. Less than 5 minutes later everyone had grouped around the smallish man lying unconscious on the hall floor. Harry was telling Dumbledore the story. "Something metallic glinted in the hallway and it caught my eye. I looked and saw a rat, but then I noticed the rat had a silver paw. I thought it must be Pettigrew, so I stunned him. Hermione and I forced him out of his form by the animagus reversal spell that Remus and Sirius used 2 years ago. I wonder why he's here," McGonagall said. "And what's with the red welts on his head?" "I wonder myself," Dumbledore replied with a contemplative look on his face. "As for the marks, it's possible Voldemort has found a new way to torture his servants." "Should we call Madame Bones?" Harry asked. He pulled out his mirror. "I can get Sirius to do it." "Let's wait on that, Harry," the headmaster suggested. "I'd like to question Peter first. He wouldn't be here without orders from Riddle and I'd like to find out what those were." "Of course, Professor," Harry agreed. "But I'm going to be there." "That's not necessary. Sir, this man betrayed my parents and the entire wizarding world. I watched him escape 2 years ago and that allowed Voldemort to return. I will not let that happen again," Harry said in a very defiant tone. "Do you really think he could escape from me?" Dumbledore asked. "If you didn't wish him to escape, probably not," Harry replied as he eyed the headmaster. "But I'm not so sure that's the case. And why would I want a Death Eater to escape?" "I'm not sure, sir, but you haven't been trying very hard to capture him. Hermione and I were discussing the fact that you've had Snape as your spy ever since Voldemort returned. Surely he must have known where Pettigrew was hiding. Even if he did know, he could not divulge the information. Tom uses various means to hide himself." "That was an interesting non-answer to a question, sir," Hermione said. "You mean you could think of no way for Severus to lure Pettigrew out?" "I could never jeopardize Severus for a single Death Eater," Albus explained. "What he does is too valuable for our cause." "For his own cause you mean, but you'd never believe it," Harry thought before responding. "It's a moot point now. But I still would like to hear what he has to say. If he was here to try to get to me, I'd like to know, and no, I would not trust you to tell me if he was." "Harry, I beg of you to consider this attitude of yours," Dumbledore pleaded. "I cannot allow you to keep acting this way. I've allowed you some latitude, but I must insist it stop. I am headmaster of this school and you must show the proper respect to me and my professors." Harry stared at the headmaster for a few seconds before turning to McGonagall. "Ma'am, could you compile mine and Hermione's school records? We will not be returning next year." He looked back at Dumbledore. "Shall we leave now or do you wish us to wait and leave on the train?" "Really now, Mr. Potter, is that really called for?" the deputy headmistress asked. "The headmaster does have a point. If you knew the whole story you wouldn't be answering that way," Harry replied coolly. "I told him this morning that I refuse to keep playing the same game he's been playing it ever since I was born." "What do you mean?" Harry looked at the headmaster with a quizzical look. "Professor." Dumbledore had been trying to find a way to argue his way back into an advantageous position with Harry, but he couldn't find one. As he looked into Harry's green eyes he could see the determination that had led the young man through the struggles of the last few years. But he also noticed the eyes had a look of fatigue as well. He could only surmise the young man was truly on the verge of breaking from Hogwarts and possibly magical Britain altogether. Finally he sighed and said, "Follow me then, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. We shall see what Pettigrew has to say." He looked at McGonagall. "Minerva, I'd like to do this privately. Thank you for your assistance and I'll call for you later." McGonagall glanced from Harry to Dumbledore before finally nodding. "I shall be in my office," she said. "I'd like to call Sirius. I'm sure he'd like to know we have Wormtail," Harry said as Dumbledore levitated the unconscious traitor and started toward his office. "I'd prefer that you wait until we hear what Peter has to say," Dumbledore replied. "Though if Sirius were to attempt to assault Pettigrew in revenge, it would allow me to show the minister that he is unsuitable to be Harry's guardian and guardianship could be returned to the Dursleys." Dumbledore glanced at Harry as they walked down the corridor. "I'm sure that we can invite Sirius to my office before we call the authorities though." "Thank you, sir," Harry answered automatically but looked at Hermione who was walking beside him holding his hand. "Did I mention inviting Sirius here? I only wanted to tell him." "Probably trying to make an overture to you," Hermione replied. "Make it seems he's giving you more than you asked for, I guess." They walked silently along the corridors and steps, passing a few students who looked curiously at the group. Harry and Hermione were going over the story they had made up just to make sure they were ready for any explanations required. As they passed the gargoyle and started up the steps, Harry grinned at the thought of Sirius finally getting to see Pettigrew and knowing that he would be there when Wormtail was turned over to the DMLE. "I just wished Sirius would have had a chance at him. After all of those years in Azkaban he should, but we really need this for now. But Peter being in his old cell will feel pretty good for him too. Though I think if he had an equal choice he'd prefer to rip the rat to pieces and feed him to an acromantula," Harry thought to Hermione. "We need to stop thinking like that," Hermione insisted. "Yes, Peter might deserve it, but I'm afraid if we let revenge start controlling our thoughts we will lose ourselves. Yes, those who we know will murder innocent people later need to be dealt with and I imagine we will be responsible for a few more deaths, but we can't start killing people purely for revenge. Besides, Pettigrew has done much worse than just betraying Sirius and your parents, he betrayed everyone. He really does need a public trial, let everyone hear from his own mouth what he did." "You're right," Harry admitted after a couple of seconds. "Though if Dumbledore is going to invite Sirius in, maybe he can at least give the rat a good thumping before the Aurors show up." Harry smiled as he thought of the look on Dumbledore's face if Sirius were to punch the traitor right in front of him. He knew Dumbledore would never allow it to continue and would stop Sirius from actually killing Peter. Harry stumbled as the steps made it to the level of Dumbledore's office as he realized what would happen next. "Love, what do you think Dumbledore would do if Sirius were to attack Peter in his office?" "He'd stop him, of course." "And?" Hermione looked at Harry questioningly and then her eyes flew open as she made the same logical conclusion. "He might turn him over to Madame Bones to be prosecuted and that would leave a pathway for me to return to the Dursleys." "We're starting to get paranoid now," Hermione said. "He wouldn't really stoop that low, would he?" "Maybe we are," Harry agreed. "But we need to be on guard anytime we're around Dumbledore. I hope once those damn blood wards fail, he'll stop trying to get control of me." "We can hope. Now if you're going to be here," Dumbledore started as he put Pettigrew in a chair and magically bound him. "You must not mention Severus. That's why I did not request Veritaserum from him. There are spies in the ministry that would hear if Peter tells people that Professor Snape helped me in questioning him." Harry and Hermione both nodded. They could understand the necessity to leave Snape out of this questioning, unlike the end of the fourth year when he helped question Crouch Jr. At that time Snape had not rejoined Voldemort and no one was quite sure what had happened. The office door closed and the lock sounded with a loud click as Dumbledore sealed his office. "I'm going to bring him around now," Dumbledore said. With a flick of his wand and a softly spoken, "Enervate," Peter started stirring. Peter Pettigrew's eyes opened slowly, sluggishly, but when he saw the long gray beard of the person in front of him he instantly tried to change into his animagus form. "Hello Peter," Dumbledore said. "While bound in that chair, you will not be able to change, so it does no good to keep trying." Pettigrew's eyes looked around the room in panic and came to rest on Harry and Hermione. "Harry, so like your father." "Shove it, Wormtail," Harry snarled. "Yes, I'm like my father, and if he was here right now, I'm sure he'd kill you on the spot. I should have let Sirius and Remus kill you 2 years ago. You betrayed your friends." I had no choice," Peter whined. And you had no choice last year, bringing Voldemort back to life. Harry asked. Every death that has happened or will happen because of Voldemort is your responsibility, and that doesn't even include Cedric Diggory, the young man who came to the cemetery last year that you killed. You are a traitor to your friends and a traitor to every good witch and wizard who now has to live in fear. Peter became agitated and began to struggle against the bindings. You can struggle all you want, but you will not get free. Now Peter, maybe you can tell me why you're in my castle? Dumbledore asked. His voice was soft but his blue eyes were hard and focused. Peter stopped struggling and looked at the floor. No words came from his tightly sealed lips as he shook his head. Peter, you will talk eventually, Dumbledore said. I will be handing you over to the Ministry shortly and they will interrogate you with Veritaserum. If you don't start talking, Harry added, I will personally make sure that your soul finds its way into a Dementor. The Minister is especially willing to listen to me right now. I read the Prophet Harry. Pettigrew scoffed as a bit of defiance rose in him. I know the Minister doesn't like you, either of you. He nodded toward Dumbledore as well. Headmaster, do you have the paper from this afternoon? Hermione asked. Dumbledore looked at the Muggle-born witch and nodded. He reached over to his desk and picked up the paper and handed it to her. She quickly turned to a picture of the Minister shaking Harry's hand. The Minister is indebted to Harry right now, she said as she showed Pettigrew the picture. She then turned to the front page. And if you don't know, your master lost to Harry this morning. She turned to the front page that showed the two battling in the Ministry. All but one of the Death Eaters he sent to the Ministry died or was captured. Pettigrew looked at the picture of Harry dueling Voldemort and he recognized the same golden cage that had happened last year in the graveyard. A sense of hopelessness passed through him. He looked up at Harry and then at Dumbledore. I was sent to get something for my master, he said as the memories Hermione had placed in him took over. What did he need from Hogwarts? He said I was to find a special room on the 7th floor and, his voice trailed off as he looked down at his arm in horror. The silver hand was struggling to raise his arm toward his neck but the magical bindings were keeping the arm from moving. A crack was heard as Pettigrew's wrist snapped. The rat-faced man cried out in pain as the silver hand continued to try to fight its way loose. Harry had thought that the bindings that held the arm in place would prevent the hand from exacting penance from Wormtail this time, but Voldemort's magic had other plans. He and Hermione now watched in horror as the silver hand was literally ripping itself off of Pettigrew's arm to accomplish its task. Help me! Wormtail screamed in horror and pain as he watched his wrist separate. The magical silver hand started climbing his arm, dragging blood, bone and muscles with it while blood continued to spurt from his open arm. His screams grew louder and louder until suddenly the hand went flying across the room. Harry looked from Wormtail to the headmaster and saw him standing there with the Elder Wand in his hand. He watched Dumbledore send another hex toward the hand but missed as it had recovered and was scurrying like some grotesque bloody insect back toward Pettigrew. Harry and Hermione pulled out their wands and sent bludgeoning hexes at it as well. Harry hit it with a well-aimed hex that threw it back against a wall and Dumbledore followed up with some kind of yellow spell that caused the hand to melt into a silver puddle. Dumbledore moved quickly to Pettigrew and started examining the bloody wrist which was bleeding profusely. He turned to the teens. Get Madame Pomfrey in the flow and tell her we have an emergency. As Harry and Hermione raced to do as instructed, Dumbledore turned back to Pettigrew. He sent a shrinking spell at the cuff of Pettigrew's shirt. As he continued to shrink it, the cuff began to serve as a tourniquet until the blood ceased to flow. It was another 20 minutes before Pomfrey left the headmaster's office. Pettigrew's stump was sealed and bandaged, he'd been given blood replenishing and pain relief potions. She'd even healed the pot-induced welts on the rat's forehead. The blood had been vanished from the floor and the adrenaline had settled down. Well Peter, that's the gratitude from your master for your sacrifice and dedication, Dumbledore said as he nodded toward silver puddle on the floor. Peter eyed the puddle nervously like it was going to transform back into a hand and continue the attack, but he'd lost all of his nerves. I was sent to steal a crown-like thing. He called it a diadem, he sputtered. My master said it was very important for him to have it, that he'd left it here many years ago. Harry glanced at Hermione and gave her a silent, well done. Her memory modifications were working perfectly. Dumbledore was staring at the traitor bound in the chair but his mind was elsewhere. He'd long suspected that Voldemort had used Founder's objects to hide his Horcruxes. He thought of the memories from Hokey the house elf that showed the cup of Hufflepuff, not to mention the locket that he'd been handed 2 weeks ago. He had known instantly what the locket was and what it probably contained in it. He'd yet been able to destroy it though. If Riddle had come across the long-lost diadem of Ravenclaw, it would be exactly what he'd use for a Horcrux. I might be jumping to conclusions. It might not be that diadem. It might be anything, he thought as he refocused on Pettigrew. Tell us where this object is supposed to be. He'll kill me if I tell you, Peter cried. He's already tried to kill you, Dumbledore said as he nodded again toward the silver puddle. Peter stared at the silvery spot on the floor for a full minute before continuing. He said that it was a hidden room, one that only he had ever discovered in this castle. I had to go the 7th floor and walk in front of a blank wall area while asking for a room to store things in. Did he say anything else? He said it was a very large room and I was to stay there until I found it. Harry used those words as an opening. Sir, that's got to be the room of requirements. I agree. Whatever this diadem thing is, Hermione and I will be glad to go look for it, Harry continued. I mean, if it might take several days, we really don't have anything to do right now until the end of the year. Dumbledore was about to reject Harry's offer as he turned to look at him, but as he did, he found the emerald eyes that belonged to Lily Potter and the face that was so like James Potter looking back at him. A series of memories flooded through his mind. Memories of the night he found James and Lily dead, memories of a young man only 11 years old desperately fighting to keep the Philosopher's Stone out of Voldemort's hands, of a 12-year-old boy stumbling wearily into McGonagall's office with a sword in his hand and a missing young girl beside him having faced a horror fully grown wizards would have ran from, of a young man who risked the perils of time to save his godfather while at the same time driving off Dementors with a Patronus spell that was well above what he should have been able to do, and finally of a young man materializing at the end of the Triwizard Tournament clutching the dead body of a friend after having battled Voldemort. A final memory of the confrontation with Harry at dinner this previous evening and what he'd said. They are not innocent children. They are old enough to become Death Eaters themselves, and unless you do something, that's what will eventually happen. It was at that moment when Dumbledore realized he might have been wrong about Harry. As he studied the young man, he wondered if in that same sentence Harry had proclaimed he was ready to fight as well. Maybe it is time, at least for a small amount of what he needs to know, he thought before returning his attention back to the two teens. Very well, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. But I think we need to discuss a few things before you do, but it is late tonight and we need to turn Peter over to the proper authorities. Could I ask that you and Miss Granger come back tomorrow morning? Harry looked at Hermione. Do you think he plans to tell us? We can hope so, Hermione replied before she answered for both of them. Yes, sir. We'll be here, sir. I think you can also tell Sirius we have Pettigrew, but maybe it'd be for the best if he waits until he's in the Ministry's custody before he attempts to see him, Dumbledore said as he finally admitted to himself that he'd have to offer the Dursleys protection in some other way. Yes, sir, Harry replied. He pulled out his mirror and as soon as his godfather's face showed, he spoke quickly to make sure Sirius realized the situation. Sirius, we caught Pettigrew. We're in Dumbledore's office questioning him. Wormtail, Sirius asked as if he didn't already know. You caught the traitor. Yeah, it seems he was sent here for. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who was shaking his head slightly, for something. Hermione and I caught a glimpse of his silver paw and were able to capture him. I'll be right over, Sirius exclaimed. I would like to speak to my old friend. Professor Dumbledore is suggesting you wait until he's at the Ministry. But, yeah, okay. Just make sure he doesn't escape again, Sirius replied. Can you turn the mirror toward him? Sure, Harry said as he turned the mirror to face Pettigrew. Hello, Wormtail. Pa, Padfoot, Pettigrew whimpered. The day you are sitting in my old Azkaban cell will be the happiest day of my life, Sirius said. Can you think of the horrors you have done in your master's name? What you did to James and Lily? Can you imagine reliving those memories day after day? That's what you have in store for the remainder of your life. And then it gets worse for him. The cheery voice of the goddess of love came through to Harry and Hermione. Another Death Eater for Death to enjoy. I don't think Pettigrew will last long in Azkaban though. Why do you say that? Because I saw Death just now starting to put together a room filled with mouse traps, Miranda replied. He was whistling merrily away as he did it. Harry got an image in his mind of a skeleton wearing a cloak sitting on the floor of a room setting out mousetraps, his side lying beside him. Oh, he only uses the skeleton look when he wants to terrify people, Miranda said. He's actually quite handsome. I've tried to set him up several times with Treretha. Who's Treretha? Hermione asked and then thought better of it. Maybe knowing the love lives of gods and goddesses isn't the best thing. Oh. Pooh, Miranda said. Taretha is the goddess of the winds. But I thought it was a god of. Oh, never mind, Hermione said as she mentally swore that she'd throw away every single mythology book in her collection when she got a chance. Yes, well, how would you like to be teased all the time about breaking wind? Poor dear, she won't even come to any of our gatherings anymore. That's why I always thought death would be good for her. He wouldn't let those idiots pick on her. Now you need to get back to your conversation before you're missed. Harry and Hermione realized that they had been silent for too long, but they soon realized that Sirius was still speaking to Wormtail. James and Lily trusted you, we were your friends. You betrayed us, you betrayed Harry, and you betrayed everyone in letting Voldemort return. Yes, well, I think we need to turn Peter over to the authorities now, Dumbledore said. Of course, Albus, Sirius replied. When Sirius had vanished from the mirror, Dumbledore turned to Harry and Hermione. After putting up a privacy charm between them and Pettigrew, he said, I understand you have had concerns with my modifying the memories of people, but I hope you understand why I did it. Now I plan on removing this interrogation and the reason for Pettigrew being in the castle from his memories. If that diadem is what I think it is, it must not become part of public records. I just ask that you allow me to explain tomorrow morning. Quote. Harry glanced at Hermione and wanted to smile but held it in check. After a quick mental agreement, she nodded to him. Till tomorrow, sir. Dumbledore sighed in relief. He'd expected Harry and Hermione to argue. He hoped it was a sign that maybe all was not lost in them trusting him. He turned back to Peter and after a few seconds of concentration, he brought his wand up and said, Obliviate. Peter's eyes lost focus for a few seconds and then flew open wide as he looked around the office. Harry Potter. Dumbledore. How? What? He looked down at his arm. What happened to my hand? He cried out in horror. Good evening, Peter, Dumbledore said. We are about to call the ministry. As for your hand, it tried to kill you. He nodded at the silver puddle on the floor before looking again at Pettigrew, whose eyes had followed his. I think the trauma from that seems to have caused you some troubles. The rest of the evening went quickly as Dumbledore contacted Amelia Bones at her home. She was not pleased to be disturbed at home twice in one day, but when she was told what it was concerning, she immediately went into action. She knew to have Pettigrew, the one responsible for the return of Voldemort, on trial would be a huge matter for the ministry. She fully expected the Minister of Magic to pull out all the strings for a public trial to show the ministry was acting quickly in dealing with matters. In less than 20 minutes, Bones, Scrimgeour and 4 other Aurors were in Dumbledore's office. So Mr. Potter and Miss Granger spotted a rat with a silver claw and suspected it was Pettigrew. Madame Bones asked. Yes, Amelia, Dumbledore replied. I wanted to ask him some questions. You should have waited, Albus, Rufus Scrimgeour remarked. We have expert interrogators. Yes, I apologize, but I wanted to know why he was in my castle, to know if there were additional Death Eaters to be concerned about, Dumbledore lied very convincingly. And what did he tell you? He was only able to say he had come alone before the hand Voldemort had given him attacked and tried to kill him. Albus nodded toward the silver puddle on the floor. There were still blood, skin and muscle tissue next to it. We were able to destroy it, but it appears something also caused Peter to lose his memories of what happened and why he was in the castle. I suspect some kind of magic used by Voldemort to conceal his intentions, or possibly the trauma of having his hand rip itself off and try to kill him. Do you think there is further danger in the castle? Amelia asked. I can have my Aurors do a search if you want them to. I am confident that he was here alone, but my professors and I will conduct a sweep once you are gone, Dumbledore said. I fear that an Auror presence may cause unfounded concern and panic amongst the students. Very well, Amelia replied. We'll take our leave now. Remember that he is an animagus, Harry said. Please make sure he is kept where a rat can't escape. Mr. Potter, I will give you my personal word that this man will face justice, Madame Bones said. If he were to escape, I doubt neither I nor Rufus would have a job the day after. Thank you. It wasn't long before Harry and Hermione were on their way back to the Gryffindor Tower. I can't believe it worked so well, Hermione said. I hadn't thought about Peter saying something at his trial about the diadem. Even that worked well. Now if someone finds a memory charm on him, Dumbledore will presume it's his. It looks like Dumbledore is also going to tell us about the Horcruxes. Yes it does, but let's just hope he doesn't change his mind before tomorrow morning, Harry replied. You do realize the best part, don't you? What? We now have the headmaster's permission to spend the rest of our time here at Hogwarts in the Room of Requirements, Harry said with a smirk. I even think he'll understand by the size of the room if we eat and sleep in there. Hermione stopped and looked at her husband. A smile crossed her face as she thought of their next week. I just wished we could start tonight, she replied. I love sleeping next to you. And I love being with you, Harry replied. They walked along quietly the rest of the way to the tower. It was well past curfew by then and the halls were empty except a ghost appearing now and again. As they neared the Gryffindor Tower, a beetle came zooming at them. Harry sighed. Hello Rita, he said. Good evening Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, the newly rehired to the Daily Prophet reporter said after she changed from her animagus form. I do believe I was promised an interview this morning. I've been working with Mr. Lovegood all day to arrange a special edition of the Quibbler just for this story. The man wanted to wait until he had some more information on some kind of animal, a criminal or some ridiculous thing like that. Please do not insult Mr. Lovegood, Harry said sternly. You'll find our cooperation will drop very quickly if you do so. Remember that his daughter is one of our best friends and also one who is a part of this story. Rita cleared her throat and swallowed hard. Yes, well, of course. So how'd you convince him? To go ahead with the special edition, I mean. I arranged for the Daily Prophet to purchase your interview from earlier in the year, Rita explained. He now has enough money to find as many creatures as he wants this summer. I presume you got a cut of it though, didn't you? Hermione asked. I did write the story, Rita answered nonplussed. I only took 30%, which I thought was more than fair. I'm also back working at the Prophet with a significant raise. Now about that interview. Harry looked at Hermione and they shrugged their shoulders at each other. They turned back to Skeeter. Okay, let's get this over with, Harry said. But I want Neville and Luna here as well. They're as much a part of this as we are. As I said this morning, I did not do this alone. We fought as a team. Yes, of course, Rita replied. I'll go get them, Hermione said. They are very close. As soon as she was out of sight, she called Dobby and Winky and asked that they get their friends and bring them back there as quickly as they could. Less than 5 minutes later the three of them had rejoined Harry and Rita. Harry was busy telling Skeeter about the discovery of Pettigrew that evening. Her eyes gleamed as she thought about being the first person to break that story. She also knew that the trial of Peter Pettigrew would be an extravagant affair and she already planned to start working the editor first thing in the morning about her having exclusive Daily Prophet coverage of it. The interview went quickly enough. Harry and Hermione kept a mental chat to ensure they kept to the correct story that they had given the Minister and Madame Bones, while Neville and Luna followed their leads in responding to questions. As they were about to conclude, Harry got an idea. What about giving Snape some difficulties? How? Harry quickly shared his idea and Hermione agreed. He turned to Rita. The only thing I really don't understand is how Voldemort knew we were coming, but I guess he has his ways. He paused before continuing. I guess I should be glad that Severus Snape let Dumbledore's order know, since he was the only one that could have. He's the only one who knew I had planned on going. Of course I wished he'd told them a lot sooner. I think he must have waited 4 or 5 hours before he finally let them know. Severus Snape. Your potions professor. Yes. He was the only one who knew. Yes, he overheard us talking about it, Harry explained. You do know that Snape was a Death Eater. Professor Snape was a Death Eater. Hermione feigned astonishment. Yes, it seems Professor Dumbledore vouched for him following she realized who she was speaking to, following the night who was vanquished. I'm sure he had good reasons too, Harry said. Yes, I suppose so, Rita agreed, but she had a far-off look in her eyes. As Harry was about to leave the reporter, he got one last idea. Ms. Skeeter, he started. Are you planning on writing more stories on Sirius Black? Of course, Rita replied. Your godfather is he. Reason for you to be in the ministry. Innocent but falsely imprisoned. We've only scratched the surface with all the story potential there. How would you like a personal photo of him? Harry asked. I have one of him and my parents at their wedding. You don't say. Rita's eyes lit up. I'd love to have it. Harry made a dash to his dorm and pulled out the book of photos Hagrid had made for him. He took it back and handed it to Rita. This is very, very important to me, he said, slightly out of breath. Please do not lose it. Hermione. A voice sounded from another bed as Hermione climbed into her own bed a little later. Hermione's hand instantly clutched her wand but realized whose voice she was hearing. Yes, Lavender. Hermione whispered. I didn't think anyone was still awake. I've been awake thinking. I know we're not close friends or anything, but can I ask you a question? Besides the one you just asked. Hermione thought before replying. Of course. What happened between you, Harry and Ron? I mean, you were best friends for so many years. Hermione sighed. She laid there silently trying to put into words what she could say and how she would say it. As much as she would have loved to have Ron being called 1-1 again, it really wouldn't be fair to not give Lavender some of what she knew. Well, you know that Harry and I are now together. Lavender snorted. Been a little hard to miss. I even heard you had a wedding after I left dinner. Though we were hardly surprised. Us girls, you know, we gossip some. And we always wondered if you two would get together. You've always seemed so natural together. It seems like you read each other's minds sometimes. Hermione smiled in the dark. If she only knew now that we can, she thought as she sent a quick goodnight and an I love you to her husband before replying. I guess Ron had other thoughts. He wanted me. Actually, I think he wanted who he thought Harry really wanted. But that's, never mind, go ahead, Lavender replied with a hint of confused anger in her voice. What were you going to say? Oh, it's that Ron said he turned you down after you had made a big deal about him winning the Quidditch Cup. He claimed he told you he wasn't interested in people who only dated Quidditch stars. He even pointed out how you dated Crumb. He then said, Lavender paused before finishing the sentence, he said that you turned to Harry after that to try to make him jealous. Hermione almost laughed at the irony of that. She couldn't even feel anger at Ron about the lie, she just shook her head before replying. And you believed him? With you and Harry getting together like you did, I mean right after the match there wasn't anything it seemed, but the next morning you two were all over each other, Lavender explained. It wasn't that hard to believe. At least when I think I wanted to believe it. Hermione, looking at it from Lavender's point of view, could see how the fib could be believed. I guess I can see that, but believe me, that's not the case. Harry and I realized we were more than friends. We realized we truly love each other. Love. Real love. It seemed so strange to Hermione to be chatting with Lavender, especially discussing boys and love, but then she remembered the girl she was chatting with falling from a balcony in the final battle and then getting mauled by Greyback. Lavender had fought for the castle, had fought for what she believed in. She was someone else that they were saving. Yes, it's real love, Hermione answered. How do you know? I mean, what real love is? Lavender asked softly. You know you're truly in love when you do anything to make the person you love happy, Hermione replied. It means they are more important than anything else, including your very life. You'd even watch him love another, quietly from afar, if that truly is what makes him happy. I guess that's a little more poetic than you wanted, but I hope you understand. I guess, Lavender replied. There were a few seconds of silence before she asked again. So what happened with Ron? Like I said, Ron didn't like me and Harry together. He even went so far as to accuse Harry of stealing his girl, Hermione replied. I'm not sure what else to add. I guess I could say that surprisingly, we're not really missing him. Why are you asking me all of this? I thought you were his girlfriend now. I'm having second thoughts, Lavender replied honestly. He was the hero of the Quidditch match and he's done so much with you and Harry that I thought. He's the next best thing to Harry. Maybe, Lavender admitted. But I really think he's cute in a way, but after dinner I wanted to talk to him and ask why he said what he said. It wouldn't have mattered to me, not really. I know he boasts sometimes but he just ignored me. I'll tell you what I know about him, Hermione said. Currently he is very immature. He wants great things but won't put serious effort into achieving them. He has a very domineering mother and 5 brothers and a sister, as you know. He loses his temper quickly, can't keep his foot out of his mouth and will eat anything in front of him or anyone else. He is the type who will always see greener pastures elsewhere. Truthfully, I don't think he'll ever think of anyone more than himself, at least not over a long period of time. Though if you really want to date him, I wish you the best, I really do. Maybe with a push from the right woman he'll grow up. I will also say that if you do date him, I'd expect in the short time you'll have a lot more tears than you'll have smiles. Hermione stopped for a few breaths before continuing. But Lavender, truthfully, I really think you can do better than Ron. Don't sell yourself short, you're obviously very pretty and brave. You really think so? Lavender asked. Honestly, I think you're a bit over the top with the gossiping and stylish things, but that is probably because I've never really been interested in those types of things. But yes, I do think you have a lot going for you. Thanks. I never expected to hear you say something like that about me. Let's say I've seen a few things differently recently, Hermione responded. If you ever want to talk again, I'll be glad to, but Harry and I have to see the headmaster in the morning and I need to get to sleep. June 20, 1996. The next morning, Harry and Hermione were sitting eating breakfast with Neville and Luna when Lavender yelled. Hermione was right. I can do much better than you. From further down the table. All eyes turned to see Lavender get up from beside Ron and storm out of the Great Hall. All eyes then turned back to a quickly reddening Ron Weasley. Ron took 2 more bites of food before he got up and started out himself, only to stop by Harry and Hermione. You just can't stand for me to have anything, can you? He said in a raised voice to Harry. Told your girlfriend to make me look bad to Lavender, didn't you? Harry looked up and stared at the person who had been his friend for so many years. Ron, I think you did that yourself. Grow up, will you? Ron's hand twitched as if he wanted to reach for his wand, but he could see Harry, Hermione, Neville and Luna already had their hands on theirs. He glowered at Harry for a few more seconds. As his face reddened further, he finally turned and walked away. Harry looked at Hermione after Ron had left. Did you say something to Lavender? She and I had a discussion last night about Ron, Hermione admitted. I told her my honest opinion. Remember that she was there in the final battle and got bitten by Greyback. I couldn't be dishonest with her, she finished silently to him. I remember, and you're right, Harry replied. I guess it's his own fault, he said out loud. I don't know exactly what set them off this morning, but Hermione shrugged. How about him and Romilda? Harry suggested with a wry grin to his wife. He did pine for her in the last timeline. That could be an interesting couple. Thinking of love potions though, we need to do something about Ginny soon, Hermione said, and they both turned and looked at the youngest Weasley. I think I'll have Winky take me to where she's brewing her potions so I can get an idea of when they'll be ready. She paused for a second. I'm concerned about you this summer. Stuck in Grimmauld Place with her and Ron. With Sirius still alive, we will still be there, won't we? They won't need to move the Order headquarters. Harry thought of a whole summer with the 2 youngest Weasleys before continuing. You know, maybe the Dursleys wouldn't be so bad after all. I can't visit you at the Dursleys. Well, not without hexing them into oblivion anyway. I was just kidding, Harry said. Between Sirius, myself, you and Creature, we should be able to keep them under control. If we can catch her in front of Molly or Arthur, they can deal with her. He took her hand. Let's go see Dumbledore and see if he's ready to tell us about the Horcruxes. Good morning, Mr. Potter. And Miss Granger, the headmaster started in his best grandfatherly tone once the 2 of them were situated in chairs in front of his desk. It seems we've had quite an exciting last couple of days. Yes, sir, Harry replied with a tone that left no doubt he wasn't there to engage in small talk. Very well, Dumbledore said. He sat back in his chair and waited for a couple of seconds before continuing. Last night you offered to find the object that Pettigrew was here to recover, while yesterday morning you demanded that I tell you how Voldemort survived years ago. Yes, sir. The fact of the matter is that those 2 things are very much related, I do believe. Dumbledore paused again. His hand instinctively reached for the bowl of yellow candies and he took one. Harry, as I said yesterday morning, I believe through the prophecy you are the single most important person in this struggle, so I am left with no choice. This is not a decision I take lightly, and hope you understand that what I tell you today must not go further than this office. I suppose if you must, you can tell young Mr. Weasley. No, sir, as we told you yesterday, our friendship with Ron is over, Harry said. Neville and Luna Lovegood have proven to be much better friends. Surely you wouldn't let a simple misunderstanding threaten your friendship, Dumbledore said. You're still very young. Sir, please, Harry interrupted the headmaster. Please accept that no time in the near future will I try to reconcile with Ron. Very well, Dumbledore replied discouragingly. I hesitate to suggest the same trust with Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood. I personally feel they are more trustworthy than Ron, Harry said. I think they also proved their friendship the night before last. I agree, Hermione added. Neither of them expressed jealousy over Harry's fame or our relationship. Let's revisit this afterwards, shall we? Once you understand the importance of what I am to tell you, you might reconsider your stance. I feel with the struggles you may face in the future, you'll need the support of your closest friends. Dumbledore didn't want to mention that he wished to keep the Weasleys in Harry's life. He felt they represented the goodness in the wizarding world that Harry would have to fight and possibly die for. Harry shrugged as he looked over at Hermione, knowing that wasn't possible. He then looked back at Dumbledore and waited. Again Dumbledore hesitated. It was several seconds before he continued. I do wish I had my pensieve. It would allow me to show you several things that I feel are important to the story. What story? Hermione asked. I thought we were here to find out how Voldemort stayed alive. You are, of course, but I would prefer for you to understand some things about Tom Riddle so you can better understand what he has done to remain alive. What do you mean understand Tom Riddle? Harry asked. What's to understand? Harry really was happy to not have to relive those memories again. He's a mass murderer who doesn't have the decency to stay dead when he's killed. In the graveyard last year he told me himself he'd gone further than anyone else to achieve immortality. We just want to know what exactly he meant by that. If I am supposed to be the only one who can kill him, I think knowing how he is staying alive is the first step. Still, I will tell you a little of Riddle's background and then we'll get to his methods, Dumbledore insisted. Tom, as you know, is a direct descendant of Salazar Slytherin. That came from his mother, a woman named Merope Gaunt. Dumbledore paused as he would in a classroom lecture and after a couple of seconds continued. By the time she was born, the descendants of Salazar Slytherin had withered to a single poor uneducated bigoted family. But as you also know, Riddle was a half-blood. Yes, so how did a poor pure-blooded bigot end up marrying a muggle? Harry asked, trying to get the story moving. She herself didn't harbor the same views as her father and brother. In fact, she developed a crush on a young rich muggle man who rode near their home frequently. And what fairy tale where she captivated the man and they run off together? Hermione asked, trying to drag the story out of Dumbledore. No, this was no fairy tale. The young lady ensnared the man in some magical fashion. Imperious? Hermione asked, knowing Dumbledore thought it was otherwise. Possibly, though I think potions are more likely, Dumbledore replied. I think she was a romantic at heart and a love potion would have fit her ideas of that more. As I said, the man she wanted rode past her home often. A hot day, a cold drink, I think you get the idea. Yes, sir. I know that his mother died shortly after his birth and that his father had abandoned him before he was even born, Harry said with a hint of impatience. I found all of that out in my second year from that diary riddle. I even know he grew up in an orphanage, a place he hated. Dumbledore sighed. Yes, but allow me to tell the story. But why is it important to know all of this? It's important to know why Tom hates muggles so much. He didn't know his mother had ensnared his father with magic. He thought his father had abandoned his mother because he found out she was a witch. He blamed his father for the life he led, for the life he hated at the orphanage he lived in. Later, in fact, his father and his family were found murdered by what was obviously a killing curse. Voldemort did it? Harry asked, again knowing he'd get the tale of Morphin. In public records you'll find that Tom's uncle, his name was Morphin Gaunt, confessed to the crime. It was confirmed that his wand was used to commit the murders. But you don't believe it, do you? Hermione asked. No. Again, I wish I had my pensieve, Dumbledore repeated in a wistful voice as he glanced at the cabinet he normally kept it in. Near the end of his life I was able to visit Morphin and secure his memory of that night. It took a bit of coaxing, but I learned a lot. You see, Tom Riddle came to visit him the day the murders happened. It was then he discovered who his father was. I believe Tom stunned Morphin and took his wand. He then killed his father and his family before returning to the shack where the Gaunts lived. He changed his uncle's memories and then left his wand near him. How did you get the memories if Tom changed them? Harry asked. A skilled legilimens can coax modified memories out, especially if it was done poorly. Riddle at that time was only a gifted student but not enough experience to truly do the job well, Dumbledore explained as he leaned forward in his chair. So basically because an uneducated witch potioned a muggle, an untold number of people have died. Hermione asked. That's a very succinct way of stating such a complex issue, but yes. Do you think if Ginny had succeeded, she and I could have had a kid that grew up to be the next Dark Lord? Harry asked his wife, only half joking. Maybe, Hermione answered. Especially if you named the child Albus Severus like we joked about earlier. What about Severus Albus? He could then have been a SAP like his namesakes, Harry replied before a shudder ran through him as he quickly shunned all thoughts of such a future out of his mind. So, what does that have to do with Voldemort's immortality? He asked the headmaster. To defeat someone, you must understand them, Harry, Dumbledore explained. Especially Tom Riddle. As powerful as he is, I feel he has many weaknesses, but maybe you're correct and this isn't the day for that discussion. He sat back in his chair again and studied the two young people for several seconds before continuing. As I said earlier, what I'm going to tell you must not get out. If Voldemort knew I had found out his secret, he'd make finding them much harder. Finding what, sir? Harry asked, jumping on the next thing. His Horcruxes, Dumbledore replied after only a small hesitation. What's a Horcrux? Harry asked as he struggled to keep his face inquisitive. The darkest magic imaginable. You see, a magical person can split his soul, and if he has enough power, he can put a part of it in a container, shall we say, Dumbledore explained. That container is called a Horcrux. As long as a part of a person's soul remains locked away in a Horcrux, that person cannot die. His body can be destroyed, but his soul would remain behind waiting to return. A ghost, sir? Hermione asked what would have seemed to be a logical question. No, a ghost is but an imprint of a departed soul, not a part of the actual soul itself. And that's how Voldemort did it. Stayed alive, I mean. And that thing in the room of requirements, that Pettigrew was? Hermione asked but left the sentence suggestive. I do believe. The diary, Harry exclaimed, trying to move the conversation along. It was his Horcrux, wasn't it? I mean, I remember him saying he poured some of his own soul back into Ginny. Voldemort's soul. Yes, Harry, that was indeed a Horcrux. When you handed it to me that evening all those years ago, I finally had the proof I'd been searching for. I had proof that Voldemort had indeed split his soul. But Harry destroyed it, so how could Voldemort still be alive? Hermione asked as they tried to push Dumbledore into admitting more Horcruxes. And if it's not a Horcrux, what do you think Peter was here to get? Ah, Harry, you mentioned earlier something that bears on this conversation at this point, Dumbledore stated. You said Voldemort told you he'd gone further than any other wizard down the path of immortality. So he must have made more than one. Harry asked, trying to appear shocked. Exactly, Dumbledore beamed as he was sure he'd led the teens down the path of enlightenment. How many did he create? Hermione asked. Dumbledore sighed as the happiness left his face. That is a question that I have pondered for a while now. Ever since I was certain it was Horcruxes that Riddle had created. Is there a limit to how many you can make? From what I've read and experienced with Harry, Voldemort has always considered himself the most powerful or the best at everything, Hermione said as they tried to give the answer to Dumbledore. He wouldn't settle for second best. I mean, last year he had to have Harry's blood because it was best for his purpose, even though any enemy's blood would have worked to resurrect him. Dumbledore grimaced slightly at the mention of Harry's blood and Horcruxes. In arithmancy, Professor Vector said 7 was the most powerful magical number, Hermione continued. Is it possible that he could split his soul into 7 pieces? If it is, I'm sure that's what he'd do. Very good, Miss Granger, though it is only speculation. I think you may be right. Unfortunately, I fear we need proof of that to be certain, otherwise we're risking all on a hunch, Dumbledore said. Until we are sure all of his Horcruxes are destroyed, we will be unable to kill Riddle. A sadness descended upon the headmaster as he knew he looked upon the last Horcrux sitting in front of him. Now is not the time for that, though. I need him to trust me, to trust that I know what must be done. I must find a way to convince him to do what must be done, he thought. Finally he turned his mind back to the conversation. I hope you now can see why keeping this quiet is extremely important. If Tom knew I was searching for his Horcruxes, he'd make them impossible to find. Do you have any ideas on where they may be? Hermione asked. I had hoped to find one in the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore admitted. But even though I searched it, none were to be found. Though I did realize why afterwards. Why, sir? Remember that he made his first when he was only 16 years old, Dumbledore explained. I am positive he used the death of Myrtle to accomplish the endeavor. So, it takes a death to create a Horcrux? Harry asked, knowing full well what it took. It takes murdering someone, the ultimate act of evil. Then it couldn't have been Myrtle, unless you can create the Horcrux days or even weeks after the murder, Hermione remarked. I mean, according to Harry, the diary Voldemort knew about things happening well after Myrtle's murder, including knowing you were watching him. In fact, I think Harry said that Voldemort mentioned it was only after you started watching him once Hagrid was expelled did he think to leave the diary. I guess I only heard what I thought I was going to hear when Harry told me the tale, Dumbledore admitted. That is a very good observation, Miss Granger. I don't think it will bear any great meaning about how many Horcruxes Riddle created, but I shall have to rethink that part of what I know. Thank you, Professor. Now let us discuss what I feel Peter was here to retrieve, Dumbledore said. He said Voldemort called it a diadem. I think that is very important. Why would it be? Isn't that just another name for a tiara or crown? Hermione asked. Yes, but you see, I think, and this is something else my pensieve would have assisted me in showing you, I think that Riddle is collecting objects that are associated with the founders. You don't think it's the lost diadem of Ravenclaw, do you? Hermione asked in a surprised voice. You're familiar with it? Dumbledore asked. Luna mentioned it just recently, Hermione answered. She said her father wanted to recreate it, but hasn't it been lost ever since Rowena Ravenclaw herself died? Yes, but if anyone could have found it, it would be Tom Riddle, Dumbledore replied. Of course there is no guarantee that's what it is. You should alert me to anything that might resemble a jeweled headpiece for examination. Of course, sir, Hermione replied. Do either of you have any questions? Dumbledore asked. Do you have any other ideas of what his Horcruxes might be or where they might be located? Harry asked in return. I am positive I know where one is, he replied. In fact, if you would, I'd like you to assist me in something, Harry. Dumbledore paused for a couple of seconds, but finally he rose from his seat and walked over to a cabinet where he tapped his wand in a complex pattern on its door. When he finished, the cabinet sprung open. Dumbledore reached inside and pulled out a very familiar item, the gold locket of Salazar Slytherin. He briefly stared at it before returning to his seat. As he sat back down, he placed the locket in the middle of the desk. Both Harry and Hermione eyed it with disgust. They each could feel the effects it had on them from the months of carrying it around with them. I recognize that, sir, Harry said finally. It was at Sirius House. When we were cleaning it this past summer we found it, but I thought it got thrown out. Fortunately it seems it was retrieved by Kreacher, Dumbledore explained. This is the locket of Salazar Slytherin himself. Kreacher told a very interesting tale about. It seems Voldemort had hidden it away, but Sirius Bother Regulus retrieved it and in doing so perished. Do you think it's a Horcrux? Most likely, Dumbledore responded. Most likely indeed. From what Kreacher said, Riddle went to most extraordinary lengths to hide it away in a cave. But as you found out this past summer, it's not easily opened. I have yet to find a way myself, but I think it might be possible for you, Harry. What do you mean? I couldn't open it last summer. Harry didn't want to jump too quickly to the right answer and raise suspicion. But now you know who the locket belonged to, Dumbledore explained. What does that tell you? Slytherin's locket? Harry asked. Parselmouth. Excellent, Dumbledore said as again his eyes beamed as he thought he'd led Harry to the answer. Yes, I believe you are the only person outside of Tom Riddle who can open this locket. He once again rose to his feet and walked over to the wall where the sword of Gryffindor hung. I think we must first prepare ourselves, Dumbledore explained. A Horcrux's container must be destroyed beyond the ability of magic to repair it. The sword can do that? Hermione asked, wanting to see if her guess had been correct a little over a year in the future about the basilisk venom. Originally the sword could not, but I think it will now, Dumbledore answered. You see, goblin-made weapons will absorb or take in anything that will make it stronger. This sword came in contact with just such a thing, something that is known to destroy Horcruxes, for it did just that 3 years ago. Harry played along as he said. But I destroyed the other one with a basilisk fang. The fang itself wasn't what did it, Harry, Dumbledore continued in his grandfatherly voice. It was the venom in that fang. The sword itself absorbed some of that venom when you killed the basilisk. Now it also should be able to destroy a Horcrux. You know, it would have been nice to have mentioned that to me sometime in the future, Harry said to Hermione. What if we had gotten that sword per his will and one of us had accidentally cut ourselves with it? We would have been dead without Fawkes there. I know you thought of it, but what if you hadn't? He nodded to the headmaster who had moved back and stood by his seat. Now from what you experienced last time, I would like to avoid any unnecessary risks. Once you open it, I want you and Hermione to move away quickly, Dumbledore instructed as he pulled out his wand and laid it on the desk within easy reach. I do not believe this one will be as strong as the diary, but no reason to take chances. Harry was glad he wouldn't be around the locket. He was concerned about what it might say about him or Hermione. It might say something about them being from the future or other secrets they now had locked away. He took a deep breath and looked at Dumbledore. I'm ready, sir. He could see the headmaster's grip tighten on the sword hilt before he nodded. Harry looked down at the locket and focused on the snake on the front of it. Section open section, he hissed. When he saw the locket start to open, he moved quickly away from it and to Hermione's side. They both pulled out their wands and waited to see what would happen. The halves of the locket split and Harry knew that eyes were looking up from the locket. Eyes that looked like Tom Riddle's from many years previous. For a split second he expected to see the images of him and Hermione materialize from it as it did on a cold night next to a pond, but though it was the same voice, different words came. Your heart is open to me, Albus Dumbledore. Dumbledore stared at the locket inquisitively, but raised the sword ready to destroy the Horcrux. He hesitated when an image of a young girl arose from Golden Locket. Harry gasped as he saw what had materialized. He recognized the young girl from a portrait that hung on the wall of the Hogshead Inn. Harry realized he should have known what would happen. He knew he should have guessed the locket would attack with Ariana Dumbledore, the headmaster's true weakness. Professor, destroy it, destroy the locket, sir. Harry exclaimed. You would kill me again. The riddle Ariana asked as she looked up at her brother. Aberforth was right, you were responsible for my death. Harry could see wetness appear in Dumbledore's eyes and knew the struggle he was facing. You who could not be bothered by a sister while you dreamed. Professor, Harry yelled. He could see the sword was close to the locket, but Dumbledore's eyes were fixed on his sister's image. The headmaster was frozen as he stared at the locket. Harry crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed the exposed part of the hilt. He shoved forward on it and the sword pierced through the locket just as Riddle Ariana was saying, Love of Gellert. A scream echoed in the office as the Horcrux died. Dumbledore blinked as he looked up and realized what had happened. Thank you, Harry, he said quietly. That was very difficult, he murmured as he sat down heavily. The sword fell onto the desk with a solid thump as he released his grip. For the next 2 minutes Dumbledore sat and did nothing. Finally he reached over and took the locket in hand. In his mind he could still see and hear his sister's accusations. Seconds became a minute and then 2. He seemed to not notice that Harry and Hermione were still there as the painful memories from a long-ago childhood passed through his mind. Is it safe now? Hermione asked, trying to sound nervous, but the headmaster didn't answer. Professor, Harry finally said when Dumbledore still eyed the locket without speaking, what did it mean by what she said? Dumbledore's eyes stayed on the locket for several seconds more until they finally rose to find Harry's. Wetness glistened in them, making the blue lighter in color. Forgive me, but there are some things that are best left buried, he said finally. Yes, sir, Harry said. Of course. So, it was definitely a Horcrux. Again it was several seconds before Dumbledore answered as he had looked back down at the locket. Finally he answered quietly. Yes, that was most definitely a Horcrux. He finally regained himself and sat the locket down on his desk. He sighed heavily. Be careful when you are searching for the diadem. Do not try to summon it. It's possible that there are defensive measures around it that might react to magic. If you do find it, come get me before trying to move it. Definitely, Harry said. Are you all right, sir? Harry asked as he could still see a haunted look in the headmaster's eyes. I will be, Dumbledore replied truthfully. Harry took Hermione's hand and turned toward the door. As they neared it, Hermione remembered Hufflepuff's cup. She turned back to the headmaster. Professor Dumbledore, I just had a thought. Yes. Well, Voldemort gave one of his Horcruxes to Lucius Malfoy, right? Yes, but I am sure that Lucius did not know what he possessed. Yes, sir, but what if he gave another one to a different Death Eater? It is most definitely a possibility, Dumbledore replied. Oh, then of course you must have already planned to search the houses and vaults of those who died at the Ministry. Hermione said. I mean, that's exactly what the decree for justifiable confiscation was made for. Neither Harry nor Hermione missed the slightly widening of the headmaster's eyes before he spoke. I have a meeting with the minister scheduled for later this morning. I am sure the subject will be broached. It must be approached delicately though to ensure no one else finds out about the Horcruxes. Of course, sir, Hermione replied. Good luck on your search. And please remember to not touch the diadem if you find it. We won't, Hermione said. Would it be possible to maybe block off that hallway? Make sure no one but us and our friends can get to the room. Your friends? You plan on having Mr. Longbottom and Miss Lovegood join you? Yes, sir. If the room is as big as Peter suggested, we will need all the help we can get. Dumbledore eyed them over his half-moon glasses. I must insist you do not mention what we discussed here. We understand, sir, we can just tell them we're looking for something that Voldemort cursed. Very well then, Dumbledore agreed as a sense of elation grew inside of him. With the fact that they had been willing to listen and not discuss Horcruxes with their friends, he felt he'd won a battle to regain the teens' trust. I will arrange some means to prevent students from accessing that hall, but I do not want to do anything that would draw attention to the fact you're searching for something. Yes, sir. We'll keep quiet about it, sir. Again, Dumbledore felt he'd achieved another small victory and he knew how to win a bit more of their trust back. Miss Granger, have you sent the owl to your parents yet? I feel the quicker I put up the wards the better. I was going to send it today. Please do so as soon as possible so I can make sure the wards are in place before you arrive home. Thank you, sir, Hermione replied. That is most appreciated. As Albus Dumbledore watched the teens leave his office, he felt he had regained some control of the situation. Another hurdle, Harry said silently as he turned to look at his wife. Using Peter was brilliant, you're brilliant. It was you standing up to him yesterday. You almost had me convinced we were going to Beauxbatons next year. Shall we head for the room? Let's get the owl sent to my parents first and then I want to check on Ginny's potions. 20 minutes later, they were in the Ollery. Hermione's letter to her parents proved to be a challenge. She remembered that she'd not been able to write them much during the 5th year since Umbridge had curtailed communications, but she could not remember what she might have told them. She was also faced with making sure she didn't reference anything that her parents might not have told her yet. She ended up writing a long letter that didn't say much but stressed that everything was fine. She then told them that the headmaster would personally be around soon to increase magical protection at their house. While Hermione battled with the letter, Harry sat on a pile of straw talking to Hedwig. The loss of the owl had been tough and this was the first time he'd come up to see the owl since they had come back in time. When he'd first laid eyes on his friend for so many years he'd been unable to contain the tears that had fallen. Hedwig, Harry said gently. You will never be in a cage again. I just want you to fly to Sirius or Hermione's parents' home instead of being caged. The owl nuzzled Harry's face. You're now as much Hermione's as you are mine. She's my wife so you obey her as you would me. Hedwig looked questioningly at Harry and then flew off his shoulder and landed softly on Hermione's as to say she understood. She gave a quiet peck and looked at her new mistress with her large yellow eyes. Hermione returned the gaze of the owl and smiled. So you'll share Harry with me. The owl gave another peck. Hermione looked over at Harry. I'll tell Crookshanks the same thing, but don't expect much. He doesn't even obey me, he's a cat. Harry grinned as he enjoyed the sight of Hedwig on Hermione's shoulder. He then thought of the stuffed owls and cages the others had that night at Privet Drive to fool Death Eaters and he shook his head as he remembered what it had led to. Why didn't I just let you fly free then? He said to the owl. His eyes moved to his wife who was looking back at him as she felt his sadness. Why did you have those cages and Hedwig's? I mean it was one more thing to have burdened all of the teams. I could have sent Hedwig days earlier or with the Dursleys to be released once they were far enough away. I don't remember who suggested it, Hermione replied softly as she looked up. I was just worried about you getting out of there alive. So did you like being me? Harry asked with a smirk. Let's just say that riding a thestral as you is a bit more painful than riding one as me, Hermione replied. Though I never thought to actually examine, she trailed off as she thought again of the 2-year-older Harry, causing her to blush. It was a couple of minutes before Hermione's attention went back to the note to her parents as Harry sat silently waiting. While Harry waited, his mind turned back to that day of escaping from Privet Drive. He looked at Hermione, who still had Hedwig on her shoulder. As his wife reached up and absent-mindedly stroked the owl, Harry could see a glint of gold around her neck. The time turner, he thought as he realized what it was. He suddenly straightened up. I know how to do it, he exclaimed. Do what? Make Dumbledore think you killed Voldemort, Harry replied. Hermione looked up curiously at her husband. Polyjuice potion and the time turner, Harry said. I think the best time to hit Voldemort is right after he tries to kill me. It really hurt him and he was down on the ground, maybe even unconscious. If he's alone he should be vulnerable at that time. But you were out at the same time you said, Hermione replied, and then she realized what Harry meant by the time turner. So we go into whatever we are planning with the intention of going back in time. Polyjuice. Harry nodded. You got to be me, so it's only fair I get to be you. Are you sure you won't be looking down your shirt or at my bits instead of battling Voldemort? Hermione asked with a wry grin. The grin vanished as she started thinking through the possibility. But if you are serious about it, I'll need to start brewing it soon. We'll need to have you change a couple of times before you need to fight. Why? I wasn't joking about parts of me, or I should say you, hurting on that thestral, Hermione replied, but I also wasn't balanced correctly. At the confused look on Harry's face she explained. As much as you find my beasts fascinating, they are part of my body mass and have to be balanced. I do it naturally, but when I was you, I found myself not feeling quite balanced right. If you plan on fighting Voldemort as me, you better plan on getting used to moving as me. It'll at least tell us if it's possible for you to do it, she finished. I'm not going to lose you just to get back at Dumbledore. Do I get to look down my shirt when I'm not fighting? Harry asked, causing Hermione to roll her eyes. Wished it could make you me during that time of the month. See what you think then, Hermione smirked. All of a sudden Harry wondered if becoming Hermione was such a good idea. Finished, Hermione said as she folded the letter a little later and attached it to Hedwig's leg. Take it to my house, Hedwig, she said. Give it to my mother. As they watched the owl fly toward the south on her way to the Grangers, Hermione remembered this time 2 years previous. This time last time she'd been laying in the hospital bed recovering from the curse by Dolohov. Her hand went to her as she could still feel the pain it had caused, just as she could still feel the Cruciatus curse Bellatrix Lestrange had used. She couldn't help but feel a bit happier that both of those Death Eaters were now dead. Harry saw the movement and wrapped his arms around her. No one's going to hurt you this time, he said gently. You can't know that, Harry, she replied. There will always be danger until this is all over. She turned to look at him. But we've already saved Sirius and maybe Dumbledore. You've thought of a way to keep him away from the ring. I'm hoping this morning might do it, Hermione said. When he was mesmerized by the locket you had to help him. They both thought of the look on the headmaster's face as he saw his sister. I'm hoping he thinks about having help to go after the ring. If he does, we're the only ones that he really can turn to. We can hope, Harry replied, but it is Dumbledore. They turned their gaze back to the horizon as they enjoyed the late spring warmth. It was several seconds before Harry finally broke the silence as he slid his arm around her waist. Let's go find Luna and Neville for lunch and then head for the room of requirements. Let's take a quick look at Ginny's potions first, Hermione replied. I want to get an idea when they'll be ready, she sighed. I really don't know what to do about her. I still hope we can wait until we leave here, Harry remarked. I'd prefer for Arthur or Molly to deal with it instead of the possibility of her being arrested or getting expelled and making the Weasleys look bad. I just can't do that to Arthur and Molly. I agree, Hermione said. Let's go find out what we're up against then. Winky and Dobby showed them the little alcove in the cave where the boats landed. As they saw the 4 cauldrons simmering over never-ending flames, Hermione couldn't help but be impressed by the youngest Weasley's planning. I'd never have thought about here, she admitted. But it's the perfect place. No one comes down here and it's only used that first night. She walked over to every cauldron and examined them closely. When she got to the last one she frowned. This one isn't from the list, Hermione said. She conjured a small ladle and dipped some of the potion out. She then spent several minutes casting spells on the liquid. Finally she looked at Harry with a look of trepidation. She's added a lust potion. So she basically wants to beat me. Something like that, Hermione replied as she banished her ladle. I wonder if she's thinking of enticing you with say, or what? Normally a 15-year-old boy would jump at the chance for say. Especially if influenced by that, Hermione nodded at the cauldron. But, she'd have to know it might not last unless she planned to keep potioning you. You're thinking something else. What if she planned on trying to get pregnant? She knows you'd do the honorable thing, Hermione said softly. You'd leave me and marry her without hesitation. Harry swallowed hard as he looked at the simmering liquid as he contemplated what Ginny had planned. Finally he looked up at Hermione and answered. I guess I should be glad Cho and I never hooked up then. I mean if I'd gotten as serious about her as I am about you then this, he motioned to the cauldrons, might have happened and I wouldn't have known. I hope you're glad because you have your soulmate now, Hermione said as she glowered at him. She couldn't hold the look for long as she smiled. But I know what you mean. You're the only one I want to get pregnant. Harry reddened as he realized what he'd said. I mean, when like in a few years, you said. Hermione laughed at his discomfort. She took his hand and looked him in the eyes. When we are ready to be parents, I very much want to have your children, but it will be a while before we are ready for that kind of responsibility. We should wait at least 3 years after we finish school. Why? Harry asked. I mean I'm in no hurry but why 3 years? The transition from school to real life is a very stressful time, Hermione explained. Longer hours are normal since you're junior in whatever you're doing. You're spending a lot of time just learning to do your job. We just need to make sure we have the time to be parents to our children before we have them. Harry closed his eyes and remembered his parents' home in Godric's Hollow. He imagined a similar home with a white fence around it with a small girl of 3 or 4 giggling as she played with a dog in the yard while a very pregnant Hermione was standing next to him watching the little girl as well. His eyes opened and he could see from the look in Hermione's eyes that she'd seen the image in his mind. The moment they're shared was interrupted when something tugged on their sleeves. Master, Mistress, Winky whispered when they looked down at her. The red-headed one who made these is coming. She looked over her shoulder as if expecting her to be there. Dobby is delaying her but it won't last long. Get us out of here then, Harry said and held out his hand. Wait, Hermione instructed as she pulled out her wand. With a quick movement and a command their footsteps disappeared from the dirt. She gave one more quick look to make sure there were no further evidence of them being there and then took the offered elf's hand. With a crack, they disappeared. Ginny Weasley heard a noise as she finally was able to force the door to the steps into the cave opened. It had been stuck for some reason. She looked around but after seeing nothing she continued to her alcove. She examined each cauldron to make sure they were progressing as expected. She smiled as she saw her own reflection in the emerald-looking liquid in one of the cauldrons. Just like my Harry's eyes, she thought. So what are we going to do? Harry asked quietly as they walked down the corridor from where Winky had taken them. I know we're safe from those potions but still I don't want to be worried about everything I drink or eat or worse, worry that she might poison you. We don't have to worry yet, Hermione replied, or at all since we're protected from those types of potions. But even then, the last one of those won't be done until the day before we leave. She'd referenced the instructions to where the liquids were currently. As long as she's working on this plan she's probably not trying anything else. What about Dean? Harry asked. Do you think she'll go for him again to try to make me jealous? Possibly, Hermione acknowledged as her lip disappeared under her teeth. How about this, she said finally. I'll brew up the antidote to the love potion she's creating and we'll slip it to him when we're getting off the train. The train? Harry's eyes lit up. That's it, that's when she's going to try to get to me or us. How do you know? Hermione asked. She might try the dinner before. No, don't you see, she doesn't know I'm going to Grimmauld Place yet. She thinks I'm going to be locked up with the Dursleys again, Harry explained. No contact with the magical world and all that time for any potions she gives me to work. And the same thing for me, Hermione agreed. Should we tell her you're going to Grimmauld? She might not try it then. No, let her keep thinking what she's thinking. Otherwise she might try to change plans before we leave school, Harry said. This way we'll be where we can have Arthur or Molly find her. That's our plan then. We can still have some fun though, Harry said. We just need a little help from Neville and Luna on the train. Let's go find them, have lunch and go on to the room of requirements. An hour later they were in the room of requirements. Neville gave a long low whistle as they entered and saw the cathedral-like room. Though Harry had shown them the room in the pensieve of when he was stashing the book in the fight with Malfoy and his goons, seeing it in person was still very impressive. Luna walked over to a pile of junk and pulled out some kind of shell. "You don't think there's anything alive in here, do you?" she asked. "I think this is a dark-bellied stinging Larcom eggshell. I'd hate for one to sneak up on me if it hatched in here." She glanced around to make sure there wasn't one at that moment anywhere around her. Hermione thought the eggshell looked more like a dragon one but then remembered that Luna had been right about Miranda. She pulled out her wand and pointed it in a direction. "Animum revelio," she said. After verifying no animals were in that direction, she did the same thing for the others' directions as well. Finally she turned to Luna. "No animals anywhere in here, so it should be safe. The dark-bellied stinging Larcom is a very large insect," the bee, owned which replied. "It's not an animal." "Oh," Hermione responded. She actually was tempted to argue that insects were animals but knew the spell she'd used did not detect insects. With insects being so numerous in the world, it would basically make the spell useless if it did. "Well, neither Harry nor I have ever seen one in here and you didn't see any in the memory, but we'll just keep an eye out for one just in case," she finally said to Luna. After verifying the location of the diadem, the four teenagers started exploring the giant room to see what else might be around. It had been only a few minutes of walking through the rows of junk when a thought came to Harry. "You know, I don't understand something," he said as the four of them stopped. Voldemort was sure he'd been the only one to discover this room, but look around, how could he think that? "I mean, some of this stuff has been here for hundreds of years." He picked up an old pewter plate that had been laying on table beside a bowl filled with multicolored gemstones. "To try to guess what goes on in the mind of Voldemort is useless," Hermione replied. "Though I guess if anyone can, it would be Dumbledore. The two of them are very much alike. As much as I don't really care for chess, this is very much like it. Voldemort is the Dark King, Dumbledore is the White. They each maneuver their pieces trying to achieve victory. One has never cared for any of his pieces while the other has forgotten what they are except a way to defeat Voldemort." She reached over and picked up some of the gemstones in her hands and let them trickle back into the bowl. "There's a fortune in this room," she muttered as she then reached for a long-forgotten book. She noticed it had the stamp of the Hogwarts library. She huffed. "How can anyone just leave a library book in here? Other students need them." "Focus, Hermione," Harry said as he eased the book out of her hand. "We can collect them and give them back to the library when we get a chance." It was late afternoon when the door to the room opened. An enchanted voice called out, "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood." When the four teenagers made it to the front they found the headmaster looking at them. "I stopped by to see if you've had any success," Dumbledore stated as he gazed around the room. "Not yet, sir," Harry lied. "But we're still looking. We cleared out an area there." He pointed to a place where a table and chairs now stood in a cleared out area. "And found table and chairs so we can eat in here as well." "We'll find it, sir. We know how important it is." "I have no doubt," Dumbledore replied. "Well, I'll leave you be. I have warded the hallway outside of this room so only you four and professors can enter it." "Thank you." Dumbledore gave Harry a long but friendly look. Harry felt no legitimacy, so he gave the headmaster a nod. Finally Dumbledore turned left the room. "We now have several days in here, so what should we do?" Harry asked. "I need to look at the vanishing cabinet," Hermione replied. "Do we know if Creature was able to buy the other one?" "I never asked Sirius," Harry replied and pulled out the mirror. Sirius let him know that Creature had purchased it but it wouldn't be delivered until the next day. "How are you having it delivered?" Hermione asked. "Your house can't be seen." "It's Bojan's," Sirius laughed. "You don't think they have customers who want things delivered to places they don't want known? They were told they'd be met down the street and to have the cabinet fully wrapped. I've told Kingsley that I am having a piece of furniture being delivered, so he and Remus will even be helping me bring it in the house," he smiled. "I've explained to them that since you're coming to live here full time you need a bedroom that's yours and you'll not being sharing one with Ron. I also ordered you a new bed which will be delivered around the same time, he winked at Harry. The best place to hide something is in plain sight. And no one will get suspicious when we're ready to move it to the Grangers. From a teenage boy who decides he doesn't like the furniture his godfather picked out. Sirius asked. We'll tell everyone that it's being taken back to the store and Creature, along with your elves, can get it to the Grangers. Very nice plan, Harry said. Thanks, Sirius replied, beaming. Harry and Hermione exchanged glances as they told each other how much Sirius had changed once he'd been included and shown his talents were needed. The next few days passed quickly. Hermione and Luna studied the cabinet, while Neville and Harry along with the elves started organizing some of the stuff in the room. When Dumbledore stopped by the next day, they explained they thought it would be easier if they organized the room as they went. By the next day they had already accumulated 28 usable brooms, 6 dozen chairs, several swords and other weaponry including a jewel-encrusted battle axe and a matching dagger along with 8 crates full of odds and ends that might be useful. After taking a nasty bite from a fanged frisbee he and Neville had been tossing around, Harry decided to take a break and see if Madame Hooch wanted the brooms they'd found. What is it, Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom? The flying instructor asked as they came into her office carrying the brooms. We were cleaning out an old room. Harry started with the agreed-upon story. And we came across these brooms. We thought we'd ask you if you could use them before we threw them away. Madame Hooch started looking the brooms over, mentioning one thing being wrong or another. Several of them she sat aside. Those she said could definitely be used in her beginner's class. When there were only 3 left she gasped as she saw what she held. This is an Oakshaft 79 and it's almost in perfect condition. When neither Harry nor Neville made any indication of recognition she elaborated. This broom is a collectible, priceless. It was this type of broom that made the first broom flight across the Atlantic. She looked back down at the broom and ran her hand over the handle. Where did you get this? Just a room filled with old junk, Harry replied. It probably belongs to the school by now. I'll make sure it's taken care of then, Madame Hooch said, still gazing longingly at the broom. Yes, ma'am. The flying instructor never even noticed when the 2 students left her office. Hermione sat amongst an ever-growing pile of books trying to sort them out as she took a well-deserved break from working on the vanishing cabinet. Even with Luna's help and Sirius using the mirror to let her compare the cabinet she was working on to the one that now was at Grimmauld Place, the work was still very tedious. In front of her were 4 piles of books. One was meant for the books to be returned to Hogwarts Library, another was for old schoolbooks she planned to scan them later for possible notes, a third pile contained what was most definitely dark magic books, while the last were books she thought might be useful to study. Every time she placed a book marked with the seal of Hogwarts Library in the appropriate pile she uttered a few non-polite words for the unknown student who would not return a library book. She was surprised when the next book she picked up from the unsorted pile was a copy of Secrets of the Darkest Arts, the same book she had summoned from Dumbledore's own study the next year following his death. It was the book that described how to create a Horcrux and how to destroy one. She showed it to the others. At least if we happen to mention something about Horcruxes that he hasn't told us, we have an excuse, Hermione said to the others who were sorting other objects. She looked at it more closely and saw a family crest on the inside cover. She recognized it at once. 2 dogs rising against a shield with a chevron and sword, underneath it all was the words, Toujours Pure. This came from the Black Family Library, she said excitedly. See, it has their crest. She showed it to Harry who had joined her. Guess we now know how Sirius knew of Horcruxes then, Harry said. Doesn't surprise me though, as dark as his family was supposed to have been. This type of magic was probably discussed at the nightly dinner table. Wonder which of his relatives left it here. He took the book from Hermione's hand. We should see if he wants it back. But, shouldn't we give it to Dumbledore? Hermione asked. I mean, he wants all of these things out of circulation and I can't blame him. How about we let Sirius decide? Harry said. It's his family's book anyway. Hermione sighed. Books always rekindled the respect authority that had defined her for so long. That's fair, she said finally as she pulled out the mirror and called for Sirius. Thought you were taking a break, Sirius said when he appeared. He had a dab of some sauce on the corner of his mouth from something he was obviously eating. I am, at least from the cabinet, but we came across a book that belongs to you, or actually to the Black family, Hermione explained. We wanted to know if you wanted it. Which book? Are you alone still? Hermione asked, and at the affirmation from Sirius she told him what it was and why it was important. So that's the book that told Voldemort how to make them. Yes, and we wanted to know if you want it back or shall we give it to Dumbledore. I don't want it, Sirius replied, but will you need it? Hermione wrinkled her brow as she thought of what was in the book. I don't think so, she said. I can skim back through it to make sure I remember what was in there. Then give it to Albus, Sirius said. Then with a grin he added. It'll let him know you know everything about Horcruxes, right? That's what I was thinking. If we slip on something we have a reason, Hermione agreed. Do me a favor though, Sirius said. See if you can eliminate my family crest from it. I don't want anything like that associated with the new House of Black. You're going to keep the same crest. Of course. Well, I'm adding a second line to the text, Sirius said. Toujours pur de cœur is the new family motto. I figure it will keep my mother rolling in her grave. Always pure of heart, Hermione translated for Harry when he looked quizzically at her. That's perfect, Sirius. Thank you, Sirius replied with a smile as he pretended to bow. You know how much I truly love my dear old mother, he smirked. I don't think she really knew how apt my middle name truly was. All along she thought she was just naming me after my father Orion. What Hermione started, but when she saw Harry start to laugh, she caught on quickly that if Sirius Middle was Orion, his initials would be Sob. Especially for the mother of Padfoot. She asked. Works that way too, Sirius laughed. Okay kids, I was eating and then planned to get back to work. We know, Hermione said and indicated a spot on her face where Sirius had a bit of sauce. Oh. Sirius gave a quick swipe with a napkin. Better. When Hermione nodded he continued. Ever since you told Creature the locket was destroyed he's redoubled his cleaning efforts. Now if I could just find a way to get my dear old mother off the wall, this place won't be half bad when you get here. I'll need you again soon with the cabinet, Hermione reminded him. I'll be here. As Sirius faded from the mirror, Hermione looked at the book still in her hand. She liked the idea of the minor wording change to the black crest and how it completely changed the entire message. As she continued to look at the black crest, remembering Grimmauld Place and all the dark magic that was in the house, she thought of the rest of the pureblood families. Do you think it will ever change? Hermione asked softly. What change? The purebloods, the government, everything. When Voldemort is really gone it shouldn't it? Harry asked. But, it didn't last time. I mean back when he tried to kill you as a baby. They thought Voldemort was truly gone and still nothing changed, Hermione explained. After all the years of darkness the same people came back into power and pushed the same pureblood agenda. The people with money and influence didn't even get punished for their crimes. Harry thought of Lucius Malfoy. A man who'd gladly kill Muggleborns, who tried to kill them just to have a law overturned, a law that protected Muggles. Though the man was now almost as good as dead, Harry knew there were plenty others just like him. I'm not sure we can do anything about that, he said finally. I'm not going to start killing people just because of political reasons. No, I couldn't do that either, Hermione agreed. I just wished, she shrugged as she turned back to the books. Wished what? Harry asked. Nothing, Hermione replied, but then sighed when Harry kept looking at her, waiting. I just wished there was something we could do. I mean after Voldemort. Maybe we can, Harry said. We should have some influence after we kill Voldemort, shouldn't we? For a couple of years. But then she took a deep breath and let out another sigh. It will eventually come down to money. You saw how Lucius was always able to buy himself good press and good standings. A big donation to St. Mungo's and he's in with the minister. Dumbledore, with all of his prestige, still could not get people to believe him once the smear campaign started against you in the Phi. I mean this year. If it hadn't been for Luna, her father and the Quibbler, you'd never have had a voice, Hermione said as she looked over at Luna with a smile. But they believe me now, Harry argued. About Voldemort, yes they do, but once Voldemort is gone your influence will wane over time. If she survives, you can probably get Madame Bones elected while the purebloods regroup. Your influence might even last 10 years or so, but eventually they will be back. They will buy goodwill and support. They will, well, you know what will happen. But the government isn't all bad. They did pass the Muggle Protection Act and everything, Harry argued, remembering the very law that Lucius was opposed to. No. Of course not, Hermione replied. But it's easily led, as are the people who elect the government. A story here or there in the prophet can sway an opinion much faster than anything else, and usually it's money that does that. But we still will have Mr. Lovegood and the Quibbler, and of course Luna. Daddy will always be glad to help, Luna said brightly, but then frowned. As long as it doesn't conflict with a possible sighting of a crumpled horned snarkack. You still have some influence over Skeeter as well, Harry added. Hermione smiled. True. Maybe I'm just being pessimistic, but after all that happened just a little more than a year in the future at the ministry. Harry wrapped his arms around his wife. I know, but we can try, and that's all we can ever do is try. We'll do our best and see what happens. Don't forget about us, Neville said. We'll be glad to help any way we can. See, Harry said to Hermione. Maybe it will be better this time. Besides, we also have some money, he continued. I mean, our vault is pretty full. At the raised eyebrow from Hermione, he smirked. Are you forgetting you are my wife, so it is now our money and our vault? It's not just Hedwig, everything I own is now yours as well. But Hermione started to object. She then stopped as she saw the determination in his eyes. He has a point, Hermione, Luna said. But I'd make sure he isn't planning on sharing any Raxperts he comes across with you. Hermione looked at her husband for a couple of seconds. Finally, with a shake of her head and a smile, she gave him a key. I'll even take your Raxperts if it means being with you, she said. I'd take your Raxperts too, Neville whispered to Luna as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Luna's eyes widened as she whirled to face her boyfriend. Are you asking me to marry you too? Neville stammered as he turned bright red. Not yet, but I wouldn't. I mean, in the future I could. I really like you but. He looked at Harry and Hermione in desperation. They were too busy trying to keep a straight face to come to his aid. I really like you too, Neville, Luna said sincerely. But we are too young to be married. She got a thoughtful look on her face before continuing. Though had you been ready to ask, I'd probably would have said yes, she smiled dreamily and gave him a quick key. You would. Neville stammered as his blush continued. Hermione tried to steer the conversation back to the original topic before her side split from trying to hold the laughter in. So how much money do we have in our vault? She asked Harry. He had tears in his eyes as he fought to keep the laughter in as well. I really don't know, Harry replied. This much. He projected an image what his vault looked like the last time he was there. But Mrs. Weasley has taken some of it out to buy things. Hermione had never seen Harry's vault. She gave a low whistle at the amount. That's quite a bit, but I don't think you're. She stopped when Harry raised an eyebrow in question before continuing. I mean, I don't think we're rich enough to change a government, she looked at her husband. Though we are buying you new clothes as soon as we can. Since you aren't going back to the Dursleys, you can dress a bit better. Will it be safe though? To go shopping? Harry asked. I don't want to put other people in jeopardy because of me. I know, Hermione replied as she sighed. But I seriously doubt Death Eaters are staking out every Muggle store in Britain. I really think you need to get out and have fun and do a few things you've never been able to do before. I'd like to do anything with you, Harry replied. I remember somebody mentioning dinner out and dates. Romance. Hermione felt herself wanting to get lost in those green eyes that were looking at her. In her mind she imagined them sitting across from each other at a small candlelit table in an out-of-the-way Italian restaurant. I'd like that, she murmured. Then we'll find a way. You're right. Voldemort can't be watching everywhere. Well, I should get back to the cabinet, Hermione said finally. I really want to have it finished before we leave, just in case we want to come back for some reason. What would we need here? Harry asked. Besides, we could always apparate to the Shrieking Shack. It'd be better. Harry's voice trailed off as he looked at the cabinet. Of course. What? Let's send this one to your parents, Harry said excitedly. I'm sure Dobby and Winky can get it there, and then you can keep working on it. If you get it fixed, you can go back and forth to Grimmauld anytime you want. Then when school starts back, we bring the one from Sirius back here. He turned to Luna and Neville. We'll ask Dumbledore to tell you the secret to where Sirius lives so you can come visit us as well. Come on, Luna, Hermione said as she got up and started back toward the cabinet. Harry just gave me a very good reason to get this thing fixed. I thought you said beating Malfoy was the reason. Luna said. Let's just say that I'd like to have a ferret to test it with when we're ready, Hermione replied with a smirk. But now I think being able to visit Harry's bedroom every chance I get is a much better reason. So he can see your BPs? Luna asked as they started looking at the cabinet again. Hermione started. I guess that's part of it. I was thinking of letting Neville have his reward, Luna said. I know we don't really know how he did on his owl, but I do know he did his best. I think that deserves the reward, don't you? That's up to you, Luna, Hermione said and ducked her head inside the cabinet quickly. Later that afternoon when Neville and Luna came back from another part of the room where they had been searching for anything they might have significance, Harry noticed a dazed but happy smile on Neville's face. When he didn't respond to his name, Harry started to get nervous and turned to Luna. What's with Neville? Did he touch something? I don't really know, Luna replied as she looked over at her boyfriend. He's been that way ever since I gave him his reward for the potions owl. You mean you? Hermione started to ask and then stopped as she remembered Luna saying she was going to. Yes, he seems to think I have nice BPs, Luna replied with a shrug of her shoulders that made Neville's eyes widen as Luna's B-easts moved with the motion. But I think they'll be better when they're a bit bigger. Neville shook his head slightly. Perfect, he murmured as his eyes continued to be slightly glazed over. Well, at least we know what's wrong with him, Harry said with a grin. But I doubt he's going to be much use the rest of the day. Perfect, Neville muttered again as Harry started leading him away toward the table. What is wrong with him? Luna asked Hermione. As soon as I removed my blouse he became all befuddled like that, her eyes widened. Do you think Nargles hang around a woman's B-easts? I've not noticed them, but it would explain the way he's acting. I don't think so, Luna, Hermione said with a smirk. It's just a typical male teen's reaction to, well, B-easts. Oh, then should I stay with him? Luna asked with concern as she looked over at her boyfriend who was now sitting at the table staring at nothing. No, Hermione answered quickly. I think you or at least your B-easts need to be out of his line of sight for a while. But they're covered now, Luna said with a confused look. Yes, well, he just needs to get over the shock, Hermione explained. He'll be fine later. Should I not show them to him again? Luna asked. I thought it would make him happy. I think you made him very, very happy, Harry said as he returned to the two girls. Then maybe if I show them again it will help him recover. Hermione first looked at her friend thinking she was joking and then suddenly realized something. Luna had lost her mother at the age of 9. She was then raised by her father who wasn't the sanest man around and had been basically friendless since arriving at Hogwarts. Though she knew Luna was intelligent, she was extremely innocent and sometimes got ideas that weren't exactly right. Harry, will you excuse us? She said to her husband. She then told him silently what she suspected. He shrugged and walked back over to Neville. Hermione turned back to Luna. Luna, has anyone ever discussed boys and say, with you? Hermione asked in a gentle voice. You mean how to make babies? Luna asked. We learned about how animals make babies in the care of magical creatures and I thought it would be similar for boys and girls, but Luna's voice trailed off. But what, Luna? Hermione asked as her concern grew. I sometimes listen to some of the girls in my dorm discussing boys when they think I'm asleep, Luna started explain. But Luna frowned before continuing to explain what the girls had said. As she listened, Hermione grew angrier and angrier. She immediately knew what had happened in that dorm room. Hermione sighed heavily when Luna finished. Her hand tightened around her wand as she thought of appropriate hexes that she'd like to perform on a few Ravenclaws. Another sigh escaped her lips. As she looked at her friend, it was almost like the 9-year-old Luna who had lost her mother was staring back. Luna, she paused to gather her thoughts and then said, those girls knew you were awake and were telling you lies. I guarantee you that you can most definitely become pregnant on any night, not just a full moon. And you don't. She stopped and smiled at her friend who was waiting patiently for her to continue. Let's start from the beginning, okay? Over the next hour Hermione explained what she knew to Luna. Often blushing at the very pointed questions that Luna asked, Hermione persevered until finally she concluded. But even knowing all of this, don't think you need to rush into anything. I'm almost 19, mentally that is, and still haven't made love, and until Harry and I really are ready we won't. Making love to someone should be a special time with a special person, especially your first time. Later that night in a bed surrounded by curtains away from the large room, Hermione was propped up on her elbow as she slowly ran her fingers on her husband's arm. "I'm very glad I didn't end up in Ravenclaw," she said. "Why?" "Because some of those girls are cruel," Hermione explained softly. "You already know they take Luna's things." Harry nodded. "We should get the elves to find them if they can. Maybe let us know who has been doing it. We'll ask her tomorrow if she'd like the elves' help. But those girls," she paused, "I think they've been purposely giving Luna bad information about personal things, say, and boys. Some of the things she says she overheard seem to be intentionally cruel or maybe trying to get Luna to do something that would hurt her. I'm not sure this is something I want to hear, but I'll be glad to hex a few of the claws if you give me their names," he sighed. "So did you get her all straightened away?" "I think so," Hermione replied. "I hope." She paused before continuing. "I really hope she listens to me and decides not to rush into anything." "Would she? Don't you see? She hasn't been around people to develop the taboos or caution that normally come to us," Hermione explained. With her inquisitive nature she trailed off, knowing Harry would understand. "I'll talk to Neville," Harry suggested. "He'd never take advantage of her." "I know," Hermione replied. "I'm really happy for them, I just hope it was for the best. I still feel like they're together because of us." "I think they're about perfect for each other," Harry remarked. "I mean, they both love the outdoors, she loves animals and he loves plants." He thought about their friends. "He's shy but she's not. He'd never make fun of her." "You're right," Hermione agreed. "There're not too many boys who'd not take advantage of her innocence nor insult her." She smiled at Harry as her finger trailed up his arm and down onto his bare. "In fact, I can think of only one other, but I happen to know he's very much taken." "You keep running your fingers like that and I'm not so sure of the taking advantage of part," Harry replied as he raised his eyebrows suggestively. "Shall I stop then?" Hermione asked as she lifted her fingers off his body while displaying an innocent-eyed look. "Until we are ready." With a quick maneuver Harry had Hermione on her back with his arm wrapped around her. "Only if you want me to stop doing this," he said as his fingers trailed over her skin, "and this," he continued huskily as his lips brushed over her neck and in the spot under her ear. I definitely don't think you need to stop doing that," Hermione gasped. We agreed," she stammered under the nibbles he was applying to her neck. And, in a moment of weakness, Harry stopped and propped himself up. He smiled at Hermione. "As you said, I would never take advantage of you. I'm more than happy to wait until this." He touched her head, "as well as this." He then put his hand over her heart. "Agree that it's time." He pulled her into his arms. "I love you, my own, and I'd never want to do something that we'd regret later." "I love you too," she replied as she snuggled into his. The sense of security she always felt in his arms coming over her. "How'd I get so lucky?" she murmured quietly, but soon her breathing evened out. For a long while Harry held his sleeping wife as his free hand caressed her hair. Soon he followed her into the land of dreams. June 23, 1996. The next morning a refreshed Hermione wiggled her way out of Harry's arms. She wanted to get an early start on the Vanishing Cabinet. The idea of being able to travel between her parents' house and Grimmauld Place was tantalizing, but when she'd woke up she'd thought about the reverse, Harry coming to her house and then from there being able to get out into the Muggle world. "I need this fixed today since tomorrow we leave," she thought. That gave her pause as well. Ginny's potions would also be done today. She shook her head at the thought of the young redhead she'd thought had been her friend. Finally she let the thoughts go so she could concentrate on the task at hand. "This has got to be it," Hermione said a few hours later as she climbed out of the cabinet. When everyone moved closer, she pointed at a series of runes inside the front edge of the cabinet. "I couldn't see it too well in the dark, but finally I noticed this scratch cutting through that rune." She pointed out the almost unnoticeable very fine line that ran through a box with a semicircle in it. "That would make this rune set unstable." Each of the others stuck their head in and looked. It took a couple of hours to repair the wood and recarve the rune, but finally it was complete. Dobby was sent to collect more spiders to do the next test with. When Sirius showed them the still-moving spiders in the mirror a few seconds later everyone was excited. "I'll test it now," Harry exclaimed as he put the mirror in Hermione's hands before he jumped into the cabinet and pulled the door shut. Harry James Potter. Hermione screeched into the mirror when he took it from Sirius a few seconds later. What do you think you were doing? You could have been killed. Or worst, expelled. Harry asked sheepishly into the glare of his wife. The glare only lasted for a few seconds before she rolled her eyes and shook her head. You know, we should have tested it more before doing that, Hermione said. You really could have been injured or killed. I will not lose you, she said defiantly. It would have taken all day, besides we know it works now, Harry said. Fine, Hermione said in a tone that let Harry know that it really wasn't. Now let's at least test the coming back with the spiders before you attempt it. You beat Malfoy, you know, Harry said when he climbed back out of the cabinet a few minutes after the spiders' successful journey. What took him months you did in 3 days, he said. He really didn't want his wife to be angry at him. Hermione blushed at the praise. Luna helped. I'd never been able to finish if she hadn't been checking other possibilities at the same time. I only discovered what wasn't wrong, Luna said in her dreamy voice. You're the one who found out what was broken. But you recognized what wasn't wrong, Neville said. That makes you brilliant as well. Well, I am Ravenclaw, Luna reminded her boyfriend. Wit beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. And your wit is my greatest treasure, Neville said. But I thought you said my BPs were, Luna replied in a voice that was all Luna. Neville reddened as Harry and Hermione did their best to hide their grins. So you're saying you like my mind and my body equally? Luna asked unperturbed. We'll just go over here for a while, guys, Harry said as he took Hermione's arm and led her away from Neville, whose blush now was probably reaching his toes. As they walked away, they could hear Neville trying to stammer out a response. They eventually decided to have a late lunch before going to Dumbledore. As they sat around the table eating off a large platter of various types of sandwiches and drinking pumpkin juice, the conversation returned to the pureblood agenda and what might happen in the future. Look at what was happening after the darkness we saw, Hermione said. I'd bet that Mr. Malfoy in the future would have never been punished. Draco either. Surely Lucius would have went to Azkaban, Harry said. I mean, he might have fallen out of favor with Voldemort at the end, but he'd still done enough to earn a key. His money, Harry, Hermione reminded him. He'd claim the Imperius again, and with enough money in enough hands he'd be believed. Did you see him and his family after the battle? Sitting in the Great Hall with no one bothering them. He and Narcissa didn't fight. So, he was a known Death Eater, someone who had supported Voldemort for years, Hermione exclaimed. Does one night of not fighting make up for all they did? Do you really think it might happen again? Harry asked. I mean, even with Voldemort gone, we'll still have what he believes in. Not immediately. His supporters who don't go to Azkaban will just lay low, but yes. Eventually it will probably come back, Hermione replied. You were right, you know, she said to Harry. What you said to Dumbledore about him allowing the bigotry to happen in the school. She nibbled a bite of sandwich and followed it with a swallow of pumpkin juice before continuing. As long as children are allowed to display their bigotry and hatred, not to mention be lorded over unfairly by professors like Snape, nothing will truly change. You really think Hogwarts can make that big of a difference? Neville asked. Students spend 9 months of the year inside these walls, Hermione explained. More time than they spend with their families during their most impressionable years. If it changes here, if Slytherins are held accountable for their actions, if the Ravenclaw bullies, she looked over at Luna and put her hand on her friend's hand, were held accountable, yes, I think it would go a long way. So next year that's something we can work on, Harry said. Starting with the bullies in Ravenclaw, he also looked at Luna. Please don't, Luna started, suddenly withdrawn into herself. Not because of me. Luna, you're stronger than that, Hermione said emphatically as she grasped Luna's hand tighter. It's different now, you have friends who will back you up. If they try to make it worse, they will not like the fight they're in. When they bully you, they bully all of us. Luna nodded and relaxed slightly. She seemed to relax even more when Neville put his arms around her. I will be there, he said. Nobody is going to bully you again. We thought that we'd get Dobby and Winky to find your stuff, Harry said. They can do it discreetly, but I want to know who's had it. I won't do anything this year, but next year they'll be warned, and if they try it again. When Luna nodded again, Harry called the 2 elves and had them start on retrieving Luna's belongings. As they finished their lunch, the topic once again came back to the wizarding world after Voldemort. All we can really do is be ready to deal with it, Hermione said. I don't think there's much we can really do. Nothing from our future knowledge is going to be the same, I hope anyway, though the words, future knowledge, kicked off an idea in her mind. She frowned but then murmured. No. We can't do that, it wouldn't be right. Do what? Neville asked. Nothing, just Hermione said, and then seeing all eyes on her she continued. As I mentioned, the biggest obstacle we are going to face in the future is the money the purebloods control. Neville and Luna nodded, but Harry had already picked up her thoughts and was sitting back thinking. Well, we do know some things that could help us get money, but it's cheating. What is? Luna asked, looking confused. It's too dangerous anyway, Hermione said, but then continued. I first thought of that since we know things like who won the Quidditch championship and such, we might make money, but even if it wasn't cheating it would be too dangerous because of the butterfly effect. What's the butterfly effect? Neville asked. Obviously it's something to do with coming out of a cocoon, Luna said. Daddy said that. Actually no, it has nothing really to do with butterflies, Hermione replied, as felt she needed to explain before Luna got started. It's a representation of something called sensitive dependence on initial conditions. Now everyone looked puzzled. It just means if something small changes in the starting conditions it can have major effects later on. The reason it's called the butterfly effect is that there is a possibility that even the flap of a butterfly wings, though originally it was described as seagull's wings, can change the weather in an entirely different part of the world. So, what does that have to do with this? Neville asked cautiously. We knew who won the Quidditch championship, but what if because of something we've already done, it changes? But how could it? Harry asked. We haven't done anything that would affect Quidditch. Haven't we? Hermione responded. Do Quidditch players read the newspapers? What if one or more of the players spent more time reading the new articles about us and was late for a practice, and because they were late the practice was different? Now the players are not exactly mentally or physically prepared as they were the last time. In the game itself that would affect what happens, what decisions they make, and so on. That's the whole basis of the butterfly effect, unintended consequences of actions even with very small changes. So there's nothing that we can do? Harry asked. Not unless it happened in the next week and away from the magical where Hermione started, then her eyes flew open. She quickly pulled out her planner and looked. It's June 23rd, it starts tomorrow, she murmured to herself. Can we do it in a day? Do what? There is a Muggle sporting event starting tomorrow called Wimbledon, Hermione explained. It's one of the premier events in England every year in a sport called tennis. It's a sport played with a ball and racket. Yeah, I heard of it, Harry said. But my mother loves tennis, Hermione explained as she cut Harry off. And I specifically remember her saying the winner of the men's singles that I mean this year was a major upset, an unseeded player won. That would mean very large odds. I think I'd recognize the name if I saw it, she bit her lip. But we can't do it. It wouldn't be right. I agree, Harry said. Well, if it's just money we need, why don't we just use those? Luna asked and pointed over to the buckets full of jewels they had found along with several other treasures. Steal them? Hermione asked. That'd be wrong too. She stopped and remembered what had happened to them last time. They had all been destroyed by fiendfire. But Harry had been thinking along the same lines and beat her to the idea. We can store them in a vault, and if we do find we need to fight evil influence with money, we can use them then. But isn't that manipulation? Hermione asked. Wouldn't that make us just as bad? Oh pooh, Miranda said. As long as you're not going to turn evil, which is almost impossible for soulmates since it takes love to bind them, it wouldn't be that bad. Besides, Death likes you, remember. You give him all of Voldemort's soul pieces and you can take the crown jewels themselves and he'd just smile, thank you, and tell you how nice the crown looks on you. If you haven't guessed, he really dislikes Tom Riddle. But, are you sure? Hermione asked. I mean, it seems wrong. You're not stealing them. Besides, don't you think it's a fitting thing to have gemstones destroyed by Junior Death Eaters be what stops them in the future? Miranda said. I hadn't thought of it like that, Hermione admitted. I do want you to have 2 of them though, Miranda said. Look in the left bucket for 2 identical blue sapphires. Do you see them? Harry walked over to the bucket and after digging down just a little he found 2 very large blue sapphires, neither of which he could close his hand around. Great, now as my wedding present to you and a thank you to Neville and Luna, I want you to take those sapphires and do what you wanted to do to start with Hermione." "What?" she asked. "Wimbledon. Remember now?" Miranda asked. "Oh, but wouldn't that be wrong? If you were to bet all the jewels and bankrupt the goblins, then it would be wrong, maybe anyway," Miranda replied. "But this is just a little honeymoon money. Are you sure?" Hermione persisted. "A minor advantage isn't going to make you bad. Do you want me to have Death tell you so?" Miranda asked, starting to sound annoyed. "Or have that newly acquired O in defense changed back to an E? Didn't that happen in a similar way?" Maybe not," Harry said, thinking of Death. "I see your point," Hermione said as she thought of her L grade. "So I really got an O this time?" Miranda giggled. "You'll find out in a couple of weeks, now go enjoy yourself. You still have a diadem to get to the old bearded one." Harry had one more thought. "This betting and taking advantage of things isn't going to affect me being an Auror, is it?" "An Auror?" Miranda laughed. "You're still thinking of that? Oh dear me, that's why I love you too, always good for a laugh or a cry." "What's so funny about me being an Auror?" Harry asked. "I think I'd make a good one. Honestly. What would you do the first time a senior Auror told you to stay behind or do something you didn't want to? Even Dumbledore had to remind you every 10 seconds to follow orders on your little locket mission." "Auror indeed," Miranda continued to chuckle. Harry was still frowning as Hermione explained the conversation to Neville and Luna. "Miranda wants us to use the sapphires as a bet for a wedding present and thank you to you too," but then she laughed at Harry's thoughts of being an Auror. "Why would you want to be one of those?" Neville asked his friend. "Seems like you don't. Well, you don't follow orders very well." Harry scowled at his friend for a few moments before the scowl turned to a grin. "Yeah, you're probably right. That's what she said too. Miranda is so nice," Luna said dreamily. "Are you going to be rich now?" she asked. "Not really rich, I mean it's only a single gemstone," Hermione replied as she lifted the sapphire. "Though it is very large. Miranda only mentioned it would be honeymoon money. But whatever we get, you're getting the same amount." "Thank you, Miranda," Luna said to the air as she got from her chair and curtsied. "So how do we do this?" Harry asked as he put the sapphires on the table. "Wait, she mentioned bankrupting the goblins, of course." Bagman. When Luna and Neville looked confused, Harry explained about Ludo Bagman making a bet against the goblins. "So they must have some kind of betting system there, and we can only presume they do bets on Muggle sports as well. Is it fair to take advantage of the goblins?" Neville asked. Harry looked at Hermione and they both remembered Griphook betraying them in the Bellatrix's vault by grabbing the sword and yelling out that they were thieves. "I think a small payback isn't too bad," he said. "There was a reason we were on the back of that dragon." It was a full hour later that Sirius, with the 2 sapphires tucked into his cloak, departed for Gringotts. It had taken that long for him to go get a Muggle newspaper so Hermione could remember the name of the player she'd remembered her mother speaking of. Sirius had a note in his pocket with, "Wimbledon, men's singles Richard Krychek," written on it. The rest of the jewels were hidden in Sirius' bedroom. They didn't want to deposit them in a vault all at once, so they planned to do it over several months. It was 3 in the afternoon when Harry and Hermione walked up the steps past the gargoyle to Dumbledore's office. 20 minutes later they all were looking at the silver diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw. Dumbledore had sent Neville and Luna out of the room. "Sir," Hermione said, "is there a way to destroy the Horcrux without destroying the object?" "Not that I know of," Dumbledore replied. "Remember, it must be destroyed beyond the ability of magic to repair it." Remembering Neville's earlier suggestion, Harry asked, "What about the killing curse, sir? Would that work?" Dumbledore considered for a moment, then answered, "Unfortunately no. You see, when the killing curse hits solid objects such as metal or stone, it will just bounce off or destroys the object depending on what exactly it's made of. If it hits solid objects that have been alive but are soulless like wood, it will cause damage such as an explosion or fire. No, the killing curse separates the soul from the living body, and in this case there is no living body." "I should have thought of that," Harry said to Hermione. "In the last battle at the Ministry, Voldemort's killing curses bounced off the statue and destroyed the wooden desk." "No," Dumbledore was saying, "we must destroy it. It seems like a waste," Hermione said. "Such magic. Which is exactly what Riddle hoped for, I believe. Even if one was discovered, no one would destroy a Founder's relic," Dumbledore explained. "Now I think it must be done." Stand back over there, he said as he raised the sword of Gryffindor. But he paused, be prepared. I might need assistance again if it struggles. The diadem did not put up a struggle and another piece of Voldemort's soul was destroyed shortly afterwards. Thank you, Dumbledore said as Scream's echoes died away and the black ooze ran from the diadem. Sir, why didn't that Horcrux put up a fight? Hermione asked. The diary and the locket did. I'm not really sure, Dumbledore replied as he looked at the diadem. It could be that by the time Tom had made this one, he didn't have enough soul left to fight, or it could be that you must use the Horcrux for it to recognize a threat. What do you mean, use it? A diary is meant to be written in, which is what young Miss Weasley did with the diary Horcrux. She used it. A locket is meant to be opened and gazed into, again what we did with the Horcrux locket, Dumbledore explained. Whatever traps Riddle or the soul piece might have intended might not have worked unless the diadem was placed on a person's head. Oh, Harry said. Now, Dumbledore said as he picked up the diadem. I think it is safe to put away. He gazed at the silver tiara for several seconds. Finally he turned to Harry and Hermione. Miss Granger, your parents' house has been warded as best I can do. It is still vulnerable to sustained attacks or if Voldemort himself were to try to breach the wards. Thank you, sir, Hermione said. I was also just informed by Madame Bones that Peter's trial will be next week. Though things are very unsettled right now at the Ministry, so that might change. Why? Hermione asked. Dumbledore sighed. The Dementors have revolted as I feared they would. It is clear that they are now serving Voldemort, or as Minister Fudge is addressing him, Lord Thingy. Several Aurors lost their lives before the island itself was secured. The Death Eaters that were captured were still at the Ministry. Was anything discovered in the Death Eaters' vaults or homes? Hermione asked. It's been a difficult process, Dumbledore said. Nothing, at least no Horcruxes have been found in any of the homes, but the goblins are making it difficult to get to the vaults of those who went through the veil since we have no bodies to prove their deaths. When he saw the grimace pass between Harry and Hermione, he again interpreted it wrong. I'm sorry, I can imagine that those deaths weigh heavily in your minds. That's all right, sir, Harry replied. We're fine. Very well. Now you two should go pack and be ready for the feast tonight, the headmaster suggested. I will let you know that due to the bias in points this year, there will be no awarding of the House Cup. After dinner they packed their trunks and were sitting in the common room when Ginny came in. Ready for the summer? She asked sweetly. Harry didn't say anything, but Hermione answered. It'll be nice to see my parents. Yes, I'm sure it will, along with all the other Muggle things you like to do, Ginny replied. Well, I better go pack. See you in the morning. Got the antidote for Dean just in case? Harry asked his wife once Ginny had disappeared up the steps. Hermione slid her hand into her robes and pulled out a stoppered vial of a clear liquid. At least we can soon get rid of the one nuisance and be able to concentrate on Voldemort. Each day for the past week, Narcissa Malfoy sat by her husband's bedside. Only the rising and falling of his gave her a clue that he was still alive. Though healers told her there was nothing they could do and it would do no good for her to stay there, there she stayed. She would always leave late each evening only to return in the early morning. Every evening Andromeda would come and sit beside her. Sometimes they never spoke but sat in silence. Sometimes the words came as natural as when they were sisters growing up together. Finally, after a week, Andromeda took Narcissa by the hand. Come now, sissy, it's been a week. You're just killing yourself by staying here as much as you do. Narcissa only nodded as Andromeda led her out of the ward. Go home and don't come tomorrow, Andromeda said softly. Again Narcissa nodded as she started down the hall away from her sister. She stopped and looked back. Will you come tomorrow evening? You're not to come here tomorrow, Andromeda reminded her sister. No, I mean, Narcissa started and stopped. To your home. A nod. Are you sure I'm welcome? Only Draco and I are there, Narcissa replied. She had noticed that Pettigrew had disappeared but she hadn't cared. She'd presumed he'd left to return to the Dark Lord's side. All the time next to her husband's bed she had not bothered to read the newspaper. I'll be there then, her sister replied. Hermione awoke from the nightmare with a start as she sat bolt upright in the darkness. She looked around in panic before she realized where she was. She was in a bed in the room of requirements, not at Malfoy Manor. She was at Hogwarts and she was with Harry. She was safe. As her adrenaline ran out of her, she felt Harry's arms wrap around her. What's wrong? he asked in a concerned voice. He already knew since the remnants of the nightmare had already bled into his thoughts. It hadn't been the first time, nor, he knew, would it be the last. Nightmare, or I should say memories, she replied as she shuddered. Bellatrix. Harry knew it was their time at Malfoy Manor she had relived. He put a little more pressure into his hug as he whispered. She's gone. She can't hurt anyone anymore. He knew what she felt though, not only by sharing her thoughts but by having had similar nightmares after the graveyard and Cedric's death. I know, Hermione replied softly. It's just in the nightmare I could actually feel the dagger at my throat. Her hand rose to the spot the blade had touched her neck as she paused for a breath. Another breath and then a sigh. I was barely conscious at the time and couldn't move. I just knew I was going to die. She turned to look at Harry. Though you should never have put down your wand. If Dobby hadn't shown up we'd all have been killed or worse, and I don't mean expelled. I had to, Harry said. I couldn't let anything hurt you. I'd have preferred to die than be given to Greyback, Hermione replied in a hoarse whisper as a tear escaped an eye and ran down her cheek. No, Harry started. Harry, I'm serious, Hermione cut him off as her voice grew stronger. I love you and I know you love me, but if you ever are faced with that kind of decision again, promise me. Harry's eyes seemed to glow in the darkness before he cut her off. No, he exclaimed. I can't promise that. I will not promise that. As long as there is time, there is hope. And if time runs out and I'm given to Greyback or something just as bad. We'll see, but I will not promise it, Harry replied determinedly. He sighed as the memory of the event leapt into his mind. Bellatrix with the knife to Hermione's throat. The crazed witch demanding they drop their wands. I had to drop my wand. Harry's last few words were slowed as an idea ran through his mind. I know, and that. No, you don't understand. She told us to drop our wands. They took our wands, Harry said. Even before when we were captured, they took our wands but they never searched us. I mean, Ron still had the deluminator and I had my pouch. So, maybe it wouldn't hurt to have knives for ourselves, Harry replied. Small ones that'll fit in our pockets. What good would they do? Hermione asked. I don't plan on cutting anyone's throat. No, but Harry started before he looked into Hermione's eyes. How do you think we can get goblin-made ones? Why? Hermione asked before her eyes narrowed. You're thinking about basilisk venom on them, aren't you? Yes, Harry admitted with a nod. I don't think I could actually stab someone unless we're desperate, he shrugged, but maybe it'd be easier if all I had to do was cut them. Hermione stared at her husband for a few seconds before slowly nodding. I agree, but not our pockets. I'm not carrying around something like that in my pocket. Not if a single scratch could kill. She furrowed her brow before continuing. I wonder where Hagrid got the moleskin pouch he gave you. That would be perfect. I don't know, but he said they were rare, Harry replied as he remembered his 17th birthday that was still over a year away. We can ask him, maybe he can tell us where to buy them. If not, I can always make a couple of smaller pouches like my bag. I wonder. Harry started and got up off the bed. He was gone for a couple of minutes and brought back several knives and daggers they had found. I wonder if any of these are goblin-made. He started pulling one after another out of their sheaths only to put it back. I wouldn't know how to tell. I don't either, Hermione said as she eyed the weapons. I mean, it's obvious the ones with rust are probably not goblin-made, but the only other thing we know that are different is that they absorb. At the same time they both said, we could try a drop of venom on them. Yes, if it absorbs the venom, it's goblin-made, Hermione finished. We can run down to the chamber in the morning, Harry said with a yawn. Let's go back to sleep. You go ahead, Hermione replied. The adrenaline had pushed all sleepiness out of her body. I don't think I can go back to sleep. She grabbed her wand and silently cast the time spell. 4:20, sun will be up soon anyway. I've got plenty of books to race. She stopped when Harry got out of bed and started pulling on his clothes. Get dressed, he said. You go back to bed, Hermione argued. Like I said, I have plenty to keep me busy. He shook his head and said. We are going to watch the sunrise. He looked at her clothes which were folded neatly beside the bed. If you hurry, that is. 10 minutes later, with the help of Winky and Dobby, they stood at the top of the astronomy tower. The sun was just breaking over the mountains to the east. The rays that rose into the sky changed the small fluffy clouds into multicolored jewels that laid upon an ever-lightening blue background. Harry and Hermione could see their breath in the chilly air of the late June morning. The hot tea the elves had brought them was keeping them warm. In the distance they heard the far-off sounds of the approaching Hogwarts Express that would take them back to London in several hours. For a half an hour they stood and watched as the sun rose, climbing over the surrounding mountains. As the light touched the forest, it changed from a darkened blue to a bright green. "It's beautiful," Hermione said as she leaned her body against Harry. "And yet it pales in comparison to you," Harry replied as he wrapped his arms around her. My, Mr. Potter, where did that silver tongue come from?" Hermione asked as she turned to look at him. A smile was on her lips because she knew he was sincere. He didn't answer as he took the cup of tea from her hand and set it down on the tower wall. He looked at her for a second before his lips descended to hers. Cold lips soon warmed as the key they shared continued. When it finally ended he answered her question as he whispered, "I was inspired." "Then allow me to inspire you some more," Hermione murmured as she initiated the key, this time. It was still before 6 when they entered Ning Myrtle's bathroom carrying Harry's firebolt. The silvery ghost zoomed out of her stall and was about to burst into a tirade when she saw who it was. "Oh hi Harry," she said. "Why haven't you come to see me this year?" "Hi Myrtle," Harry replied as he thought back to when he'd last seen Myrtle. The confrontation with Draco hadn't happened until the next year. Finally he settled on, "I've been busy. Umbridge and everything." "I understand," the ghost said before continuing in a hopeful tone. "Any chance you might die soon?" Harry replied as he looked at Hermione for help. "Is it bad to say I don't want to die to someone who's dead?" he asked her. "I don't think so," he finally said to the ghost when Hermione didn't answer because she was too busy smirking. "Well, if you do, you're always welcome to share my toilet," said the blushing ghost, who then zipped back into her stall. Harry and Hermione heard a small splash as she dove into the water. Harry turned to Hermione and cocked his head in question. "Do I need to fight with a ghost over my husband?" she asked with a smile. "No," Harry stammered, but then focused on the sinkware that hid the pipe that led to the chamber. "Why don't you try it?" hissed something. It took Hermione several hisses before it opened. They had been puzzled at first, thinking maybe they had been wrong, but then Hermione realized that it couldn't be a regular hiss since anyone might make a similar sound, or even water coming out of a tap might hiss. Dumbledore would have thought of that. She tried a longer hiss that reflected 2 changes in tone, and immediately the sink started to sink into the floor, exposing the large pipe that was the way below. "Of course," Hermione muttered. "Ron tried a couple of times as well. I should have remembered." "Doesn't matter," Harry replied as he climbed onto his firebolt. "Let's go." Hermione didn't hesitate as she mounted the broom behind Harry and wrapped her arms around him. With a kick the broom rose slightly and they disappeared down the pipe. To Hermione it had only been a little more than a month since she'd made the same journey with Ron in the future. As they descended, she couldn't help but compare the rides. She'd had her eyes closed most of the time with Ron as the broom seemed to jerk endlessly as it sped up and slowed down as Ron had maneuvered it down the pipe. Left, right, up and down, the movements had been sickening. Now she realized if it wasn't for the walls and air moving past, she'd believe they were standing still because of the smoothness of the ride. Maybe it was just the firebolt compared to the broom Ron had, but she felt it was more likely the one in control of it. When the broom emerged from the pipe, Harry increased the speed and Hermione's grip on her husband tightened, but she never felt a moment of fear. It wasn't fear of flying, it was heights that she didn't like. When they finally made it to the chamber, Hermione was lost in her memories of flying with Harry on the back of Buckbeak all those years ago, wondering what life would have been like had she and Harry keyed that night. "I thought you'd have screamed," Harry admitted as they climbed off the broom. "It's heights I don't like," Hermione said. "I don't mind the broom," her eyes met his. "Especially with you," she admitted. It took less than a half hour to get into the chamber, coax the 4 or 5 drops of venom that remained in each fang into a jar Hermione had brought, and return back to the bathroom above. It was still early when they made it to Hagrid's. The chill was still in the air. Sunlight, though, was warming the day rapidly. "Good mornin' to ye. It's about time ye made it back down here," Hagrid said as he opened the door and saw who was standing there. "I mean outside O Class 1 Haven, had a chance to say congratulations." He pulled the 2 teens into a hug. Always did think ye two would make a good pair. Thanks Hagrid. So what's this I am a hearin' about a marriage? Hagrid asked with a twinkle in his eye. And me not gettin' an invitation. They spent a few minutes talking about Grop and how much better he was doing. They also discussed the wizarding world and how they now believed Harry. Finally they knew they needed to go meet Neville and Luna, so Harry broached the subject about what they had wanted to know. Hagrid, Hermione was reading about something called a moleskin pouch and it sounded really useful. Do you know where I can buy one? Moleskin, hey, they rare them, Hagrid said. You know you can hide anything. He stopped and looked at the two of them. Plannin' on taking after your father or yay? Not that, but, Harry replied as he pulled out the mirror. I wanted something to keep this and a few other things in so I don't lose it. Well now, seeing that brings back some old memories, Hagrid said as he looked at the mirror in Harry's hand. I remember seeing your father and Sirius. He paused and frowned thoughtfully before continuing. Wait a minute, he got up and walked over to a cabinet. When he had it opened he started rummaging into it. He pulled out piles of odds and ends until finally he found what he was looking for. Thought so, he muttered. He turned back to Harry and Hermione. Bloke gave me these a few years back, he said, and held up two identical pouches like the one he'd given Harry on his 17th birthday. The sight of them made Harry blink as tears threatened to appear. You two can have 'em. We can pay you for them, Harry suggested as he reached into his pocket. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively. Not like I'm using 'em, he smiled at them. We'll call them a wedding present, how's that? As long as you don't bring one when we have our real wedding. Can't be promisin' things like that, can I now? He winked as he handed the bags to them. Go and take 'em. Thanks Hagrid, Harry replied and gave his first friend a hug. Hermione joined them. Did you get your stuff back, Luna? Harry asked. Neville and Luna had been waiting for them in the room of requirements. He knew she had, since Dobby had already told them earlier that morning, as well as given them the list of people who had it. Yes, Luna replied. Thank you. They even found things I'd lost last year. Thank Dobby and Winky. Harry and Hermione explained what they had retrieved from the chamber and their plan to test the weapons. Neville and Luna readily agreed to help. They all put on dragon hide gloves before they laid out the weapons that had the most potential to be goblin-made. The testing went quickly as they put a single drop of venom on a weapon. If it didn't disappear into the blade, they allowed it to run off of it onto another blade. It became a game of balancing the dangerous liquid drop on the blade and ensuring it moved in the right direction. By 7:30 they had found a small axe and weapon that was half the size of a sword but much bigger than a dagger, proven to be goblin-made. Well, neither of these will work for us, Harry said in disappointment. But they're probably worth something. True. We can put them in the vault with the jewels. Hermione pulled out her wand and put a protection spell on the blades so they wouldn't accidentally cut anyone. They then started putting some of the books Hermione wanted to study over the summer into the cabinet as well. Sirius was roused and started unloading on his end. So did you have any trouble placing those bets yesterday? Harry asked Sirius. Nope. Hey, the odds were 30-1 for that guy, did you know that? No. Not as good as the streaker odds though, Sirius said mirthfully. Streaker? Hermione asked. They allowed bets for. Yep, Sirius replied grinning. I put 1,000 galleons on that just so the goblin would have to write it down, he laughed. You should have seen the distaste, he mimicked writing. Non-magical human appearing nude or. Hermione had stopped handing Harry books as her eyes grew wide. It happened, she said. Mother said a woman did it right before the final match. I remember because she said in the following interview the winner had said the streaker had relaxed him while the loser said it had distracted him. Really? Sirius said as his eyes twinkled. Not sure if I should bet more or get tickets to the event. Do you remember if she was cute? Sirius. Hermione exclaimed. I was just asking, he said, still smiling. 66-1 for her showing up. That'll pay for something nice for your birthday, Harry. Before Harry could respond they heard the door to the room of requirements open, and after quickly extinguishing the mirror they turned. The very people I wished to see, a Scottish burr informed them. We were coming to see you soon, Professor McGonagall, Harry replied. I was searching for you to let you know the headmaster wishes to speak to you this morning, McGonagall said. She looked over at Neville and Luna before looking back at Harry and Hermione. I also need to speak to you two privately. Please come to my office later. Neville and Luna already know we're married, Hermione said, correctly interpreting her favorite professor. That's why they did that thing in the Great Hall. You can say whatever you need in front of them. We trust them completely. Very well if you're sure. Oh here, Harry said. Before I forget to give this back, he unpinned the prefect's badge and held it out to her. That's one of the things I wanted to speak to you about, the professor replied. With Mr. Malfoy away, you'll stay at prefect for the duration of the return trip. Yes ma'am, Harry replied as he pinned the badge back on his robes. What are your intentions for next year? McGonagall asked them. In regards to your marriage. Eventually the news will break, I think you know that. What I really need to know is if you want married quarters for next year. Yes ma'am, I understand you need to know, Hermione answered. She looked at Harry and after a quick conversation that no one else heard she continued. Though we are technically married and I am truly thankful and happy to be Mrs. Potter, we aren't ready to be married yet, so no, we will not be asking for married quarters for the coming year. When we are ready or forced to acknowledge the fact, we'll be honest and say it happened magically but we were not ready for all that it entails. McGonagall's eyes seemed to brighten. Had you request married quarters I would have had to ask for your prefect's badge next year, she said to Hermione, but since you are not, then I'd like to discuss the possibility of you keeping that, she said nodding at the badge Harry had just pinned back on his robe. But Ron, Mrs. Potter, did you have issues with Mr. Weasley this year? McGonagall asked. I've had to change the prefect's patrolling roster several times as you might have noticed because several others have complained. Hermione started but didn't finish. I wished you had brought it to me earlier, McGonagall replied sternly. I know he was a friend but now I will need to explain to Molly Weasley about her son and I'm sure it will warrant a howler for either him or me. It's not that important ma'am, Harry said with a shrug. Ron can keep it. I disagree, Professor McGonagall replied sternly. Being a prefect is more than just a status symbol. It's not just a badge and special bathroom privileges. A prefect is the professor's representative amongst the students. Her gaze lingered on Harry before she continued. I heard what you said to the headmaster, Mr. Potter. If you truly believe that students need to be held accountable, then shouldn't it start at the prefect level? If Mr. Weasley isn't doing the job properly, shouldn't he be replaced? Yes ma'am, Harry replied. He knew that Professor McGonagall had a point. Are you still interested in runes? McGonagall asked, changing subjects. Yes. Then you might want to study some this summer, she said. It appears the two options are a Slytherin, Hufflepuff 3rd year or a Gryffindor, Ravenclaw 4th year class. You'll be tested before the school year and if you've made enough progress we can make room for you in the 4th year class. Thank you. That's quite all right, McGonagall replied. I'm just happy you're wishing to apply yourself now. Late is always better than never. She turned to leave. Remember that Professor Dumbledore wishes to see you. We'll go now, Hermione said. She looked over at Luna and Neville. We'll meet you at the carriages later. She placed the mirror in Neville's hand so they could finish what they had been doing. With a nod, she turned and after taking Harry's arm followed McGonagall out of the room. When they were in the out of the room, Harry remembered Quidditch and that he'd been captain the last time. Professor, may I ask who will be Quidditch captain next year? I don't think I can allow you to do both, McGonagall replied, misinterpreting the question. No, I don't want it, Harry replied honestly as he remembered the headaches from the tryouts, dealing with McLaggen, and everything else. Harry didn't want to do it again. He especially didn't even want to think about Hermione cheating to help Ron. Harry mentally slapped himself. That should have been my first clue, Harry told his wife. What? When you jinxed McLaggen at tryouts, you didn't think anything was wrong with cheating to help Ron but then you constantly complained about me using that book, he said. I should have realized you're not that inconsistent. I should have too, Hermione sighed. I'll give it to Ginny, jealousy potions were the perfect solution to her problem. It all seemed so reasonable. That leaves Miss Bell, Professor McGonagall was saying. Though I am quite concerned that she might be too nice to do the job and she's more dedicated to her studies. What about Ron? Harry replied without thinking, but he quickly realized it wasn't that bad of an idea. He knew that Ron would be a much better Quidditch captain than prefect. He lives, eats and breathes Quidditch. Ron, he actually would be a better Quidditch captain than I was, Harry replied. He's also the hero of this year's final match, so he'd get respect from the team, he finished to McGonagall. But he'd be insufferable if Gryffindor won, Hermione complained. Probably, but maybe we owe him something, Harry said. This will give him his shot, give him a chance to do his own thing. That might appease Molly, though that shouldn't matter, McGonagall replied thoughtfully. I shall consider it. Ma'am, Hermione said. If you really are going to consider Ron, you might want to require him to keep a certain academic performance requirement, otherwise. Mrs. Potter, have you ever heard the expression concerning teaching your grandmother to s.k. eggs? Sorry ma'am. That's quite all right. Though I do appreciate opinions, you should have already known that I am very much aware of Mr. Weasley's academic performance. What did Professor Dumbledore want? Neville asked as they all made themselves comfortable in the train compartment sometime later. They had gotten there early so they could get the very last compartment. Anyone coming to their compartment would have passed other empty compartments and people, so they'd definitely be looking for them. He wanted to express his displeasure with the interview we gave Skeeter, Hermione replied. It seems he and the school are being sent owls, continually asking why Snape is teaching here, Harry smirked. I'm glad I won't be taking potions next year, Neville replied. If things happen like they did last time, he'll be teaching defense instead, Hermione said. Slughorn, the professor who had the party where Harry took Luna, he taught potions. He was much better than Snape. So if you get an exceeds, give it a shot. Dumbledore also wanted to give us an update on my aunt and uncle, Harry said. He hadn't found a way to protect them and they refused to go into hiding voluntarily. It seems they think it's all a trick and I am trying to steal their house and turn it into, what did he say? A frake house, Hermione replied. She then continued to Luna and Neville. But Harry was able to suggest a plan that should keep them safe. She looked over at Harry and smiled. What did you suggest? Luna asked. It actually was Hermione's idea, Harry admitted as he returned Hermione's smile. But once she thought of a year in the future, he waited for a couple of seconds before continuing. I only suggested he modify their memories to convince them they are Wendell and Monica Wilkins along with their son Chuckles and that they desire to move to Australia. Chuckles. Did you mean Chuck? Luna asked. No, Chuckles, Harry replied and then shrugged. I thought it was funny. Dumbledore agreed to that. Luna started and immediately went quiet as the door to the compartment slid open and there stood Ginny Weasley. She walked in and started putting away her stuff as if they had been expecting her. Harry looked over at Luna and Neville and gave them a small wink before addressing the youngest Weasley. There's my little sister, I was beginning to wonder if you were going to show up. It took Ginny a couple of seconds, but when she replied her voice sounded strained. I didn't see you at breakfast. We had to meet with the headmaster, Hermione replied nicely. What about? Ginny asked as she turned and sat down. Before Harry or Hermione could answer, Luna piped up. It must be so nice to be like Harry's sister, she said to Ginny. Of course if I was Harry's sister then Hermione would be my sister too since she's as good as Mrs. Potter already. Ginny didn't reply as she swallowed hard. Her eyes moved from Harry to everyone else, lingering on Hermione for several seconds at the end. Finally she rasped out a, yeah. I never did say I was sorry that you and your boyfriend broke up, Hermione said. I've been so engrossed in studying and of course Harry, she leaned over and kissed at Harry on the cheek before smiling at Ginny again. If you ever want to talk about it's fine, Ginny replied a little too gruffly. That was weeks ago. So got anyone else in mind already? Harry asked. Anyone I need to be concerned about my little sister being with? Yes actually, Ginny said, figuring it would be a good time to start her plan. I've chosen Dean Thomas. I've chosen Dean Thomas as the words echoed in Harry's mind and memories of the same train ride came to mind. The same words spoken from the same person. Damn, he mentally shouted to his wife. She said the same thing last time, remember? Ron had told her to choose better next time. Come to think of it, I wonder if that was a setup because I think he looked over at me when he said it. He must have already known her plans. Especially after he overreacted the way he did. Anyway, she said, I've chosen Dean Thomas. She didn't say I'm dating him or seeing him, but I've chosen him. If they were already seeing each other, wouldn't she have at least spent some time with him on the train trip back to London? I mean, it would be the last time they were to see each other for months. You're right, Hermione agreed. Very suspicious. She already had her plans in the works, didn't she? Dean, Harry asked after agreeing with Hermione. Well, he's a pretty good bloke. Maybe I should have a word with him. No, Ginny shouted before calming down. I mean, I don't want him intimidated. Ron's bad enough, you know. Harry shrugged. Just trying to be a good big brother. Ginny looked away without answering. She seemed to be mumbling something. I also never asked about Bulstrode, Hermione said. I understand something. Don't. Ginny said quickly and much too loud. I don't ever want to think of it. I'm sorry, but it was so unbelievable, and the deal with Ron as well in the owl, Harry said. I wonder who would have given those Slytherins love potions. Probably someone pissed at them, Hermione suggested. But come to think of it, it must have happened that same night they stole my candy and your tart. Ginny's skin tone was becoming paler and paler as they continued to discuss the incident until she finally said, "Can we discuss something else?" "Oh sure," Hermione replied. "Looking forward to the summer." "I guess," Ginny answered as she looked over at Harry. "I think we are going to be at Grimmauld Place because of the order again. I'll make sure to write to you this year, Harry, no matter what Dumbledore says. It really was unfair last year." She glanced at Hermione, wondering if she'd go against Dumbledore. "Why?" Harry asked as he played with Ginny. "Why was it unfair?" Ginny asked incredulously. "Because you were." "No, I mean why, right?" Harry asked innocently. "If you're going to be at Grimmauld Place, I'll be seeing you all summer. I mean, after all, Sirius is my guardian now." But Ginny started as her eyes widened, but she quickly recovered. That's excellent, Harry. No more of those muggles." She glanced up at her bag that held the gifts she had planned on giving him and Hermione as they left the train. She sighed grumpily as she realized she couldn't give Harry the dosage that she wanted. That kind of abrupt change would not go unnoticed at Grimmauld Place. She then thought of having a whole summer locked in the same house with Harry and no Hermione. A smile crossed her face as she thought of the gift she could still give the know-it-all. "Yes, that is very nice." The smile remained until Hermione will be coming over as much as she can, Harry said as he leaned over and at his wife. That's nice," Ginny replied through gritted teeth, but again she thought of the possible opportunities. She silently thanked herself for not throwing out all of the additional potions she had brewed after lacing the food and treats she had in her bag. She'd have to lower the amount of potion, but she'd have all summer to get her Harry. "Well, Harry and I better go up to the prefect's car and check in," Hermione said. "We'll be back when we can." Ginny's eyes narrowed for a second before she asked, "Prefect? I thought you were only one until the school year was up." The question was directed at Harry. She'd hoped to have some time with Harry while Hermione was away being a prefect. With Malfoy not on the train, they were going to be a prefect short, Harry explained with a shrug. Until McGonagall made it official, he wasn't going to say anything else. He took Hermione's arm and slipped out of the compartment. As the door closed, Neville said, "They sure are good together, aren't they?" "They are," Luna agreed. "What do you think, Ginny?" Ginny had been lost in revising her summer plans, but as she heard Luna's question, simple plan came to mind. One that might help her get Harry's friends supporting her instead of Hermione. "I'm not so sure," she said finally. "What do you mean?" Neville asked. "Don't you think it's strange how suddenly the two of them got together?" Ginny asked. "I'm concerned about Harry, and with all the love potion stuff going on." "You think Hermione might have given Harry something that attracts Nargles?" Luna asked. "I'm not saying anything," Ginny said as she raised her hands in an innocent fashion. "But anything is a possibility, isn't it? I mean, I like Hermione, but it was very sudden." Neville was curious to see what Ginny would reveal, so he played along. "I guess it was rather sudden, as you say." Ginny smiled, though as she glanced out the window she didn't see the wink Neville gave Luna. She reached up into her bag and pulled out her copy of the Quibbler. She knew Luna would always believe anyone who was a fan of the magazine. As she worked the puzzles, she'd occasionally make innocent comments to herself that she said just loud enough for Neville and Luna to hear. Comments like, "It could have been the reason they stopped being friends with Ron," "He'd have gotten suspicious at the abrupt change in Harry," and, "I understand they were eating elsewhere on a lot of evenings." What better way to give Harry potions? After a while, Neville, on the pretext of going to the bathroom, slipped out of the compartment and went to tell Harry and Hermione Ginny's latest attempts. As Harry and Hermione strolled toward the front of the train in the prefect's car, they looked in each compartment. They were looking for Dean Thomas. All of the DA members were happy to see them except Marietta Edgecombe, who was wearing a balaclava, and Cho Chong. They found Dean in a compartment with Ron, Seamus and Ernie Macmillan. Ron was busy in a game of chess with Seamus while Dean and Ernie were finishing up a game of exploding snaps. "Ron," Hermione said, "shouldn't you be headed to the prefect's car?" "I'll go as soon as I finish this," he nodded at the board. "But the train will leave soon and we're supposed to be there before it does." Ron waved his hand dismissively as he turned his attention back to the board. Before Hermione could respond, Harry silently told her to leave it. He then said, "Dean, got a minute? I want to discuss something with you." "Sure, Harry," Dean replied as he got up. "Excuse me," Ernie said as he squeezed past Harry. "I'll see you in the prefect's compartment," he said as he started toward the front of the train. "At least someone knows what it means to be a prefect," Hermione muttered overly loud so Ron could hear her. No response came from their old friend as he continued to stare at the chessboard. By then Dean was with them. When they were in the corridor and the compartment door was shut, Harry started. "There's a rumor going around that you and Ginny are now an item." "Ginny Weasley?" "Yeah," Dean shrugged. "Not that I know of, but you know girls." Sorry Hermione," he stammered. "She was talking to me in the carriage earlier. She mentioned she'd write," Dean smiled. "Even promised to send me an apple pie from apples picked from their orchard. I mean, she's cute enough and everything, but we're definitely not an item." "Well, we can guess how she planned on getting to him," Harry said as he glanced at Hermione. He then nodded at Dean. "Just thought I'd ask. Sorry to bother you." "No problem," Dean replied. He turned back toward the compartment and as his hand touched the door, he turned back. "Hey, are you planning on the DA again next year?" "We'll see. Have to see what kind of defense instructor they get next. I guess, but anyone's got to be better than Umbridge, right?" "What if it's Snape?" Harry asked. "Oh, please don't even kid about something like that," Dean replied with a pained look. "That's horrible." Harry patted the taller boy's shoulder. "You never know at Hogwarts," he said. "We need to get going, Harry," Hermione said. As they left Dean, she whispered to her husband. "Well, he's not been potioned yet, but it's a pretty good bet that Ginny will use the pie or something else she sends to him as a way to get a love potion to him." "True, but we'll never be able to prove it." "Maybe not, but we can keep in contact with him, see if the attitude changes," Hermione replied. "But hopefully we can deal with Ginny sooner than later once we get to Grimmauld." When Neville showed up an hour later and told them what Ginny was implying, Hermione was ready to deal with the issue then and there. "She's small, Harry. I'm sure she'll fit if I throw her out the window," she implored her husband. "If she doesn't, I can always enlarge the window." "I'm tempted to let you," Harry replied. "But no," he looked at Neville and remembering the trip to Hogwarts in the 5th year. An idea came to mind. "She's got to have the stuff somewhere, right? Probably in her bag." "Yes, we just need a reason to be in her bag," Harry said. "Neville, do you still have that Mimbul's whatever?" "My Mimbulus Mimbletonia." "Of course, why? Will it still throw out that stinksap?" "Yeah, of course. Can you get it to aim it at something, like Ginny's bag?" Harry asked. He remembered last time it went everywhere. Neville smiled as he understood. "I think so. I'll have it out when you get back." "Just don't let Ginny go to the bathroom until we get there," Harry said. "She'll eventually have to go and that'll give us our chance." Neville gave another grin and turned and made his way back down the train. They passed by the compartment with Cho Chong and Marietta Edgecombe again and Hermione said. "Marietta was on that list of bullies, wasn't she?" "Yes. I have an idea," Hermione said as she slid open the compartment and stuck her head in. "Marietta, may I have a word?" The girl with the balaclava looked over and her eyes had a mixture of fear and anger. "What do you want, Granger?" "A word," Hermione repeated. It was still several seconds of staring before Edgecombe left her seat. Cho Chong started to follow, but Harry held up his hand. "We're not going to hurt her, Cho," he said. "Just want to make her an offer." "What?" Marietta asked in a snarl, but her eyes, which were quite prevalent through the balaclava, showed the fear she felt. "About the..." Hermione nodded toward Edgecombe's face. Marietta backed away from Hermione but tried argue. You had no right to jinx that parchment and not tell us. And you had no right to be a snitch," Hermione growled in a whisper. "You almost got Harry expelled, and had it worked, he would have had his wand snapped. Who do you think would have fought off Voldemort if that had happened?" Marietta withdrew even further at the mention of the Dark Lord before simpering. I was just doing what my mother told me to do. And she was supporting Umbridge, who is now being tried for murder, attempted murder and torture. Is your mother under investigation as well? Marietta wanted to be defiant but could only give a slight shrug. I don't know. Maybe. She said something bad has happened, so probably. Hermione sighed. I'm not here to argue with you. I actually plan on helping you, maybe. A spark of hope showed in the eyes behind the mask, but Edgecombe didn't say anything. You see, we also know that you and several others have been bullying Luna Lovegood. Marietta's eyes widened as the fear returned. She shook her head. No. We know you do, so don't deny it. You had some of the things stolen from her mixed with your belongings, Hermione said. Now here is what I am offering you. I am going to go create a new contract, one that says you will not bully Luna, and in fact if you see someone bullying her you will do everything you can to stop it. She paused for a second before continuing it. When you sign it, your current condition will disappear. Marietta's hands went to the mask covering her face. But Hermione continued, I will warn you, if you sign it and you break your word again. Hermione put heavy emphasis on the last word, you'll be wishing the word sneak was all you had to deal with. And if I don't sign it, then next year, the first time we hear the Luna has been bullied, Harry and Neville will walk into Ravenclaw dorm and hex anybody that is even thinking of bullying her, Hermione replied. Though they are going to do that anyway, but if your signature is on the contract and the signs are not on you that you have broken it, you won't be bothered. That's all? Marietta asked. Not bully Luna. She stopped as she saw the look in Hermione and Harry's eyes. I mean Luna. There will be a clause in the contract about that name as well, Hermione said. Yes, that's all. Besides, Luna faced Bellatrix Lestrange and Lestrange is now dead. Do you really want to be on the wrong end of Luna's wand if she grows tired of your bullying? You're a Ravenclaw, use your brain, and when I bring the contract back later do the smart thing. I'll think about it. Hermione shrugged. Your choice. Just remember, Harry added, contract or no contract, if you ever bully Luna again you will regret it. Pass the word to your friends. Let them know we know who they are and we will be watching. I protect my friends and Luna is my friend. The look in Harry's eyes caused Marietta to swallow as she nodded. He then took Hermione's hand and they started back toward their compartment, leaving a very much confused and fearful Marietta in their wake. It wasn't long after they returned to their compartment that Ginny announced she needed a bathroom break. As soon as she was out of the compartment, Hermione grabbed Ginny's bag and took small samples of the food and candies as well as a bit of the liquid in the butterbeer bottles. When she'd finished, Neville's plant had an accident. With 2 shield charms up just in case, no mess made it onto any of the people. After the mess had been cleaned from everything but Ginny's bag, Harry sent a light bludgeoning hex into it. When Ginny returned, Neville stammered, I'm sorry Ginny, I was. He nodded at his plant. And it happened again. I tried to clean your bag but he nodded to the rack, but my spell, he shook his head, I'll pay for anything I damaged. Ginny grabbed her bag down from the rack. It was on only to find her hands coated in the stinksap. Looking into her bag she discovered it filled with several boxes that used to be filled with her gifts, squashed beyond recognition. The 2 bottles were also only bits of glass. The glare she leveled at Neville was frightening. How do you know? I mean, she was fighting herself to make sure she didn't say anything she didn't want known. Finally she shut her mouth and pulled out her wand and sent a cleaning spell into her bag. Though the visible stinksap disappeared, by the smell, there was still some mixed in with the food and candies that littered her bag. I'll help pay for them as well, Harry said as he reached into his pouch. Here's 5 galleons, will that cover it? Ginny ignored the money as she sat and stared out the window. Look, it was an accident, Harry said. I'll make sure my little sister is taken care of. I'll even buy you a new bag. Ginny couldn't take any more. She got up and scrambled out of the compartment, taking her bag with her. Harry shrugged as he turned to Neville. Great job, he said. We know she won't be doling out anything now. We'd probably thrown off her plans anyway, but it's good to know she doesn't have anything to give out. But did we get everything she had? Hermione asked. What about her trunk? We can deal with that at Grimmauld. I just don't want to have to keep an eye on her when we get off the train. After making sure all of the stinksap was cleaned and an air freshening spell used, Hermione got busy working on the contract for Marietta Edgecombe. She told Luna about the deal. Though reluctant, she agreed to it when told the other option was for Neville and Harry to take a more direct approach at the bullies. As the train neared London, she had it completed, and during their final round of the train, she once again asked to see Marietta. "Here it is," Hermione said, handing the parchment to Edgecombe. Marietta took the parchment and read it carefully and then read it again. Finally she looked at Hermione. "What will happen if she didn't need to finish the question?" "The first time you will get a warning pimple on the tip of your nose," Hermione replied. "If nothing else happens, it will disappear in 60 days. The second one will be larger and it will be between your eyes. That one will not disappear for a year. You don't ever want the third time to happen, for I guarantee you that you will not be able to cover it up at all." Marietta closed her eyes for a second, obviously imagining what it would look like. Finally she swallowed and looked back at Hermione. "And this will make what you did before." "What you did before, you mean?" Hermione asked. "I said at the time that if you signed, you were agreeing to not tell Umbridge or anyone else. You signed and paid the price for breaking your word." Marietta muttered something that sounded like, "Bloody Gryffindors and their word." "Nobody is saying you have to sign this," Harry said. "You now know fully what will happen if you do sign it and fail to live up to your word again." "Just give me the quill," Marietta huffed. She took the offered quill and quickly signed her name. When she was finished, she handed the contract back to Hermione. "So when will these pimples go away?" Hermione pulled out a mirror and handed it to her. "Take a look." Slowly the balaclava came off and Edgecombe looked into the mirror. Her grimace turned to astonishment as she examined her face and found the pimples gone. She didn't say anything as she looked back at Harry, and Hermione only nodded. Out the window they could see the outskirts of the city of London. "We have to finish our final rounds," Harry said. With a final look between Marietta and them, they turned and walked away as Edgecombe slipped back into her compartment, balaclava free. They were back in the compartment when the train rolled to a stop at platform 9 3/4. Hermione was looking out the window and not moving. "Your parents?" Harry asked as he moved closer to her. Hermione looked at him and smiled, but her eyes and thoughts betrayed the sadness she felt. She nodded. "I know it has never happened, not to them, but I still did it. I stole their memories and sent them away." "You did it to protect them," Harry reminded her softly. "If anyone is to blame, it's me. You did it because of me." A tear had leaked out of one of Hermione's eyes. She quickly brushed it away, but before she could speak, to deny that it was his fault as well, Harry's arms were around her again. "Think of it as a dream, a nightmare just like the one from last night," Harry murmured gently. "Those two people out there love you, and this time it will be different. Just like I've been given Sirius, you've been given your parents back. I have my family and you have yours." He stood up and took her hand. He ran his thumb over the promise ring that adorned her left ring finger and smiled as he pulled her to her feet. "Come now, why don't you properly introduce me to my future in-laws, Mrs. Potter?" They retrieved their trunks and were almost the last ones off the train. When the ticket inspector motioned they could go through the barrier, they found Sirius, Remus and Tonks waiting for them. Behind them Molly and Arthur were greeting Ron and Ginny. Hermione glanced around and saw the two people she most wanted to see. All the trepidation left her as she ran to them. "Mum, Dad." Harry motioned to Sirius and the rest that he'd be right back and followed his wife. "Well, this was unexpected, Mr. Granger," said as he enjoyed the overenthusiastic hug from his daughter, but as he released her his eyebrow rose at the boy who had followed. When Hermione had given her mother a hug as well, she pulled back and stood beside Harry. "Mum, Dad, you met him several years ago and I've written to you about him a lot. But I want to introduce you to my boyfriend, Harry Potter." "Boyfriend, you say?" Richard Granger asked as he sized the young man up. He wouldn't want to call himself a social bigot, but the boy in front of him didn't look like much. His clothes were many sizes too large, his trainers looked more like something that should be thrown away than worn, and his hair was going in more directions than London streets did. He held out his hand in politeness but was already envisioning getting his daughter away as quickly as possible, but then he looked Harry in the eyes. From behind the spectacles that sat upon the boy's nose emerged a set of green eyes that seemed both nervous and confident. There was also the grip of the young man's handshake. Not firm as if threatening, but not light as well. Again through the handshake came a sense of nervous confidence. "Sir," Harry said. "Nice to meet you." Likewise, Richard replied, still trying to figure out the contrasting youth in front of him. Richard Granger. Harry replied. So you're the one who fought dragons and trolls. Harry looked around nervously, but Hermione came to his rescue. Yes, he is, but it's something that would be better to be discussed later, at home. Of course. Harry looked at Mrs. Granger. Ma'am. Jean, Mrs. Granger replied as she extended her hand as well. So that's where Hermione gets her middle name, Harry replied as he took her hand lightly and gave a slight shake. Nice to meet you, ma'am. Jean watched as the young man's hand fell to his side and took her daughter's hand. Their fingers intertwined and a hint of silver flashed. Silver from ring that adorned her daughter's left ring finger. Hermione. Is that a ring I see? Yes, Mum, Hermione replied and held up her hand to show her mother. Harry gave it to me. Jean Granger examined the ring, noticing the diamond, emerald and a light brown stone she wasn't sure of. Very nice. You do know there is a significant meaning to wearing a ring on that finger, don't you? Of course, Hermione replied as she looked her mother in the eyes. That's why it's there. It was a bit of bad timing that the Creevy Bothers passed by at that time and yelled out, "See you next year, Mr. and Mrs. Potter," and then burst out laughing as they left with their parents. Mr. and Mrs. Potter? Richard Granger asked. Yeah, friends of ours pretended to marry us, Harry explained. And just how serious a relationship do you two have? Jean Granger asked. Mum, can we talk about this later? Hermione asked. Harry needs to meet up with his godfather. Of course, Mrs. Granger replied in a tone that left no uncertainty that they would talk about it later. Mr. Potter, a voice called out. Harry turned and saw Amelia Bones there with her niece Susan. May I have a quick word? And Miss Granger as well. Sir, ma'am, Harry said to the Grangers. It was nice meeting you and I hope I shall see more of you this summer. He turned, and once again clasping Hermione's hand they walked over to the head of the DMLE. Ma'am, Susan, can you give us a moment please? Madam Bones said to her niece. Once Susan was far enough away she turned to Harry and Hermione. I would like for you two to come to the ministry tomorrow to answer further questions. If tomorrow is inconvenient then as soon as possible. Ma'am, I've found some peculiar things that need explaining, she started as her voice lower, for example, why am I discussing this with Mr. and Mrs. Potter? She held up her hand to stop Harry and Hermione from speaking. You obviously are not advertising it and I do not plan on sharing the information, yet. We'll be there, Harry said as he looked at Hermione. Thank you, Amelia answered. They both walked over to Sirius next. The Weasleys had joined them. Seems strange not to see the Dursleys here, Harry said as he looked around. Well, if you want me to drop you off there, Sirius smirked. No thanks, Harry replied before turning to the man with graying hair. How are you, Moony? I'm doing great, Harry. Taking care of yourself, the werewolf replied. Harry couldn't help but look over at Tonks. He saw her eyes flicker toward the werewolf a couple of times. He smiled as he took Remus' hand. Trying to. It was quickly time for Hermione to leave with her parents and Harry to go with Sirius. Call Dobby and Winky and get the cabinet delivered soon, Harry whispered to Hermione as they hug each other farewell. I don't want to take any of your time away from your parents, but I already miss you and we haven't even parted yet. I know, Hermione replied. But we will never truly be apart, will we? But I can't do this when we are not together, Harry replied and his lips found hers. When the key ended he remembered they were in front of everyone. He looked around and saw Hermione's parents frozen in their shoes as their faces showed surprise. Ginny and Ron both were red in their faces and were looking away. Sirius had a grin a mile wide while Tonks again was looking at Remus while the werewolf was looking at them. Well, Mrs. Weasley said quickly. I think we should get going. Another small key. Till later, Mrs. Potter. I love you, my husband, Hermione replied. Draco Malfoy sat alone in his room looking out the window. The hedges and lawns of the vast estate were slowly darkening under the falling sunlight. He sighed. He knew it was the day he would normally have returned home on the Hogwarts Express, the day his father and mother would have been waiting for him as he left the train. But he also knew those days were but a memory. The last week had passed in a fog for the young man. He'd wake long after his mother had already left the house leaving him to manage on his own. He hadn't left his room much because every room in the manor brought back memories of his father. A father, who if the healers were to be believed would never leave the bed he now laid in. The previous day Draco had walked past his father's study and could almost hear a quill scratching on parchment. A sound that had been common in years previous. He'd entered the study that time, something he never had done without permission. Permission though was something never to come from his father again. He knew he'd never be able to sit in the chair beside his father's desk while his father spoke of a magical world that would one day be rid of the filth of Muggle blood or complain about another pureblood family whose offspring had contaminated their blood with that of a Muggle or Muggleborn. Draco knew he'd never receive another lesson on his heritage and proper history of the magical world. A history that was denied those of non-pureblood birth, one that showed why magical purebloods were superior in all ways to those who were inferior. As the light from the window lessened even further, the candles over his desk lit magically. It caused Draco's eyes to look that way. On the desk were his schoolbooks and copies of the Daily Prophet. That only made the hurt Draco felt in his heart even worse. As his father lay in a bed in St. Mungo's, Harry Potter was on the front page of the Prophet nearly every day. A parchment also laid on the desk, it had been there since the first day he'd been home. It was crumpled now, unreadable. A week ago it had been filled with 2 names and other words. When his anger at his mother had subsided, he'd remembered Potter's suggestion. He'd written out the names and as he realized they were anagrams he'd at first believed what Potter had said and he'd tried to figure out why the Golden Boy would do such a thing and what he'd gained from it. As he thought it over, the answer came to him, hence the crumpled parchment. He realized Potter had tried to trick him, to use him against his own father. He realized Potter had reversed the anagram himself. He'd created a fictitious name from Lord Voldemort in an attempt to deceive Draco. During the week that followed, Draco's frustration and anger had slowly built its way up. With no outlet for it, it started to consume him. Lost in thought, Draco never heard the ringing of the entry bell but shortly voices drifted up the stairs and into his room. At first he'd paid them no mind as his mother had often entertained in the days of years past, but it wasn't long before he realized it was an unfamiliar voice his mother chatted with. Curiosity finally got the best of him and he rose from his chair and descended the steps. The voices grew louder as he made his way to his mother's lounge. When he looked in the door he stopped when he saw who it was. But, she's dead, was his first thoughts as he saw the dark-haired woman sitting across from his mother. His movement must have caught his mother's eye as she turned toward the door. "Draco, come in. This is my sister Andromeda." Not Bellatrix, he thought, but then he remembered who Andromeda was and what his father had thought of her. Of what even her own mother had thought of her. "You invited a blood traitor into our home." Draco snarled as the anger he'd had built up in the last week fought to get out. A blood traitor invited into the halls of his father while he laid in a bed street. Mungo's, Draco could only see it as the ultimate betrayal of his father. "Draco, this is my sister," Narcissa said sharply. "You will not speak like that. She's a blood traitor," Draco shouted. "Father would have never let the likes of her in this house." "Maybe I should leave," Andromeda said cautiously as she sat the cup of tea she'd been drinking down and rose from her chair. Narcissa put out her hand in a gesture for Andromeda to stay and turned back to her son. "Draco, I am your mother. You will not." She didn't get to finish as Draco had turned his back on her and stormed out of the room. "I'm sorry sissy," Andromeda said. "I really shouldn't have come." "It's fine," Narcissa replied as she continued to look at the door. Her son disappeared from wondering what had happened. "He'll calm down and I'll talk to him tomorrow. He just doesn't understand." But she didn't talk to him the next day. She went back to St. Mungo's the next morning and spent the day next to her husband. Once again Andromeda was there in the evening. By the time she arrived home it was late and she wasn't surprised that her son didn't greet her. The next day she went to speak to him only to find him not in his room. Again she wasn't surprised since she presumed he was out on the ground somewhere. It was very late that night that she realized that he had never returned. By the next morning she was certain that her son was not there. It was the smell, Hermione realized as she sat in the back seat of the 1992 Mercedes 190E as her father navigated the streets of London away from King's Cross. The leather seats had a distinctive smell that brought back memories. The first time she'd ridden in the car was on her way home from her first year at Hogwarts. The car had been almost new then and the smell had been much more defined. She remembered that ride very clearly. She'd talked non-stop as she recounted all the things that just couldn't be described in a letter. She still wondered if her parents believed her as she described trolls and a three-headed giant dog. She did know they had been disappointed that she hadn't been able to demonstrate the incredible magic she'd learned to do. All she could do was describe it to them. All this time and they've never seen me do real magic, she thought. Then she remembered that she had shown them magic. It was right after she'd ridden in this very car the last time, a little more than a year in the past to her. She remembered the astonishment of her parents as they watched her perform several magical feats. Then she recalled the last bit of magic she'd done for them, removing their memories. Ironic, she thought sadly as she watched the other cars out the window. She closed her eyes and forced those memories aside. Harry's right, she mused. They are but a dream, something that I remember but that never really happened. I'm 16 again and Mum and Dad are in the front seat with their memories intact. She instinctively opened her eyes and looked toward the front of the car only to see her mother looking back at her. So dear, how was your year? Jean asked. Hermione could tell it wasn't really her year that she really wanted to ask about. At least now we know why your letters seem to be less detailed. Was Harry also the reason you missed Christmas? The memories of that Christmas came flooding back to Hermione. Waking up to discover that Harry and the Weasleys were gone, the explanation from Dumbledore, lying to her parents about needing to stay at Hogwarts to study, the trip on the night bus to Grimmauld Place, Street. Mungo's, Mr. Weasley. She shook her head slightly to clear it before answering. Harry's not the reason for the letters and he wasn't my boyfriend at Christmas. As for the year, well, one of her favorite lines came to mind and it seemed fitting for an answer to how her year had been. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. And of wisdom and foolishness. Her mother asked. Well, at least you're not forgetting your literature. So what were these reasons? We need a little more elaboration than best and worst of times. Let's start with testing. How did they go? What are they called again? Owl's mum, ordinary wizarding levels, Hermione replied. I'm confident I did well, but I won't get the results for a few weeks. That's good, Jean replied. So what else have you been up to this year? What besides owls constitutes the worst of times? What I want to know, Mr. Granger interjected, is why we need that magical protection around our house. You didn't really say why it was necessary and your headmaster wasn't forthcoming about it either. Hermione sighed as she grouped her thoughts. Last time she'd told them everything, she really couldn't help it since she was required to take 10 potions a day because of the curse she had suffered. She considered not telling them, but as her eyes met her mother's again she remembered the vacant look that had been in those eyes right after she'd taken their memories. What is it? Harry asked. I can feel your sadness, something wrong. No, just being with my parents is reminding me. It didn't happen, will not happen, Harry said emphatically. You have to move past that love or you'll never find the peace you need. I wish you were here, Hermione said. I really could use a hug right now. Harry sent the mental image of the sunrise from that morning to Hermione. I am there in your heart. I love you. I love you too, she replied before steeling herself for what she needed to say. She took a deep breath and let it out. Finally Hermione started. The tests were fine, definitely not the worst of times. It was a lot of other things that made the year bad. There are a lot of things connected, so let me start from last summer. Hermione took another deep breath before continuing. Last summer after I left to go to Harry's godfather's house, Harry was attacked by Dementors. She went on to describe the highlights of her 5th year as best as she could remember, including Harry's trial, returning to Hogwarts and Umbridge. She described why she really had stayed at Christmas as only Ron and Ginny's father had been attacked. She told her parents about Ministry's attack on Harry and everything else that happened. That's why I stopped writing descriptive letters. We found out the Ministry, or at least Umbridge, was reading our mail. Her mother gasped when she told of Umbridge being arrested and what she eventually confessed to. Then Hermione made it to the events of the previous week. She reached into her school bag and took out the Daily Prophet from the day after the Ministry events and the Quibbler story. Last week she paused before she continued with the lie that really wasn't a lie. Last week Harry was tricked by Voldemort into going to the Ministry. He thought his godfather was being held prisoner there by Voldemort. When we got there, there were 12 of Voldemort's supporters, Death Eaters, you remember me telling you. That's what they were called. Her mother, who had grown pale, nodded. They were there waiting. It was a trap. Her mother gasped again, and she'd already noticed her father had adjusted the rear-view mirror to look at her. What do you mean a trap? He asked. What happened? They wanted something, Hermione explained. Something only Harry could give them. We fought them. Hermione handed her mother the newspaper and magazine. We won. Read those and you'll see what happened. The quibbler is best. Jean's gaze remained on her daughter for a few moments before she turned her attention to the magazine. At her husband's request, she read it out loud. When she finished, she then read the newspaper. At times she'd look incredulously at her daughter. And where were the wizard police, or whatever they're called? Her father asked when his wife had finished. Or this headmaster of yours? I thought after all of the stuff in your second year you were supposed to be safe. Of course her mother and father didn't really know the truth about her second year. Hermione had only told them that she'd been attacked and had to spend several days under medical care. She'd been afraid that had she told them the whole truth about some of the things that happened at Hogwarts, they would have prevented her from returning. Now Hermione considered how to answer her father. He'd asked similar questions the last time, but not as argumentative. They'd been more concerned about her well-being then, since she'd had such a close call. Finally she explained. Remember that I'd said Harry had been persecuted by the ministry, and though it had gotten better, he wasn't willing to take the chance no one would believe him. So he dragged you off on some crazy scheme. Mr. Granger asked angrily. It sounds like you could have been killed. He didn't drag me, she retorted as she thought of the previous time and remembered saying the same thing. He wanted us to stay behind, but I mean we weren't going to let him go alone. Mr. Granger was going to say something else, but Hermione noticed her mother laid her hand on his arm. Dear, she said softly to him, it's already happened and we can't change it. I don't like it, Richard said. It sounds like that boy has dragged our girl into the middle of a war. Hermione gave a sad laugh. It is a war, Dad, and yes, I am in the middle of it, but I am Muggleborn, so I'd be targeted anyway. If you knew you were a target, would you prefer to be actively fighting or just sitting and waiting for something to happen? You're only 16 years old and have no business fighting anyone, her father argued. We aren't planning on looking for people to fight, Hermione explained. But Voldemort is targeting Harry, and as long as Harry is in danger, then I am too. So it's the boy's fault? Mr. Granger asked. Maybe we need to take you out of that school. Keep you away from that boy. Hermione's eyes widened. She hadn't expected that. Her father definitely didn't suggest it last time. No, you can't, Hermione replied finally. We're your parents, Hermione, her father said. If we have to do something like that to keep you away from that boy in danger, we'll do it. Harry isn't that boy, Dad. He's my boyfriend and I love him, she admitted as she glared at her parents. Dear, her mother said gently, I know it might seem so, first crushes can seem like it, but love. This isn't a crush, Hermione replied firmly, and you will not keep me from returning to Hogwarts. Young lady, Richard started with an edge to his voice, you are still our daughter and as such you will listen to us. You're forgetting one thing, Hermione said. What would that be? I'm also a witch, Hermione replied. I'll see you at home. She grabbed her bag and turned slightly in her seat. With a crack she disappeared. Hermione, her mother yelled as the front door of their home flew open 30 minutes later. Hermione, are you here? Yes, Mum, Hermione replied, trying to act calm. She was sitting in the den with a book in her hand but still hadn't read a single word. Richard, Jean called to her husband as she entered the den. She's in here, she turned to her daughter. What did you think you were doing? It's called apparition, Mum, Hermione replied as she set her book down and looked at her mother. It's one of the ways witches and wizards can travel. You had us worried, Jean Granger said as she obviously tried to settle herself. I mean you just disappeared. I know, Hermione replied. I'm sorry, but, by then her father had also joined them. What was the meaning of that, young lady? He asked irritably. I didn't want to argue, Hermione stated honestly. But we do need to talk. I know you are concerned about me. I know you think you're doing the right thing, but I am not 12. I will gladly discuss this with you, but you must understand that in 3 months I will be 17, which is the legal age in the magical world. In the meantime, if I need to, I can always go live with Sirius until then. Jean looked at her husband, and the gaze that passed between them spoke volumes, as any look between people who've been married over 20 years tended to do. Then she turned back to her daughter and sighed. "No, you're definitely not 12. In fact, we're not sure if you ever were 12. She and her husband took a seat on the couch across from Hermione. "You've always been older than your years, and now even more so." Hermione nodded. "Now there'll be no more talk about me not returning to Hogwarts, and Dad, you'll not refer to Harry as that boy. How would you pay for it, Mr. Granger asked as he grasped for anything to argue with. "School, I mean. Harry would pay for it," Hermione replied with a shrug. "In fact, he'll probably insist on paying anyway." I mean how?" Mr. Granger asked. "He can't even afford a decent set of clothes." Hermione smiled. "You are judging a book by its cover, Dad, and should know better." She paused as she spoke to her husband. "Harry, I would like to tell my parents a little about your childhood. Unfortunately, my father is judging my boyfriend by how he looked. I trust you, but I don't want their pity. Respect is what they will give you," Hermione replied before answering her father. "I told you how Harry lost his parents when he was a baby, and the whole boy who lived thing. Yes, so. He was sent to live with his aunt and uncle, two people who really hate magic. For 11 years he was," she paused to find the right word and finally settled on, "mistreated. While his cousin received mountains of gifts every year for his birthday and Christmas, Harry received nothing. Even his clothes are his cousin's hand-me-downs. He was never allowed to go anywhere or do anything a child normally does." Hermione took a moment as the surge of memories from Harry's childhood Miranda had given her welled up. He suffered as no child should ever suffer from anyone." A softness in her mother's eyes told Hermione that she understood what she was trying to say, but her father persisted. "What does this have to do with paying for your school? When Harry joined the magical world, he found out about his parents and also found out they left him a small fortune." "Fortune?" Mr. Granger asked. "So why is he dressed like a vagabond?" "Isn't it obvious, Richard?" Jean replied to her husband. "He's hiding the money from his relatives so they don't try to take it." "Exactly, but it's no longer a problem," Hermione said. "His godfather is now his guardian. These are the last couple of days he'll wear those clothes. In fact, I'm hoping that we can take him shopping for new clothes." At the look her father was giving, she continued. "Dad, please just give him a chance. Harry is the kindest person you could ever ask for." But her father started but found no words. "Dear, just how serious is your relationship with the young man?" Jean asked as she repeated the same question she'd asked at King's Cross. "You're only 16. Actually 18, almost 19, but you can't know that," Hermione thought. She knew what her mother was thinking. She'd said it in the car. Her mother believed it was only a crush, a school romance. She glanced down at her ring as she ran her thumb over it. Then she looked back at her mother. "I'm sure you know this is a promise ring," she explained. "When Harry put it on my finger, he promised that I was his future, and I've never known Harry to ever break a promise." "Hermione," her mother started. "Do not try to make me choose between you and Harry." This time tears had come into Hermione's eyes. "Because though I love both of you dearly, Harry is my future as well." "Dear," her mother said, "first love is always a precious thing, but they rarely last. Your father and we just don't want you to get hurt." She got up from beside her husband and sat down next to her daughter and put her arm around her. "It's obvious you have your mind made up. It is also obvious that you are going to do what you want, and there is very little we can do to stop you. But always know we're here for you." She looked at her husband with a glare that made it perfectly clear he was going to say something as well. "Yes, well, I'll give the young man a chance," Richard added grumpily. "Will he be visiting, or are you planning on leaving us again this summer as well?" The tone and words from her father made Hermione gaze sharply at him. It wasn't what he'd said the last time, but then she realized what the issue was. Her parents missed her. She spent 9 or 10 months of the year away at school, and then last summer she'd left for Grimmauld Place fairly early and didn't spend Christmas with them. In the last 2 years, she'd spent less than a month with her parents. She smiled as she wiped the tears away on her sleeve. "Harry wanted me to spend time with you this year," she said. "He knew I hadn't been, and it was his idea." "What idea?" Jean Granger asked. "Well, obviously we want to spend as much time together as possible, but as I said, he wanted me to spend time with you too." Winky, Dobby, Hermione called to thin air, and immediately two cracks were heard as the two elves appeared. Hermione's parents jumped to their feet instantly in shock as the small large-eared, large-eyed creatures appeared out of thin air. It was one thing to watch their daughter disappear, but entirely another to see something or two things appear from nowhere. "Mum, Dad, this is Winky and Dobby. They are house elves," she said in introduction. "Winky, Dobby, this is Richard and Jean Granger, my parents." "Winky is happy to meet Mistress Hermione's parents," Winky said excitedly. "Can Winky work here while Mistress is away from Hogwarts?" "Dobby is happy to meet Mistress Hermione's parents as well," Dobby said. "Ah, nice to meet you," Jean replied. "Hermione, are these she wasn't sure what to call them, beings you were fretting about last summer?" "Yes, but I was wrong, but we can discuss that later," she replied to her mother before turning to Winky. "Yes, as long as you aren't missed from Hogwarts you may work here. You can ask my parents if they have any chores they need accomplished." "Chores?" Jean parroted. "They like to work, Mum. If you need anything cleaned or work done, they'll do them for you," Hermione said. "But whatever you do, don't try to give them clothes or pay them." But I thought you said." "As I said, I was wrong. I still don't really understand it, but I know I was wrong." "Well, okay, I guess," Jean Granger said hesitantly. "Now where can we put a fairly large piece of furniture?" "About this size." Hermione held out her hands to show the size of the vanishing cabinet. "Why? It's going to allow Harry to visit me and for me to visit him," Hermione explained. "As I said, it was his idea. This way I can spend my whole summer here with you and still spend time with him." "How?" Hermione explained about the cabinets and how they worked. "This cabinet just lets you travel between one and the other." Her father asked suspiciously. "Did Harry suggest you put it in your bedroom?" Hermione glared at her father before answering. "No, he didn't, but thank you, that's an excellent idea. I'll get the larger bookshelf moved and it'll fit there." Hermione, her mother started. "I am not serious, Mother. I don't need to give Dad any more reasons to not like Harry," she turned on her father. "Dad, again I ask you to give Harry a chance." When the glare from his wife joined the glare from his daughter, Richard held up his hands. "Fine," he said. It was decided to put the cabinet in the garage. Though it was connected to the house, Richard pointed out that the door would be locked and Harry could be let in when he knocked. Hermione didn't bother to tell him that Harry owned a knife that could open any door if he truly wanted to get in. 10 minutes later, Winky and Dobby had the cabinet in a corner of the garage and it was covered by a large tarp. "So how does it work?" Richard asked. "Just have to get in it and close the door," Hermione explained. "You'll appear in the matching one." Late in the evening, as the sun was beginning to set, Jean Granger invited her daughter for a walk. They'd only made it down their street when she said, "I really only wanted to talk to you away from your dad." "I know," Hermione replied. "That obvious?" Hermione shrugged. "I thought so. You know he loves you, don't you? Your father, I mean." "Of course. It's difficult for a man to see his little girl turn into a young woman," Jean explained. "We've seen so little of you that I think he wants you to go back to being his little girl again." They turned onto another street. "The key at the train station didn't help." "I know," Hermione replied. "I'm sorry, well, not for the key, but for not spending very much time with you." "Are you really here for the whole summer?" "I want to be, Mum," Hermione replied. "I've really missed you too. You missed a great skiing trip at Christmas." "I'm sorry, but," Hermione shrugged. "I understand. So tell me about your boyfriend." "Tell me about your Harry," Jean prompted. "Tell me about that first key." "It was magical, Mum," Hermione replied truthfully. "I can truthfully say a single key changed my life." "That might be exaggerating, but I know the feeling," Jean replied. "If you only knew," Hermione thought with a smile as she remembered that first key with Harry. They spent the next hour discussing Harry Potter. Hermione gave her mother the fictional version of them getting together right after the Quidditch match celebration. She described some of the things Harry had done, including taking her to see the sunrise that very morning, though she didn't mention waking up in the bed with Harry right before that sunrise. By the time they'd returned to the street they lived on, the half-moon was high in the night sky. "Would you have really left?" Jean asked, stopping as they turned into the driveway. "Earlier, I mean." "Yes, Mum. Though it would have broken my heart, I would have," Hermione replied after a few moments of contemplation. I know you think this is just a schoolgirl crush or a first love, but it isn't. I truly love Harry and I know he loves me. He is my future, she sighed as her eyes locked on her mother's. I only want you and Dad to get to know him, to give him a chance. I know you will love him as well. He never knew his own parents and the only other family he's really known is the Weasleys, and with 7 kids it's overwhelming sometimes. I'd like him to experience a smaller loving family. I want him to experience my family, because someday, she shrugged, someday, she repeated. If you and Dad really want what is best for me, then understand what is best as Harry. Of course. From what you've told me, he seems nice enough, Mrs. Granger replied. I'll make sure your father is fair. Just remember that you will always be his little girl and he wants to protect you. Then he should get along fine with Harry since Harry wants to protect me as well. Remember, he has already saved my life, Hermione said. How many 11-year-old boys do you know would jump on the back of a 12-foot monster to save someone he didn't really know? What do you mean 12 foot? Jean Granger asked as she stopped and turned toward her daughter. That troll thing from your first year. I don't remember you mentioning it being 12 foot. We thought you had exaggerated the danger. If I had told you, would you've let me go back? Probably not, Mrs. Granger admitted. So there really was a 3-headed dog as well. Was it 12 feet as well? Yes, there was, and it stood about as high as that hedge, Hermione said as she pointed to a neighbor's hedge line that rose above their heads. His name was Fluffy. Jean stared up at the top of hedge for several seconds before replying. You definitely shouldn't tell your dad. He'd really fret about you being there, though with all of the things you say is going on, he's going to worry anyway. I can take care of myself, and if I do need someone, Harry will be there. Again, not much comfort for your father, Jean said with a small amount of laughter in her voice before turning serious. Please be careful and write to us often when you go back to school. We really do miss you when you're gone. Actually, Harry thought of that as well, Hermione replied. He wants me to still be a part of your lives, he truly does. When we go back to school, he's going to have the other cabinet taken to Hogwarts so I can come see you whenever I want. You see, to him family is everything, something he's always wanted to have. You should have seen his eyes when the subject of children came up. He's going to be a wonderful father. Father, children? Jean asked. Hermione, are you sleeping with him? The last part was in a very cautious voice. Hermione studied her mother before deciding to tell her the truth. I have slept in his bed, but we are not you ally active. I am still a pure. Is he pressuring you though? Jean asked. No, Harry would never do that, Hermione assured her mother, though from the return look she knew her mother wasn't assured. Mum, we aren't planning on children tomorrow. It was just something that came up. In fact, I've already told him that it should be a minimum of 3 years after we finish school before we think about children. Give us time to settle into our lives. As Jean Granger studied her daughter in the light of the moon, stars and nearby street lights, she realized that Hermione was more of a young woman than her little girl who always acted older than she was. I would like to schedule you an OBGYN exam though, and maybe you should consider going on birth control just in case. We have potions that are more reliable with no side effects, Hermione replied. I need to brew some other potions this summer so I can brew that one as well. I'll be glad to see a doctor, but Harry and I have agreed we're not ready for that yet. I do understand though that it's better to be ready when eventually it does happen. Jean Granger gave a small sigh of relief. As a dentist, she'd seen too many teenage mothers or soon-to-be mothers in her chair. Don't mention it to your dad. I think he'd prefer if you waited until you were 30 or at least married. I did, Mum, I did wait until I was married and I'm still waiting, Hermione thought. We won't rush into it, Mum. When it does happen, we'll both be ready. Mrs. Granger smiled. I'm sure you will. Now you were saying you'd like to take your boyfriend shopping. Yes, the sooner the better, Hermione replied. We have to go to the Ministry of. She stopped as a yawn came suddenly. Sorry, it's been a long day. We have to go to the Ministry of Magic tomorrow, but maybe tomorrow evening. She had a hopeful look on her face. We can make that work. Does Harry understand what it means to go shopping? Jean asked her daughter. Especially for a whole wardrobe with 2 women. Probably not, Hermione replied. Then you better not tell him or you'll never get him to go, Mrs. Granger smirked. It wouldn't matter to him. A teenage boy not minding shopping for clothes. Jean asked in surprise. This I have to see. When they finally made it into the house, Hermione turned to her mother and said, I'm going to go pop over and give Harry a good night key, and then turn in. As I said, it was a long day. Harry left King's Cross in the company of Sirius, Remus, Tonks and the Weasleys. Just as they'd walked to the station at the beginning of their 5th year, they walked back now. Harry could see the others were constantly looking around as if waiting for an attack. His hand never left the pocket where his wand was located. He wasn't surprised to find other members of the Order along the way. The first he saw was Mad-Eye Moody. He had a bowler hat pulled down over his magical eye and was leaning against a wall. Harry was positive that the eye was busy watching everything around them. He remembered that eye being in Umbridge's office, and he also remembered the ex-Auror's death. A death that should never have happened. Well, I hope the Dursleys and Chuckles enjoy Australia, he thought as he wondered if Dumbledore would actually do it. Hello Moody, Harry said as they passed. Nice hat. Potter, Mad-Eye replied gruffly. Way to keep your eyes open. Bill Weasley and Fleur were next. They were sitting on a bench chatting. Harry almost didn't recognize the eldest Weasley child without the scars he'd received from Greyback, but Fleur couldn't be mistaken for anyone else. With the long owned hair and perfect skin, she radiated beauty. Several men almost walked into traffic because they were watching her. She was definitely beautiful, Harry admitted as they drew closer to the bench. But for all of her beauty, Harry knew he'd never want her on his arm compared to Hermione. Remembering Ron's responses to the Quarter Vila, Harry looked over at his old friend and smirked at the blank expression on Ron's face as he stared at Fleur. As they came up to the bench, the two occupants rose. Hello Bill, Harry said. He caught himself from mentioning something about Shell Cottage, a place that might not even exist yet. He then turned to his fiancée. Fleur, nice to see you again. Bonjour, Ari, the beautiful French witch replied as she took Bill's arm. Has been a while. Not as long as you think it has, Harry thought. We need to keep moving, Mrs. Weasley said in a tone strong in disapproval. Harry shook Bill's hand and Fleur moved quickly to key him on each cheek. Better watch it, Sirius said with a smirk. You might have an irate witch on your hands if you start dotting Harry. He's a claimed man. Raymond. I mean who? Fleur asked as she looked past Harry questioningly. Only seeing Ginny, she raised an eyebrow in question at the youngest Weasley who was red in her face. Ginny. Harry glanced at the youngest Weasley and saw a smile that slipped on her lips. He knew he needed to crush that thought immediately. No, of course not. You know she's like a sister to me. Do you remember Hermione Granger? My friend who went with Victor Crumb to the Yule Ball. Of course. Trey Bon. You two are good for each user, Fleur said. But poor Gabrielle, my sister, you remember, Yes, of course, Harry replied. He remembered Fleur saying her sister had been talking about him. She's is such a crush on you, nothing but Harry Potter all year, Fleur explained. She has been so looking forward to seeing you again next year when, but you wouldn't know. Know what? Harry replied, feigning a questioning look. Bill and I are getting married, next summer. Molly gave an emphatic throat clearing before announcing a bit too loud. We need to keep moving. Dumbledore said we shouldn't be out very long. She started forward and took her eldest son by the arm and pulled him along. Fleur started walking beside Harry and continued to talk. It will be nice to see you this summer. Bill and I will be staying with you and Sirius as well. Even though he remembered them staying at the Burrow last time, Harry turned his head, looked questioningly at Sirius who was following behind them. Dumbledore wants as many wands as he can get around, Sirius explained. In this case I didn't see a reason to argue. Fair enough, Harry replied. As long as everyone stays out of my way, he looked back at Fleur. Married. That's great. I wish you and Bill all the best. I just hope it's not disturbed by Death Eaters this time. Harry noticed Tonks walking as close as she could to Remus without being obvious. He also noticed her occasional glances at the man she wanted. Harry moved a bit closer to her and then intentionally put a foot in front of hers. As she stumbled, Lupin grabbed her instinctively to keep her from falling. It took her several seconds before she tried to free herself from his arms. Sorry, Tonks murmured to the werewolf. It wasn't a problem, Lupin replied. Another 10 minutes and they were at number 12 Grimmauld Place. I'll take this up to your room, Sirius said as he grabbed Harry's trunk. We need to put a bed in there for Ron as well, Mrs. Weasley said. No, Harry replied forcefully. Hasn't this already been discussed? Didn't Ron tell you? Tell me what? Molly Weasley asked as she looked at her son. That he and I are no longer friends. I was accused of stealing his girl, Harry explained. I had my own girlfriend, Ron retorted, until you had to go and have your girlfriend say something to Lavender. You just can't stand for anyone else to have anything, can you? You No, Harry stopped himself. It's not worth trying to argue with you. Mrs. Weasley, please understand that Ron is not welcome in my room. He turned and stomped up the steps with Sirius behind him. Mrs. Weasley looked stunned as she glared at her children waiting for an explanation. Ron's face was a bright Weasley red. Stupid git, he muttered as he watched Harry go up the steps. Ronald Bilious Weasley. Harry could hear Molly's voice from up the steps, but he didn't hear the rest of her tirade as he closed and locked his door behind him. Looking forward to a Dursley-free summer? Sirius asked. Definitely, but I'd even have stayed there if that would have been what it took to keep you alive, Harry replied. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of dying either, but don't ever feel guilty about that, Sirius said. Now why did you trip Nymphy? Are you mad at her for some reason? You noticed it. I was right behind you, well actually right behind Fleur, but don't tell her that, Sirius replied with a wink. Don't tell Bill you mean. He is one very lucky man, Sirius said. If that's the way they grow them in France, I need to think about moving there. I think you seriously need a date, Harry said. Speaking of which, where's Buckbeak? Ouch. I think I was just insulted, Sirius said to a wall before turning back to his godson. He's still in his room, but Dumbledore said it should be okay to let him return to Hogwarts this week. He's going to let Hagrid know and coordinate for him to get back. The mention of Hagrid made Harry think of the moleskin pouches and what they wanted to put in them. Do you know where I can get goblin-made daggers or knives? How big? Sirius asked. There's a whole set of goblin-made knives in the kitchen. Really? Harry exclaimed. Real goblin-made? Of course. Nothing but the best for my mother, you know, Sirius grumbled. Why? Harry explained what they wanted them for. That's not a bad idea. I think a couple of the small paring knives will work great for you, Sirius said. They might be small, but they're almost unbreakable. Now, you still haven't told me what's your beef with my cousin. I don't have a problem with her, Harry said. There was something we didn't tell you about the future because of what you might say, but I think I have to tell you now because with you still around it might not happen the same way. Now you have me curious. I mean, you said Tonks died like I did. She did. She died fighting alongside her husband, Harry explained. They left a few-month-old son behind. Tonks got married? Sirius asked and then realized what Harry was saying. You mean Moony, don't you? When Harry nodded, Sirius let out a yell of laughter. That old mangy wolf married into my family. You can't say anything, Harry implored. Well, you can, but not like that. If I understood it correctly, Tonks is already in love with Moony at this time and he likes her too, but he doesn't believe he's good enough for her. He thinks it would hurt her to be associated with a werewolf. But they got together. Yeah, after Dumbledore died, they got married sometime before Fleur and Bill. Sirius smiled. Well, good for the man, and he had a son as well, huh? He got a twinkle in his eye that could rival Dumbledore. I guess I'll see if I can't hurry it up some this time. Just don't mess it up, Harry said. I know there are no guarantees, but Moony and Tonks were happy. They even made me Teddy's godfather. Teddy? Sirius asked. After Tonks' father. Yeah, he died as well. If I can help it, they'll have their happiness, Sirius said determinedly. Merlin knows that man needs something good in his life. Does anyone else know? Hermione, of course, but I don't. Wait, Mrs. Weasley might, Harry said. Not the future, of course, but the night I went to the burrow last go-round, she and Tonks were talking when I got there. Tonks was sad, and though at the time I thought it was over you dying, I'm pretty sure it was because of Moony. I'll see what Molly knows, Sirius said. Might take her mind off of Fleur. Talk about someone she doesn't like. They've only been here a couple of days, mostly Fleur since Bill's been working long hours, but it's obvious the Molly doesn't like the goddess. Wished there was a way to fix that easily, but last time it took Bill being mauled by Greyback for Mrs. Weasley to find out that Fleur really does love Bill. I think if I were Bill, I'd take not being mauled. Molly will eventually come around. It might take a bit longer, but you never know. I agree, Harry replied. So what did Amelia want earlier? Oh, she wants us to come to the ministry tomorrow. More questions. I'll arrange it. What time? Earlier the better. I want to go to Hermione's home tomorrow, Harry replied. I also need to get to the bank to get money out of my vault. When I get a chance, I want to take Hermione out on a date. I know I can't move around safely in wizarding places, but I should be relatively safe in the Muggle world. Albus will lay a dragon egg before he allows you to go roaming about. Dumbledore's protection attempts in the past have been underwhelming at the best, Harry replied. I really don't care what the old man says. Harry, why do you think Molly and Arthur are really staying here? Sirius asked. They'll never admit it, but I guarantee that they have orders from Albus to let him know if you try to be too independent. If you tried to walk out that door, they will either try to stop you or be on the floor to Dumbledore immediately. Harry shrugged. I'm not worried about it. In fact, it might be better that way. Why do I have a feeling you aren't just laying over for the headmaster? Harry smiled. I'm not, but as long as he thinks I'm here then so will Snape. Snape will tell Voldemort and I won't have to worry about Death Eaters, will I? He nodded toward the cabinet. I have a way out of here that no one knows of, so don't be surprised when I stay locked in my room all day. If someone is looking for me, then let me know by the mirror. I'll get back as soon as I can. Sirius smiled at his godson. I swear you're becoming more and more like James every day. Thanks, but I'm not my dad, Harry replied. I have my own wife now and someday I'll have my own family. They were silent for a minute for Harry continued. I saw their graves, you know, when we were in Godric's Hollow. I also saw their old house. A pained expression crossed Sirius' face. I haven't. I should, but they'll understand, Harry said. Maybe, when this is all over we'll both go there. Sirius nodded. Sounds like something we can do. They chatted for a few more minutes until there was a knock on the door. Harry, the voice of Molly Weasley asked. Dinner is done. We'll be down soon, Harry replied, and then in a lower voice. Help me keep an eye on Ginny. I'll tell you about the train trip back later, but we know she had several cauldrons of different types of love and jealousy potions. She even had one filled with a lust potion. What are you going to do? Find out if she has any left and then catch her in the act, Harry replied. It has got to be in front of Arthur or at least Bill and Fleur. Why not Molly? Sirius asked. Do you think she's in on it? No, Miranda's only complaint about her was her overly mothering, but I do know she used a love potion on Arthur when they were younger. She told Ginny and Hermione about. I'm afraid she won't take it seriously enough if it's only her. Molly has told that story to everyone, Sirius chuckled. What she didn't know was the Arthur knew about it. He liked her too but was too shy to approach her. He figured the love potion would just do what he wanted to happen anyway. It worked, it seems. And no one bothers telling Ginny that part of it, and now she thinks it's perfectly acceptable to use potions on me. True. What can I do to help? Sirius asked. I don't know, Harry replied. Like I said, I'm not even sure if she has any more. If she does, I need to know, and if not, I need to know if she starts brewing more. Can I get Creature to help? Sirius asked. I can have him check Ginny's trunk when everyone is out. That'd help, Harry agreed. Thanks. If Harry had any complaints against Molly Weasley, her cooking definitely wasn't one of them. The table everyone was sitting around was overflowing with various pots and bowls of delectable things to eat. Someone had made sure that Ron wasn't sitting near Harry, but unfortunately Ginny ended up sitting at his left side. The first thing Harry did when he filled his cup was to move it away from her. So, Mrs. Weasley started, how were the owls? She was looking at Harry, so he started. I think I did very well, Harry said. I was told I did exceptionally well in charms, and I'm quite sure I did very well in defense. I might have even got an O in potions. The color was exactly right anyway. Excellent, Harry, Mrs. Weasley said with true enthusiasm. She turned to her son. And you, Ron, how'd yours go? Waddle enhmp, Ron said through a mouthful of food. Ronald Weasley, don't talk with your mouth full, his mother said. Well enough, Ron said after he'd swallowed his mouthful without chewing another time. He immediately shoveled another bite into his mouth. Did you ever get to take your charms test? Harry asked. Why? Molly asked, turning again to her son. Why didn't you take your charms, Owl? Ron still had his mouth full, so Harry explained. There were a few love potions going around that day. Somehow Draco Malfoy and Pansy Parkinson ended up fighting over Ron right in the Great Hall before the test. Pansy actually keyed him. Well, that's better than Draco, Sirius smirked. Love potions. Good prank. Did anyone else get hit? Harry turned to Ginny. There was Millicent. No. Ginny exclaimed and rushed out of the room as she again tasted the key of the overly large Slytherin hag. She didn't stop until she was in the bathroom digging out her toothbrush. Millicent Bulstrode got a love potion for Ginny. Tonks asked incredulously. Yeah, I understand there was a key and everything, Harry smirked. I need to have a word with Dumbledore, Molly said. How can such things happen at that school? He wasn't there, remember, Harry explained. In fact, Umbridge accused Hermione because of that stupid article by Skeeter last year. That's how she ended up being questioned. How did Hermione do in her owls? Tonks asked. She'll get all O's, of course, Harry shrugged. My girlfriend is the smartest witch at Hogwarts. Just like your mother, Sirius said. Remus here, he pointed over to his fellow marauder, and your father were both smart, but Lily was in a class by herself. Sirius, maybe you shouldn't, Molly started as she looked over at Harry. I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley, Harry replied. Yeah, Lily was about the only one who could put James in his place as well. Very much like how Hermione's about the only one you'll listen to, Sirius continued. I remember at Christmas time when you were locked in your room. As soon as she walked in the door, she stomped up those steps, and in no time she'd done what no one else could. I didn't listen to her last week though, Harry replied, trying to sound convincing. She warned me it was probably a trap. And yet she was still there with you. Speaking of the ministry, Arthur spoke up. Have you heard my news? I got promoted. I'm heading up a brand new office. With you-know-who finally recognized as having returned, the wizarding world is being flooded with counterfeit protection devices and other such junk. I've got 10 witches and wizards under me now, and our job is to find and confiscate them. So similar to your old job, but instead of muggles, you're protecting witches and wizards. Harry asked. Yes, Arthur exclaimed. As Molly beamed at everyone about her husband's promotion, Harry couldn't help but think about that. When he had been protecting muggles, it had just been a 2-person office, but now that it's wizards being protected, a full 11 people were doing it. The whole society is bigoted against muggles, and even those that like muggles have some bias, but Harry liked Molly and Arthur and was really happy that he got the promotion. That's great, he finally said. After dinner, Harry announced he was going back to his room. I'm going to get started on my homework, he said. I also need to start studying runes. I asked McGonagall if I could take runes next year. I'm hoping to be at a 4th year level. With Hermione's help I should be ready. Oh, that's wonderful, Harry, Molly said. She turned to her son, who was still eating. Ron, you should do something like that. MOJPCLRYS. He asked through another mouthful of food. He quickly wilted under his mother's gaze and swallowed. More classes. Studying in the summer. Harry didn't bother listening to any more. He left the table and dashed up the steps. He was 20 pages into his wife's 3rd-year runes book when Hermione's voice materialized in his head. Anyone in your room? Nope. I'm coming over for my goodnight key. Can't stay for the night. Not tonight, Hermione said quietly as she opened the cabinet and let herself out. She came over and wrapped her arms around her husband and gave him a key on the cheek. I've missed you, but I've had a good discussion with Mum. Dad isn't taking me having a boyfriend too well, but he's going to give you a chance. What did you and your mum talk about? You, of course, Hermione said. Anything good? A thing or two, Hermione replied with a smile, then looked down at what Harry was doing. Runes already. Better than being with Ron, Harry admitted. Besides, it's not as bad as I thought it would be. Wished you'd have taken it instead of divinations. Definitely, Harry replied. Maybe if I'd had spent more time with you, well, maybe we'd have gotten to that key a lot sooner. That's what Miranda wanted, but we can't change that. I know. Oh, Bill and Fleur are here. Tonks and Remus as well. I told Sirius about those two in the future, including about Teddy. Should we interfere in that? Hermione asked. I mean, we can't guarantee everything happens as it did. I am pretty sure they already had feeling for each other by now, it's just Mooney not believing he's good enough for Tonks. I don't think we're interfering if we just help him realize that isn't true. Besides, Sirius could go a long way in hurting their relationship if he makes the wrong comment thinking he's being funny. True. Sirius is also going to arrange for us to go to the ministry tomorrow, Harry said. Just let me know, Hermione replied as another yawn overtook her. Know when to come over. Well, I need to get to bed, I awoke way too early this morning. Harry pulled his wife close and gave her a key. That gave promise that his love would be there the next morning waiting for her. I told Sirius I also need to stop by the bank tomorrow. I need money for the summer because I want to take you out. I'd like that, another small key. Oh, that reminds me, tomorrow when my mother comes home from work, we're going shopping for your clothes. She's going with us? Harry asked. Hermione nodded. I want her to really meet you, Harry, to see what a wonderful boyfriend you are and what a wonderful husband you are and will be. Hermione keyed Harry once more and then disappeared into the cabinet. You're sure about this? Voldemort asked the Death Eater that knelt in front of him. Yes, m'lord, the Death Eater replied. I was getting my son from the station when I heard Potter say something about it being strange those muggles who protect him weren't there. It seems like he isn't going back there. Did he mention where he was going? Voldemort asked. Word had gotten back to Voldemort from his spies in the Ministry that the Dementor attack on Potter had in fact happened the previous year. The questioning of Dolores Umbridge had proved it. It had also proved that Potter was indeed moving around outside the wards that protected him. Voldemort had 4 Death Eaters currently patrolling the area where the attack occurred waiting for Potter to show back up. No m'lord, but they were walking. It was him, Black, that werewolf, those blood traitor Weasleys and a few others. They walked past the normal apparition point. I followed for a little while but then I saw Alistair Moody and didn't dare continue. You did well, Goyle, Voldemort said softly. Very well indeed. The wards will be down in a few days if Potter does not return and then we'll find out if those muggles know anything. Meanwhile you and Yaxley start searching the area that you saw them walking toward. If Potter was outside the wards before, he'll probably be brash enough to go outside Dumbledore's protections again. And if we see him, capture him if you can, but you will not kill him, Voldemort said. Bring him to me so I can show the world that Harry Potter cannot help them. Hermione knew she'd only been asleep for a few hours when she awoke. It was still dark in her room as the light was from a nearby street lamp that filtered through the blinds covering her second-story bedroom windows. It had been a car starting up next door that had awoken her, she knew. She could hear it changing gears and accelerating away. It was a very different noise than she'd experienced over the last year. Someone is starting their day too early, she thought. Hermione sighed as she looked over at the red numbers on the digital clock that sat on her nightstand. 4:11 am. She rolled over and tried to go back to sleep, but it was no use. She was uncomfortable. Though this was her bed, in her room, in her house, it still was not her bed. It would take time to readjust to the firmness of the mattress beneath her. As she fought a losing battle of trying to go back to sleep, the numbers on the clock kept increasing. As she laid there trying not to toss and turn, her mind wandered to the same time the previous morning when she'd awoke from a nightmare. It wasn't the nightmare she thought of though, no, her thoughts were of her raven-haired husband. She could almost feel his arms around her, comforting her. I wished you were here, she mumbled to herself. As she looked over at the other side of her bed, she realized that she no longer slept in the middle as she had always done. She now slept on the left side of the bed as if acknowledging that Harry should be on the other side. His side. She could imagine him lying there, his bear rising and lowering with each breath he took. She'd only spent a couple of minutes with those thoughts before an idea came to mind. She quickly got up, grabbed a change of clothes and tossed them into a bag. She threw on her robe and slippers, then made her way quietly down the steps and out into the garage. She ducked under the tarp and climbed into the cabinet. A second later she opened the door and stepped into Harry's room. She made sure the door was locked before she removed her robe and slippers and climbed under the covers next to her husband. Though she'd planned on just watching him sleep, it wasn't long before her eyes grew heavy and she laid her head on Harry's. A smile appeared on her lips as she inhaled the musky aroma of his body and soon she was fast asleep. My own. Harry's voice called softly. Hermione, wake up. Hermione's eyes opened once again, and this time she found herself looking into Harry's beautiful green eyes. The look of love and amusement sparkled in them. He was propped on his elbow and looking at her. Good morning, she said. Good morning to you too, Harry said, still with a grin on his face. Funny though, I don't remember you being here when I fell asleep last night. Hermione gave him a small poke on his shoulder before admitting, I woke up early and missed you. Harry's grin changed to a warmer smile as he gently moved some of her hair behind her ear and followed that with a gentle caress of her cheek. I missed you too, he said. Then he wrapped his arms around her and pulled her back against him as he laid back down. As his hand gently stroked her arm, he asked, Wonder what would happen if Molly decided to come in now. I made sure the door was locked when I got here. Harry kissed her on the forehead. Of course you did, he murmured. I should never have doubted my wife would not think of that. They laid together enjoying the moment when another thought came to Harry. What's your father going to say if they wake up and you're not there? Hermione groaned. Nothing good, I'm sure. She gave a sigh and climbed out of bed. She took the set of clothes from her bag and started changing. I should go back and have breakfast with them, she said as she pulled her nightshirt over her head. As she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror that sat on top of a dresser, she realized she was comfortable with being nude in front of Harry, and from the way Harry's eyes followed her, she knew he didn't mind at all. She smiled when he groaned playfully as she put on her bra. He was able to keep eye contact now when her breasts were exposed, but just barely. Finally she was dressed. She leaned over the bed and gave her husband a small kiss, on the lips that lingered to just more than a peck. She then turned and opened the cabinet. She was surprised to see a note lying inside. She was sure it had not been there earlier. A quick glance told her it was her mother's writing. Hermione, I am sure I know where you are. I've told your father you're sleeping late, so if you come back before we leave, try not to be noticed coming in from the garage. Thank you, Mother, Hermione whispered. Then she showed the note to Harry. Your mother's okay with me? Harry asked. More of the idea that I have a boyfriend, Hermione replied. She doesn't really know you yet. That's what tonight's for, right? A start. Now I really need to get back. Take the cloak, Harry suggested. He quickly dug into his trunk for the invisibility cloak and handed it to her. I don't want you in trouble with your father, not over me, he said. She smiled and nodded as she took the cloak. I'll be back as soon as they're gone, she said before she hopped into the cabinet. She ducked out from under the tarp into the garage a couple of seconds later. Noticing the car was still there, she quickly threw the cloak over herself. She breathed a sigh of relief when she found no one near the door when she opened it. She quietly made her way up the steps and into her bedroom. Once there, she made a considerable amount of noise as she reopened her bedroom door and made her way to the bathroom. Awake, dear? Her mother asked with a raised eyebrow as she came out of the master bedroom. I hope you slept well. I didn't sleep very well until about 4 am, Hermione replied. Thanks for letting me sleep late. I just hope it's not going to happen every day, Jean replied knowingly. We do like to see you in the mornings. Well, there you are, Hermione, her father said coming out of the bedroom. His hair was still damp from his morning shower. He looked at his watch. You must have been really tired to sleep this late. So what do you have planned for today? Harry and I have to go to the Ministry of Magic, Hermione replied. The lady who called us away yesterday is the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. There are still questions about last week. I see, Richard Granger replied with a concerned look on his face. Are you in need of a solicitor? No, Hermione replied. I'm sure that it's nothing of consequence, just finishing up the investigation and all. Well, call if you need anything, Richard Granger said. You still have the number to our office, don't you? I have it written down in my planner, Hermione replied. Will that take all day? No, after that we're supposed to go to Diagon Alley and then we'll probably spend some time at Harry's place, Hermione replied. Later in the afternoon I want to bring him here and show him our house. You're bringing the Richard paused to reconsider his words before continuing, the young man here. He finished. Not 12, Dad, Hermione reminded her father. The cabinet works both ways, remember, Hermione softened her tone. Dad, please trust me. Give him a chance. Richard, Jean said with a glance every husband knew. I am positive we can trust our daughter to behave herself. Isn't that right, Hermione? Yes, of course, Hermione agreed. It's not our daughter I'm concerned about, Richard said, more to himself than anyone else. Finally he sighed. Very well then, just. He stopped and decided not to finish the sentence. Shall we have breakfast? He asked instead. What would you like, Hermione? Jean asked. It's your first day back and I'll make whatever you want. How about you get a taste of a Hogwarts breakfast? Hermione asked. What do you mean? Winky, Dobby. Yes, Mrs. The two elves asked as they appeared. Could you cook breakfast for us? Hermione asked. Oh wait, she remembered Harry getting in trouble when Dobby used magic at the Dursleys. If you use magic here, will it get me in trouble? She looked at Dobby knowingly. No, Mrs., Dobby replied as he looked down at the floor. Dobby purposely did magic that could be detected when Dobby got Master Harry in trouble. Dobby was trying to help Harry Potter. Dobby hopes Master and Mrs. aren't mad at Dobby. Of course not, Dobby, Hermione replied. We know you were trying to help. I just wanted to make sure I'm not accused like he was. Dobby and Winky will be careful, Winky replied. And when Winky finishes breakfast, can Winky clean this house? She asked. Do either of you have any problems with the elves cleaning today? Hermione asked her parents, who were just standing there amazed. No, of course not, Jean answered finally. If that's what they really want to do, but, are you sure it's right? Yes, Mum, it is, Hermione replied. One day I might understand it enough to explain it to you, but it's what they want. She turned to the elves. Go for it, cook us a nice breakfast and then you can clean. Both elves looked excited as they disappeared. We don't have much time to wait for them to cook too large of breakfast, Richard Granger said as he looked at his watch again. Go tell them to make something small this morning. Maybe they can cook something larger another day. Hermione smiled knowingly. Shall we go tell them together? By the time they made it to the dining room, the table was already filled with an assortment of things to eat. Eggs, bacon, sausages, toast and numerous other breakfast items were already there. Plates were set out and Winky was busy magically filling juice glasses. Jean and Richard stared at the table in wonder. But, it was just Richard tried but failed to continue. This is only what Winky and Dobby could make quickly, Winky said apologetically. If there is something special Mrs. or Mrs. Family wants, Dobby will make it. But, Richard was sputtering again as Hermione led him to the table. It's magic, Dad. I might not be able to do it this summer, but now at least you can get a taste of it. Taste is right, Jean said as she forked a bite of eggs into her mouth. Oh, this is delicious, she said when she swallowed. This will be fine, Winky, Hermione told the elf who was staring nervously at the family. In fact, everything is perfect. How about you and Dobby eat with us? Good house elves eat in the kitchen, Winky replied. But friends eat with their families, Hermione said. Remember that Harry and I expect you to be. She stopped. She had been about to say part of their family. She then quickly finished. We expect you to be our friends as well. Winky looked uncertain but finally called Dobby. They took seats and started eating nervously. This food is wonderful, Jean said to the house elves. I wished you could cook for us every morning. Winky and Dobby can do that. Dobby said excitedly. Winky and Dobby would love to cook for Mrs. Family every day. He suddenly looked apprehensive as he asked. Can Dobby and Winky cook dinner too? Hermione looked at her parents questioningly. Is it really all right? Jean asked. It seems. The reason I was so interested last year, but, yes, it's fine. It really is what they want to do. Well, of course then. This food is wonderful, but we can't have this much food every time, it's wasteful. House elves do not waste food, Dobby said forcefully, and then his eyes widened and he looked nervous before explaining. We have magic to keep it fresh and then we can serve it the next time we need it. Oh, Jean replied. Then I guess we're perfectly fine with it. Just tell Winky or Dobby if you want something special, Winky said. When the breakfast was concluded and her parents had finished up their toiletry business including brushing and flossing their teeth, Hermione walked them to the door to the garage. Mr. Granger gave the tarp covering the cabinet a look and was about to say something when his wife stopped him. Richard, our daughter is more than welcome to invite her boyfriend here. She then looked at her daughter. Are we still going shopping tonight? I'm looking forward to getting to know the young man. Yes, Harry. Hermione stopped, remembering that her father didn't know she'd seen Harry that morning. I'm sure he'll be excited to go. Just call if you need anything, Richard said. Have a good day and we'll see you after work. He bent a little and kissed the offered cheek of his daughter. Once her parents had left, Hermione took a quick shower and redressed in her clothes. As she finished combing her hair, she studied herself in the mirror. She still didn't consider herself beautiful in comparison to girls like Cho Chang or Lavender Brown, but she knew Harry thought she was, and that was all that mattered. Of course he thinks you're beautiful, dear, the familiar voice of the goddess of love appeared. He is your soul mate. Wouldn't do much good to have two people made for each other who don't like the way the other looks now, would it? I guess not, Hermione agreed. She thought of her husband's messy locks of hair and smiled. She knew her husband would never be very tall or muscular, but that wasn't what she wanted anyway. Miranda was right. Harry was perfect for her as well. As she thought of Harry, an idea came to mind. She left the bathroom and walked into her parents' bedroom. On the dresser she saw what she needed. Sitting beside her mother's small jewelry box were 2 perfume bottles. Outside of the bottle of perfume Ron had given her, and she still wanted to analyze the contents of. She didn't own any perfume and very little beauty-enhancing products. She'd never believed in such stuff before, but she wanted to do something special for Harry. She sniffed each of the bottles and made her choice. She dabbed a bit behind her ears and on her wrists before setting the bottle back down. After grabbing the invisibility cloak in her book bag from her room, she happily walked down the steps and out into the garage. Anyone there? Only Sirius, come on over, Harry replied. Harry assisted her out of the cabinet this time, and as he hugged her, he immediately inhaled the scent of her perfume. Smelling nice for someone today? He asked cockily. Maybe, she replied with a smile. Do you like it? Very much so, Harry replied as he pulled her close and placed several light kisses up her neck until his lips neared her ear where he inhaled again. Very much indeed. Good, she murmured as the sensations of the kisses still radiated throughout her body. Finally she pulled away. We should get moving. I thought I'd apparate under the cloak onto the doorstep like we did last year. I mean, well, you know what I mean. When Harry nodded, she continued. I'll walk up the street, remove the cloak and walk back. That way if anyone is looking out the window it will seem like I came on the night bus. That'll work. How are we getting to the ministry? She asked. Flow. Dumbledore doesn't want Harry using the flow if possible, Sirius said. If someone in the Flow Network Authority is compromised they can intercept anyone using it. They can be forced out at any fireplace, and possibly into a trap. No, we are taking the night bus. Arthur has held off going to work so he can go with us. I'm going as Padfoot so we break up the pattern of people walking around though. Tonks, Remus, Molly. Not this time, Tonks is already at work and Remus left last night for an assignment from Dumbledore. We're only walking a couple of streets over so it shouldn't be an issue. Again, Dumbledore doesn't want the night bus being called to the same spot each time. Different number of people, different locations, nothing the same that people remember. We could just apparate, you know, Harry said. I thought of that, and tried to convince Arthur to go on so we could, Sirius said. Remember what I said about what I expect his and Molly's orders are from Dumbledore, he shrugged. They'll be keeping an eye on you. So unless you want to advertise you're doing underage apparition, that's not happening today. At Hermione's questioning glance, Harry silently filled her in on that part of the evening conversation. As I told Sirius, it works out for the best. Just glad we have the cabinets, Hermione replied. Me too. Hermione threw on the invisibility cloak and a small crack indicated she'd apparated away. Derwent Yaxley was a Death Eater. One of Voldemort's inner circle members, though one who had never garnered suspicion of being one. 14 years ago when the last Wizarding War had ended he'd been a senior clerk in the Auror Administration Department. His job had been to process the reports and evidences provided by the Aurors and hit wizards from the various cases. In that position it had been possible, though difficult sometimes, to make certain things happen to prevent fellow Death Eaters from being captured or if they were, prosecuted. It also provided Voldemort an excellent source of information. The Aurors and hit wizards never thought of administrative staff when they spoke of upcoming jobs or weaknesses in their cases, and much of what he overheard was relayed directly to Voldemort. Since the downfall of his master that Halloween night all of those years ago, Yaxley had kept to himself and risen to his current position. He was now in charge of the entire administration department of the Aurors. On a daily basis, massive amounts of sensitive information flowed across his desk and no one gave it a second thought because he was but the manager of administrative staff. Yaxley, and that was the only name anyone called him, was currently on an assignment with Gregory Goyle. Voldemort wanted the area within walking distance north of King's Cross Station to be closely watched for Harry Potter. The monitoring had started the previous night. Every 2 hours a pair of Death Eaters would start near King's Cross and walk north in the general direction that Goyle had reported Potter was headed. Each time a different route would be taken. That pattern would continue until their master said otherwise. About 40 minutes ago Yaxley and Goyle had started their walk. Yaxley didn't expect much at this time of day since the sheer number of people about made finding a single person difficult indeed, but since it was an order from the Dark Lord, he would do what he was told. He'd called his department and told them he'd be 2 hours late this morning and then joined his fellow Death Eater for their patrol. It was pure luck he'd seen her, he knew, but he'd never tell his master that. They had turned onto a shabby street lined with run-down homes, many of which were boarded up or in need of serious repair. There were a few businesses as well, but on this street there was hardly any foot traffic. Yaxley's eyes had been drawn to an attractive Muggle girl of about 15 or 16 wearing a very short skirt. She was leaning against a building smoking a cigarette chatting with an equally attractive friend. He had paused to consider if he could slip away from Goyle long enough to impress her and possibly her friend for some morning fun, since that was all Muggle females were good for. Their purpose for existence was purely to be used by those of superior breeding and then discarded like the animals they were. It wouldn't have been the first time, of course. Though he didn't do it often, it was simple enough to do. He'd take the girl into an alley and throw up some notice-me-nots. Afterwards he'd just obliviate the memories and the girl would still think she was a pure, never knowing why she ached where she did or the drops of blood that existed in her underwear. Even if she did suspect something, what would she say? Yaxley had even seen the alley he could use for the activities. That was when it had happened. As he glanced into the alley seeing a perfect spot, he'd noticed a movement. A person suddenly had appeared from nowhere as if she'd come from under an invisibility cloak. She was also female and about the same age as the girl he'd been considering. It made him look more closely, and that was when he had recognized her. Her picture had been on the front page of the Daily Prophet. "It's that mudblood who was with Potter," Yaxley thought and quickly pointed her out to Goyle. "Follow her," he said. "She might lead us to Potter." And follow her they did. Goyle hung back since he wasn't sure if the girl had ever seen him at King's Cross, but Yaxley closed the distance. He was positive she didn't know him, and even if she did, he was a highly placed member of the ministry who could easily explain himself being there. He walked on the other side of the street than the mudblood, but kept her in sight. A van drove past and blocked his view for a second, and when it had passed, the mudblood had disappeared. The sidewalk was not crowded, so he could only presume she'd turn onto a street further down. He increased his speed and made the turn, and still she was not to be seen. He raced ahead, glancing down each alleyway as he passed. His frustration grew with every step because he knew his master would be angry if he lost this possibility. Finally he stopped as he realized she was not ahead of him. He swore loudly at himself for his failure. He knew he'd have to tell his master, and he could already feel the torture curse that would be used to express the Dark Lord's displeasure. Slowly Yaxley turned and started back the way he'd come. He now could only hope he got lucky and found what he'd lost. He carefully examined each alleyway and window of each business, but to no avail. He found Goyle soon enough. He was sitting on a bench wiping sweat from his fat face. Yaxley and Goyle were almost back to the spot where he'd last seen the mudblood when he caught a glimpse of her again. This time she was with others. Exhilaration coursed through the Death Eater, especially when he saw who she was with. For walking beside her, holding her hand, was a black-haired boy, and leading the way was one of Dumbledore's pets, Arthur Weasley. Yaxley ignored the black dog that was walking with them as he concentrated on the group. He was positive the boy was none other than Harry Potter. He glanced around looking for other Order members, and not seeing any, a plan came to mind. "Go find another Death Eater, anyone. Robes and masks," he instructed Goyle. Yaxley glanced again to make sure he could still see Potter before he turned back to Goyle. "Apparate up ahead where that major street is in." Yaxley looked at his watch. 5 minutes. "I'll delay them. When you get there take out Arthur and any other Order members who show up." What are you going to do? Me. I'm a trusted ministry member, I'm going to pull Potter to safety of course, Yaxley replied with a wry smile. When everyone is fighting you, I'll stun him and then apparate away. When I get back I'll need you to stun me as well, make it look like I failed to protect Harry Potter. Do you understand the plan? Royal nodded and ducked into an alleyway. When Yaxley heard the crack of apparition he started to walk more swiftly after Potter. Arthur. Yaxley said when he got close enough. Weasley, is that you? Arthur Weasley turned abruptly to see who was calling his name. He smiled in greeting as he recognized another senior member of the ministry. Yaxley, I didn't know you lived around here. At the name, both Harry and Hermione whirled as well, both grasped their wands expecting to fight. Confusion raced between them as they watched Arthur hold out his hand and shake Yaxley's offered one. It then occurred to them that no one knew he was a Death Eater at this time. I'm visiting someone, Yaxley lied. What are you doing around here? I thought you lived down south. Of course, Arthur replied. Just up here taking care of a few things. Yaxley's eyes moved over the two teenagers. Merlin, could this be the infamous Harry Potter? Yes, Arthur beamed. But you shouldn't say anything about seeing him. I'm escorting him to the ministry to help keep him safe. They're going to see Madam Bones in fact. Really, about the matter from last week. Yaxley said as he stalled for time. He glanced at his watch and knew he had to keep them another minute or so. I'm headed into the office as well. Mind if I join you? He asked. Another wand never hurts. Of course. Definitely appreciate the help, Arthur replied. We're just going to catch the night bus up ahead. They had planned to walk over a couple of streets but they'd have no way to explain that necessity to Yaxley. They started walking and with every step Yaxley tried to maneuver closer to Potter. He knew he'd need to be the closest person to him so it would seem he reacted instinctively in trying to save Potter. Harry looked at Hermione, both trying to figure out what they could do to alert Sirius or Arthur. It was obvious neither considered Yaxley a threat. We can't just attack him or even blatantly accuse him unless we have evidence, Hermione said as she glanced out her peripheral vision at the Death Eater. I'm going to let Sirius know. He'll believe me. It's got to be a trap. How? Hermione started but Harry had already acted. He purposely stepped on one of his shoelaces, causing it to come untied. He stopped and knelt down to tie it. When Sirius came close he whispered softly. Yaxley is a Death Eater. We fought him in the future. A low growl from the dog made it clear that he'd gotten the message, but Harry had forgotten that Sirius was not a man to be patient. Padfoot immediately leapt toward the man with his teeth bared. At the same time two cracks were heard directly in front of them. Two large Death Eaters materialized in their path. One of them was overweight while the other was tall and thin. Mr. Weasley was shocked into inactivity. Between Sirius attacking a fellow senior-level ministry employee for apparently no reason and the appearance of two Death Eaters almost simultaneously, his mind just couldn't react quick enough. The Death Eaters, seeing him as the only threat besides a dog, attacked. One hit Arthur with a stunner and as he collapsed the other one smashed his right arm with a bludgeoning hex. Harry and Hermione had not been taken off guard though. From the moment they'd seen Yaxley they'd been ready. Their wands had been palmed the entire time. When they heard the apparition cracks they reacted. Though the street had seemed almost empty moments before, it now was filled with people screaming and running in various directions. The mayhem did not distract the soulmates. Their focus remained entirely on the two masked men. They knew they needed to get one of the Death Eaters out of play quickly to even the numbers. Left one, Harry said to Hermione who instantly knew they both should hit the tall thin Death Eater. Harry had noticed the large fat one had been much slower in attacking Mr. Weasley and presumed he'd be the lesser threat. The Death Eater was not expecting an attack from two underaged kids even if one was Harry Potter. He'd turned and looked for any additional order members that were sure to be around and didn't have a chance to defend himself. One of the bludgeoning hexes hit him in the ribs while the other crushed his shoulder. He collapsed in a heap as his wand rolled away. Harry then turned to see if Sirius needed help while Hermione fought the remaining masked Death Eater. In the second it took to see that Sirius had Yaxley's wand arm in the vice grip of his mouth and was violently shaking it, Harry heard Hermione hit the remaining masked Death Eater with a cutting hex. You mudblood by, ch. You'll die for that, the Death Eater snarled as he felt the blood pouring down his side from the open wound. His wand arm came up and he started the all-familiar curse, AV. It had been a mistake for Gregory Goyle to take time to insult and threaten Hermione, and it would be the last mistake he would ever make. Harry wasn't even thinking thoughts as he heard the beginning of the killing curse toward his wife. He only had visions of green light in his eyes and of Hermione being hit by Delahov's curse. His wand came up almost on its own as he yelled, "Defendo!" He had intended to hit the last Death Eater's wand arm, which he did, as well as a whole lot more. In Latin, defendo means, I divide. In this case that was an accurate description of what happened to Goyle. Though Harry didn't know who was behind the mask, he could see the eyes widen in surprise during the last seconds of his life. The Death Eater watched his arm that held his wand separate at the elbow and fall to the ground, while at the same time he felt movement, and he knew in a moment of surprising clarity that he was already dead and his brain just hadn't figured it out yet. The cutting hex had also severed the man's body in a diagonal path that ran from the man's lower left hip area to the upper right torso. The two parts of the body slowly separated as the upper portion fell first, hitting the sidewalk with a thud. Goyle was actually alive long enough to watch his lower torso fall upon him, his own crotch hitting him in the face. Hermione had also heard the beginning of the killing curse. The experience she had garnered in the fights she'd been in the last year, including the final battle, took over. She dove to the ground, rolled and brought her own wand up with the first syllable of another bludgeoning hex started, but the word died on her lips as she watched in horror the last seconds of the Death Eater's life. The two body parts seemed to fall in slow motion as the adrenaline of the moment sped her senses to their maximum. The danger was not over though, and they had no time to consider what they had just seen. Harry and Hermione both turned to Yaxley, who was still struggling against Padfoot. Just as they had brought their wands up, the air was filled by the reverberation of multiple apparition cracks. 4 blue-cloaked Aurors materialized around them, all with their wands out. One of them, to Harry's relief, was Kingsley Shacklebolt. "Drop your wands," a brown-haired Auror yelled at Harry and Hermione. This was someone Harry didn't recognize. He ignored the command as he walked the 3 steps to Hermione and helped her to her feet before pulling her into a hug. One he needed as much as she did. "Drop your wands," the Auror repeated. Harry and Hermione both turned to him with lowered wands, but they did not drop them. They both knew the Ministry was still rife with Voldemort supporters and they weren't letting their guard down. "Kingsley, it's us," Harry said. "Sirius. It's all right," the deep voice of Shacklebolt ranged out. "Stand down, Williams," he said to the Auror. "It's Potter." He then turned his attention to the dog fighting the man on the ground. He couldn't tell who the man was, but he knew Sirius would be protecting Harry. "Stupefy," he said as the pointed his wand at the unknown man, and Yaxley instantly ceased his struggles. "Padfoot, stay with Harry," he ordered. The large black dog immediately ran over and sat on his haunches next to Harry and Hermione. It was then Kingsley recognized the man. "What's going on here?" he asked, but then he looked around and shook his head at what he saw. 2 garbed Death Eaters, one obviously dead in a gruesome manner, numerous Muggles, some standing with their mouths open, others running away screaming, Arthur Weasley unconscious on the ground looking seriously injured, and a senior Ministry person who had been fighting Sirius and who he himself had stunned. "Start containing the situation," he ordered the other Aurors. "Get the Obliviators down here." He then knelt beside Arthur and examined him. The red-headed man's breathing was ragged and his arm was badly damaged. "He was hit before he knew anything was happening," Harry explained. "Yaxley there." "Wait," Shacklebolt said. "Padfoot, go get Molly and have someone flow Dumbledore. I'll contact headquarters and St. Mungo's." Sirius gave Kingsley a look and a growl that basically said, "You let anything happen to Harry and I'll rip your throat out," before he turned and ran back down the street as fast as his animagus form's 4 legs would travel. "Is that other one alive?" Shacklebolt asked, nodding to the Death Eater that was not in 2, 3 if you counted the arm pieces. "I don't know," Harry replied. "And don't care." "I know, but I have to check," Kingsley said. He walked over and saw the other one was breathing. He sent one of his Aurors to St. Mungo's to bring medical help before turning back to Harry. "Okay, what happened?" Yaxley Hermione spoke for the first time. We know he's a Death Eater." "What? A Death Eater?" boomed Shacklebolt. He reached over to the unconscious man and yanked up his left sleeve. The dark mark blazed red against the man's skin. "Damn," Shacklebolt said as he stared at the skull and snake design. "Damn, We never suspected. How? No, never mind. Tell me the rest, he ordered. He came up and started talking to Arthur, Harry explained. When Arthur told him we were headed for the ministry, he was interrupted when a dozen wizards that Harry realized must be Obliviators materialized all around. They quickly spread out and started immobilizing the muggles. Several of them started entering homes and businesses that looked out into the street. Anyway, Harry again started. As Hermione said, we knew he was this time. It was 4 healers apparating in. 2 of them knelt over Arthur Weasley while the other 2 looked around and with a look of disgust made their way to the breathing Death Eater. Harry had only opened his mouth to speak again when the next interruption came. Harry! Molly cried as she came rushing up the sidewalk. Sirius, as himself, not Padfoot, was right behind her. Are you all right? She went to hug him but then saw her husband lying on the ground being worked on by 2 healers. Arthur. Is he? He's going to be fine, ma'am, one of the healers said. We'll take him to St. Mungo's. Give us at least 15 minutes before you come. We'll need to do some work on that arm. What happened? A very anxious Molly Weasley asked anyone who might answer. Still trying to piece that together myself, Molly, Kingsley replied. Harry, did you say you were going to the ministry anyway? Yes sir, actually to see Madam Bones. Do you mind if we just do the questioning there? Shacklebolt asked. I need to tell her about Yaxley anyway, and it's obvious we're not going to get any privacy around here for a while. Harry looked at Hermione, who shrugged. Fine. Who did that? Shacklebolt asked, nodding at the 2 halves of the Death Eater. I did, Harry admitted. He was about to attack Hermione with the killing curse and, well, I had to stop him. I'll need your wand then, Shacklebolt said. Better get both of yours. He held out his hand and Harry and Hermione, who still had a firm grip on their wands, put them in the Auror's hand. Thank you. What did you hit him with? Kingsley asked, trying to figure out what spell a 5th-year Hogwarts student might know to do that to a man. Cutting spell, Harry replied. You know, Diffindo. As I said, he was about to curse Hermione and I was just aiming for his wand arm. Cutting, Kingsley asked as he looked again at the Death Eater, where one part lying on top of the other, a pool of blood still growing around him. Then he looked back at Harry Potter and shook his head. Damn, he muttered. Security had been alerted and Harry and Hermione found themselves with an escort of Aurors as Shacklebolt led them to the magical law department. Sirius followed behind, but he was requested to remain in the waiting area outside of Madam Bones' office. He was about to object when Harry waved him back. We'll be fine, Harry said. We'll call for you if the questioning turns to something more unpleasant. I'll be here then, Sirius replied. If not, I'll tell her. He nodded to the receptionist, where I am. Thanks, Harry replied. Enter, the voice of Madam Bones said from behind the door when Shacklebolt knocked. Harry and Hermione were surprised to find Neville and Luna sitting in the office they entered. What's going on, Shack? Amelia asked the Auror. The other Aurors had not joined them in the director's office. Potter was attacked, Director, Kingsley reported. Her eyes widened and she looked at the 2 teens. Seeing neither of them appeared to be injured, she asked. Anyone hurt? Arthur Weasley is at St. Mungo's, but he'll be fine. We have 1 Death Eater dead, 1 also at St. Mungo's badly hurt, and he hesitated. Ma'am, the last person was Yaxley. He's a confirmed Death Eater. Yaxley? Amelia Bones asked in astonishment. Are you positive? I personally saw the mark, ma'am. He didn't have time to mask it. He needs to be questioned immediately, Bones said as she stood up from her desk. He would know. Well, he'd know just about everything, wouldn't he? Yes ma'am, Shacklebolt replied. It explains a lot, doesn't it? Yes it does, Bones agreed. I'll come for the questioning. We'll need Scrimgeour as well. She turned to the 4 friends. I'll be back as soon as I can, make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, ask the receptionist outside. If you need to leave this office, have her call an escort. No. She turned to Shacklebolt. If Yaxley is a Death Eater, no telling who else might be. Who can we trust? Definitely Nymphadora Tonks, Kingsley replied. There are several others I would have trusted 20 minutes ago, but he shrugged. Sirius Black is outside as well. Send Sirius in, Bones replied. She turned back to the teenagers. I'll have Auror Tonks join you shortly. Do you have your wands? No, Harry replied. Kingsley does, mine and Hermione's. Amelia looked at Kingsley, who explained. It was Harry who killed the Death Eater. I was just following procedures. An unforgivable. Amelia asked. No, but Shacklebolt replied. He says it was just a cutting curse, he emphasized the word, says. And, Amelia asked, I've seen men killed by cutting curses to the throat. I mean the Death Eater was cut in two, all the way, he made a hand gesture to indicate the path of the cut. Madam Bones' eyebrows rose at that. Hold out his wand, she commanded. When Shacklebolt did so, she performed the spell that showed the last spells cast. The then did the same to Hermione's wand. When the results clearly showed only cutting and bludgeoning hexes, she looked at Harry for a second before turning to her senior Auror. Give them their wands, I can't fault self-defense no matter what the results were. Remind me when this is all over to straighten it out with Mafalda though. She'll be having fits about now. We don't need another fiasco like last year. Yes ma'am, Shacklebolt said as he handed the wands back before following Madam Bones out of the room. What happened? Neville asked immediately after the door closed. You were attacked. Yeah, we knew about a Death Eater that no one else did at this time, Hermione explained. He, of course, didn't think we knew him either. When he started talking to Mr. Weasley, Harry alerted Sirius who attacked him in his animagus form. About the same time two masked Death Eaters showed up, she quickly detailed the battle that happened. How'd they find you? Harry didn't get a chance to answer because Sirius walked into the room. We're just trying to figure out how they knew we'd be there, Harry told Sirius. He turned back to Neville and Luna. I don't know how, Harry admitted. But, you know I'm in hiding right? Of course, Luna replied. You said you'd have Dumbledore tell us, but he never did. I forgot to ask, Harry admitted. I'm sure we'll see him today and I'll make sure it happens. That's fine, Luna replied. Neville came over to my house this morning to flow over together and you said you knew where my house is. Maybe you can come there. Daddy would love to meet you. Harry looked at Hermione, both remembering the last time they'd seen Xenophilius at his home before replying. We'd love to, with every effort to convey a smile. So what about being hidden? Neville asked. Oh, yeah, like I said the place is hidden but there is someone who knows where it is that is close to Voldemort. Snape, Neville asked. Yes, he wouldn't be able to tell Voldemort, but it would have been easy enough for Riddle to have him followed. When Snape vanishes you know the general area where the place is, Harry explained his thoughts. You really think it might be Snivellus? Sirius asked. Got a better explanation for 3 Death Eaters being around there? Sirius couldn't answer because Tonks entered the room at that time. Exciting morning Harry, Tonks asked. You could say that, Harry replied. I should have waited there and walked with you, but I was needed. Tonks started to apologize. No one could have anticipated what happened Tonks, Hermione said. We're fine, we can take care of ourselves. So I heard. Shaq said you two took down the 2 Death Eaters, Tonks said. There were 3, but Sirius handled the 3rd, Harry said nodding over at his godfather. Yaxley was the Yaxley, Tonks exclaimed. As in, yeah that one, Sirius said. That's why you're here. If he's a Death Eater then this whole department is going to have to be scrutinized before people are trusted. Hell I remember him when I was an Auror. Just a clerk then. This might be a stupid question, Harry started, but why not just have everyone roll up their sleeves? If they have the mark then they're Death Eaters. Not that simple, Sirius explained. Wished it was though. We got lucky with Yaxley, he didn't have time to mask his mark. Seeing the confusion on Harry and Hermione's face he continued. I mean the Death Eaters have a spell, unfortunately undetectable, that can mask their mark. That's why we never knew about Peter. Most of them wear the mark with pride and don't like to mask it unless they have to. Then why do what you did at the press conference? Hermione asked. Bare your arm I mean. Because most people don't know about masking. If they see a bare arm they presume the person's not a Death Eater, Sirius replied. It was an easy way to get people in the mindset that I am innocent. Notice that Amelia didn't just take my bare arm as proof did she? True. Moody told me that you know who also marked innocence, Tonks said. He did, well not real marks but impossible to tell the difference. Caused all kinds of confusion in the last war, Sirius replied. People would find themselves wandering around with no memories of anything happening, but they'd have dark mark on their arms. It became hard to tell the innocents from the Death Eaters. Still a lot of people out there who aren't Death Eaters but carry what appears to be the mark. How did Shaq know Yaxley didn't have one of those? Hermione asked. All ministry employees who were marked like that had to be registered, Sirius explained. Yaxley would never have been promoted if he had one. An hour passed before the door opened, but it was not Madame Bones. Albus Dumbledore stood in the doorway looking at 6 wands pointed at him. Well, Harry, the headmaster started. I hope you can now see why I took the measures I did to protect you. It is not too late for you to return to your aunt's home. Over my dead body, Albus, Sirius replied. How did those Death Eaters know where to be? I'm only thinking of Harry's well-being, Sirius, Dumbledore replied. As for how, I do not know. I hope Severus might be able to shed light on that. Did it ever occur to you that Snape might have tipped them off? Harry asked. He is in the Order and that is the Order headquarters and he would know I'm there. He might not be able to tell them exactly where, but he could sure as hell tell them the neighborhood. Harry, you must see past your differences with Professor Snape. He has my utmost confidence. Well, Snivelus doesn't have mine, Harry replied coldly. Harry, please, this isn't like you, Dumbledore said. It is very much like me, sir. I care for those I love, Harry replied. You can tell your potions master that if I ever find out he was the one who almost got Hermione killed, Voldemort won't be the only one to die by my hand. Dumbledore's eyes widened for the briefest of time before he regained himself. Then what appeared to be a look of understanding appeared on his face as he gazed at Harry. He turned to the others in the room. Would it be possible for me to have a word with these two alone? He asked, motioning to Harry and Hermione. No way, Albus, Sirius replied. I was told to protect them, sir, Tonks said hesitantly. I understand, but you can wait just outside, Dumbledore explained. You don't think any harm will come to them while they are in my protection, do you? Harry was curious to what Dumbledore wanted to tell them and nodded to Sirius, Neville and Luna. Fine, but just so you know, if Harry suddenly decides going to the Dursleys is a good idea or something else that I know he is against, I won't rest. Sirius didn't finish the rest of the threat. You already know that I don't necessarily trust you. What? Wait, why? Tonks asked. Not important, cousin, Sirius replied. Well, Albus, I truly only want to speak to them, Dumbledore replied. It was only a matter of seconds before everyone except Harry, Hermione and Dumbledore had left the room. So, Harry asked, what's so important? The prophecy, Dumbledore replied. We never discussed exactly what the power he knows not as, did we? In a different timeline we did, Harry said as he and Hermione tried to replay the conversation they'd had with the headmaster the previous week. Finally Harry answered, no sir, I think the conversation went a bit off of that. That it did, Dumbledore agreed. So what is this power I suppose to have? Harry asked. I have watched you closely, more closely than you can imagine from the first day you arrived at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said. And yet I still ended up being almost killed every year, Harry interrupted the headmaster. Makes me wonder about your powers of observation. That is, it may be, Dumbledore said, I have watched you and I came to believe the power you have that riddle knows not as love. Love? Harry asked, trying to act surprised. He then decided to toy with the headmaster. So you're saying to defeat Voldemort I have to what? Him. Take him on dates. I absolutely refuse to marry him. Harry, this isn't something to take lightly, Dumbledore sighed. I have been concerned about you recently though, the way you discarded your friend so easily and then your disregard for the deaths you were responsible for last week, and now this morning I find out there has been another death, this one entirely on your hands. And why would that concern you, sir? Harry asked. They were threatening us. I was concerned that Tom still had an influence on you, leading you down a path that should not be traveled. Was? Hermione asked. You said was, you no longer believe that? No, I don't think so, Dumbledore replied, shaking his head. You see, a few minutes ago Harry threatened Professor Snape, another thing that seemed wrong until I realized what he'd said. And what was that, sir? Hermione asked. That if he found out it was he who caused you to almost be killed, Dumbledore explained. I also remembered you saying the reason for your separation from young Mr. Weasley was because of your relationship. So, this morning, may I ask exactly what caused you to kill the man as you did? Dumbledore asked Harry. Molly described a most gruesome scene. So it is Molly running to Dumbledore about everything, Harry said to Hermione. Sirius was right, he sighed before answering Dumbledore. I wasn't actually trying to kill him, but he was about to use the killing curse on Hermione. I was just aiming at his arm, but Harry shrugged. Yes, and 2 years ago when you stood on the other side of the lake, were you more concerned with saving Sirius or yourself from the Dementors? Sirius, of course, Harry replied instantly. They were king his soul out. Harry then realized what he was saying. He was back in the final battle and Voldemort was about to kill Molly Weasley. The shield charm he'd cast then had been greater, more powerful than he'd ever cast before. You see it, don't you? Dumbledore asked. The pattern. You protect those you love. Willing to sacrifice yourself for those people. You derive a certain power, shall we say, from your love. The power he knows not. Voldemort will never understand that attacking those who you love will only bring about his ultimate demise. Harry stared at the headmaster, trying to figure out if the headmaster was again trying to make events fit his view of the world. Last time he explained his powers because he'd prevented Voldemort from possessing him. Don't listen to him, Harry, Hermione said urgently. Yes, emotions play a large part of magic and it very well might be love allows you to do more, but did you hear the words he used? Sacrifice, willing to sacrifice. He is preparing you to sacrifice yourself. Of course, Harry replied. But if he thinks I believe him, we will know the path he's trying to lead me down. He sighed finally as if accepting what Dumbledore said. I don't know what to say, sir. I understand, Dumbledore replied in his grandfatherly tone. We'll discuss this another time. Now let me take you back to Grimmauld Place where it's safe. I'm sure Madame Bones will understand it's for the best. Madame Bones will most certainly not, the voice of the head of the DMLE said from the door. Albus, you might have been reappointed to the chief warlock position of the Wizengamot, but you have no business telling my Auror to abandon her post nor interfere with an investigation. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.